Oh, welcome to the Normal America Show special Labor Day. I was working hard today. Today's Labor Day, right? Yeah, actually I wasn't. I had today off. A rare vacation day for Rob. It went beautifully. I've had a fantastic weekend thus far, and I'm looking to roll that into the rest of the week. Hope you all had a fantastic day as well. I do. I hope every day is fantastic for you. Come on, listen to me, yell at some people. I'm live on air, but my power went out here. Look, what are we doing? There we go. Now we're talking. Whoo! Almost screwed that one up. Ha ha! Oh, it's a great day to be alive, isn't it? It really is. I hope you're all having as great as a day as I am. Now I have some back pain today. I have some bad news about my back. Believe it or not. Maybe we'll talk about that a little. So this is going to be a long stream tonight because I was prepared to start streaming at 8 o'clock. I was going to do a collaboration with my friend Aircraftsparky on his show, but it looks as if he's not streaming till 10, which means that that puts me at an hour and 45 minutes to kill before I get to what the actual stream was supposed to be about, but that's okay. If I'm not good for anything else, content, I can at least put volume out, right? It should be fun. It should be a good show. We got things to talk about, so. But yeah, sincerely hope everyone's having. I know I've been like in a seemingly a pissy mood here the past couple days that I was streaming. Is that true? I don't know. Maybe I was. I feel like I bit Aircraftsparky's head off a little more than I should have. Maybe. I agree with that. Go Rams is currently the coolest person commenting on X. But in fairness, you're probably the coolest person commenting anywhere. So, but no, it was a good day. I actually had some comedy of errors type stuff happening this week. I won't get into a lot of it. We were on a boat with family, and the engine blew up, and we had to push our way to a dock to call and get picked up. Then once we pushed our way to the dock, like a quarter of a mile through the water, we had to paddle and push this pontoon boat. Then the engine decided to start up. That was fun. My wife's side of the family's family reunion was yesterday. That was a lot of fun. Today we went to her brother's place, went swimming all day. It was a little chilly, but it was fun. So I've been having a great time. I got some content coming up here. Some debates and similar things coming up here in the near future we'll talk about. Jesus Cow on Kick says, Chud Logic collaboration win? I talked to Chud. I debated Chud once. Messed him up on Modern Day Debate about whether or not conservatives were censored more on social media. Believe it or not, like 2 or 3 years ago, he tried to argue they weren't. Then we got the Twitter files and all that good stuff. But I have no problems with Chud Logic. He sort of exists in a different space than me. He's more the drama of and sort of absurdity of the online streaming life and the characters for which it represents. I'm more, not that I don't tip my toe into the drama a little, but usually it's just about in the political sphere and like interactions I personally have with people. But, Soldier Troy got JimBob to agree with debating me. Was that your fault? Yeah, debating me on the 19th? I don't believe so. I think me and JimBob will be debating on the next Friday. Not this coming Friday, but the following. That's going to be on the Crucible. We're going to be debating the 19th Amendment. Basically, should women have the right to vote? I will be saying yes, and JimBob presumably will be against it. So, should be fun. I like JimBob. I like the Crucible. It'll be nice to be the bad guy in the Crucible again, because all the Crucible audience will say, those dirty, dirty women shouldn't be... Oh, right. You're right. The 19th Amendment, not 19th. Yeah, duh. The Crucible crowd will say those dirty, dirty women shouldn't be voting. And I'll defend the ladies in an attempt to hook up with someone. Right? White knighting. Go Rob. It should be fun. It should be fun. Tomorrow I will be on P.F. Jung's show talking... It's not a debate. A conversation with Sitch from Adam and Sitch. And we'll be talking about the alternate electors that Trump suggested. Again. Back to the January 6th shit. Yay. Now, one of these days I'm going to get caught, right? One of these days I'm going to debate someone who's good, who's actually prepared, because I never prepare. And so it'll be, someone's going to catch me. Maybe it'll be Sitch tomorrow. Maybe. Yeah, I hear you, Sparky. It's something. So, who knows? Maybe it'll be Sitch. Maybe it'll be JimBob. I'm all for it. I hope someone crushes me. Maybe tonight me and Sparky will debate something and he'll crush me. Good. Sounds great. P.F. Jung will be moderating tomorrow. So I think that's going to be 8 p.m. Eastern. Now, here's the bonehead move I did. This is not Sitch's fault. This is not P.M. Jung's fault. This is all my fault. I actually double booked tomorrow night. When they asked me if tomorrow night would work, I said sure, and I forgot that I had a prior commitment. And that prior commitment is my friends and me's fantasy football draft is tomorrow at 8 o'clock. So I'm going to be Mr. Auto Draft. Ugh. It's all right. I don't really... Fantasy football to me is just an avenue to have fun, trash-talking friends. I don't really care about football. 10 years ago, I followed football heavily and would have been good at fantasy football. Now I'll watch the occasional game of the hometown team, the Steelers, that I like, but I'm not big into it or anything, so, I mean, whatever. I'll auto-draft, and then I'll have to make excuses why my team sucks, which I'm good at. That's one thing I'm good at, so... Oh, yeah, that doghouse guy. Whatever. He's a bum. He wants to come on and argue Goldstar families with me. More than happy. I saw Hutch. The whole left-wing crew. It's actually... We'll talk a little about the left-wing X space. Yeah, Soldier Troy, that's pretty reasonable. Yeah, I'd say that's close to what my argument is. The government shouldn't discriminate based on immutable characteristic. There should not be some immutable characteristic that means you can't vote, like your ethnicity. You have to be a certain ethnicity to vote. Or your sex. You have to be a certain sex to vote. I think that it is... Thank you, Sparky. I appreciate the cheer. I find it to be entirely reasonable to say that there could be limitations placed on voting, such as age. I don't think just because you're a human being, you should be allowed to vote. So 18 sounds pretty reasonable. I'm open to hearing people say 16, 21. You could argue what specifically the age should be, but I think it should be within the rights of the United States government to say, yeah, we're allowed to say that there's an age limit when it comes to voting. I think there are potentially other limits that I would be open to hearing. Those limits could include being a net payer in to our government. In other words, you pay in more resources than you take out. Interesting argument. I'm not saying I'm for that, but I'd be willing to hear that, and I think that it is possible that the government should be allowed to do that, or maybe there's some other forms of some sort of testing or something like that. Those arguments I find to be more reasonable, even though I'm probably against most of those, than saying that someone shouldn't be allowed to vote based on sex. I think that that's a bad idea. I think it's a very bad idea, and it goes against sort of my core values of liberty and freedom. I think that people should have the right to vote as the default when it comes to immutable characteristics. For me, the limitation I would like to see put on voting is that you have to make your way to a polling station on the day of the election. That's a very low bar. But I think if you can't do that, with the exception of like a debilitating illness or you're a member of the military serving and you're overseas, obviously exceptions should be made for that. Other than that, I think that you should have to find your way to the polling station. And if you don't have the energy to do that, then you are such a low energy voter that you shouldn't be involved in the process. Yeah, that's how I feel. So, and there's other things like, should you have to be a U.S. citizen? Obviously, I think you should have to be. So based on your citizenship, that could be criteria on whether or not you're allowed to vote, But yeah, that's basically, that's my position. Voter ID. Yeah, I agree. You should have to have an ID. So, but yeah, it'll be fun debate. I like JimBob. We'll make it fun. It'll be good stuff. maybe true sunflower, but it's hard to limit for that. It would be hard to say, well, only people, if you have a disability and can't go vote, it has to be a disability that wasn't your fault. I think that'd be a step too far. Sparky, thanks so much. $10 says, happy Griftathon. Grift Timber. Show your support financially, streamers you appreciate. Rob's the ultimate conservative debate. Show them love. Look forward to tonight. Yeah, 10 o'clock tonight I'll be on with Aircraftsparky. Thank you so much, Sparky. Yes, I'll happily grift. Not really. I'm a very bad grifter, to be honest. Because I limit myself to saying what I actually believe. You have a recommendation on a debate panel I could join? Fire away. I'm always up for panels. Now, unfortunately, I also... thank you, Base Politics. I appreciate it. Thanks, Sparky. Unfortunately, I agreed earlier today to this. You have to understand, I'm busy all week, or the past few days. I'm barely checking my messages. JimBob messaged me on Twitter, which is the best place, or X, the best place to find me usually. Direct message me. We set up this debate for the 13th. Then I went and checked my Discord, and Danabo messaged me and wanted to know if I was interested. Wait. Friday. One second. Now this is weird. Let me see here. Let me check my messages. Danabo says that Andrew Wilson said that I'm available that day, that debate's not out. Okay, let me see. How about next Friday the 13th? I said that should work fine. He said, I'll tell Andrew. One second, let me... Okay, one other thing. Sorry. Yeah. Anyways, thank you so much, Vita, for the $2 super chat. Do you think ending day should be voting day? I'm assuming should be a federal holiday. I do. I think we should have a federal holiday. I do type very slow. I'm one finger typer. So anyways, the topic was who's going to be better for president, Kamala or Trump. And the panel was supposed to be Erudite, Pisco, I'm really important in pondering politics, versus the Turk, Gibbs, Andrew, and me. So maybe I'll reschedule that JimBob debate. Just give me 1 second. Okay. So, anyways, some night here coming up, I'll be debating JimBob on the 19th Amendment. I probably then, it looks like we'll be doing this panel, me and Andrew Wilson and Gibbs and the Turk versus Erudite, Pisco, I'm really important in pondering politics. We'll see about that going forward, but it'll be some form of that. Anyways, real exciting stuff watching me go through my schedule. This is why I get the big bucks here. This is why I'm rolling in the offers. It does sound horrible, doesn't it? I did tell, listen, regardless of your feelings on Dylan Burns or left-wing panels or 4-on-4 panels, I have no love for the 4-on-4 panels. I think it's too much. It's almost always a garbage shit show. And I don't like Danibo as a moderator. And the last time that I talked to Danibo, he was super pissy with me because he claimed I was misrepresenting Dylan Burns' position on Ukraine. I think I definitively proved that I wasn't, but he was going hard at me. Nonetheless, Danibo still helped my channel out quite a bit, and I do feel indebted to him. He's always willing to help out finding guests if I need guests. He helped me set up my Discord channel, so I always enjoy helping Danibo out if I can. So if Danibo wants me for a show, as long as it doesn't interfere with something and it seems at least like I could reasonably enjoy myself, then I will do it. What's up, Biking Cat? Yeah. Sometimes me and Andrew on the same side doesn't work so well because we're both try to carry the side. Sometimes both of us are better when we all have weaker partners. But I think it'll be fine. I'm not too worried. That's not a panel of heavy hitters. Peace goes a decent debater. All right, 1 second. Now I'm getting things cleared up. All right. All right. Done with the scheduling stuff. So, yeah, it looks like I'm booked in for the Hippy Dippy panel next Saturday. Or, I'm sorry, next Friday. Next Thursday, it looks like will be the debate with JimBob. No, I don't think Danibo's modding. I'm assuming it'll be Dylan Burns modding. Usually he moderates the Hippy Dippy. So, anyways, there you go. That's the schedule. So, tomorrow, talking to Sitch on the alternate electors business, which I have to do the slightest amount of research. I got to find the Eastman memo. Then I have to find some stuff about the 19 whatever year election of JFK versus Nixon, the Hawaii elector business. But there's an article I saw that was pretty good. So we'll talk about that. I don't know. Hippy Dippy's sort of coming back, I guess. Here's a question I have for EOD. I like EOD a lot, so I'm not really shitting on you. What's up with everyone misspelling the word losing? Now, I'm a terrible speller. I spell words wrong all the time. But I don't know that I really ever misspell the word losing. And I think it's because I'm lazy. So I see this all the time online. People misspell losing and they'll spell it loosing. Loosing. Like they'll always put the two O's. And because I'm lazy, I think if I'm going to misspell a word, I would always include less letters than the actual looser. Yeah, I always include less. So I don't know what it is. That seems like an odd. I'm not just saying just EOT. I see that all the time. It's just, how did that happen? I don't know. It seems strange to me. That's such a common misspelled word. I don't know. Losing. We got a lot of. Their first language is in English. Maybe that's the case. I don't know about. Maybe it's spelling correction. Yeah. I don't think EOD's first language isn't English. So in some other drama news before we get started into the actual stream. It appears that I don't know that I was blackballed, but I have acknowledged on this show, and I think it had been acknowledged publicly on at least this person's part, that after the last time over a year or so ago when I was on Adam and Sitch's show, it seemed as if I was not welcomed back because apparently I called Sitch a liar. I don't recall ever having done so, but that's what Adam told me. I'd reached out a couple of times, asked if they would like to do a show. In particular, and I'll get to the last time I reached out to them, I thought it was very important. I thought that one thing I could do in this space actually that might make a difference in the world was after the attempted assassination attempt of Trump to sort of go on to some bigger shows, especially shows that maybe some left-wingers would listen to, and sort of impart why I thought that you shouldn't cheer for the assassination of a presidential candidate, why that's bad, and why you need to take a step back if you're one of those people that are sort of cheering for that. Even if you're on the right. If you're on the right and you're cheering for like violence or death against your political opponents, well, you might want to take a step back and think about why that's a really bad way to live and a really bad way to argue politics. And most people didn't want to hear it. So I reached out to a lot of shows. No one really wanted to talk about it. Okay, fine. One of them I reached out to was Adam and Sitch. Adam said to me, not interested. You called Sitch a liar. Okay, fine. No problem. To his credit, Adam reached out to me today and said, listen, bury the hatchet. We don't give a shit if you don't give a shit. I said, I don't give a shit. Good to go. So, no hard feelings, Sitch and Adam. I stand by everything I've said publicly about them, which hasn't been that bad, but I stand by that. I'm not saying that I was making stuff up or anything like that. I wasn't. But look, shit happens. People disagree all the time in various significant ways. People get fucked. Just the other day, I was biting Sparky's head off, and I'll be honest, I went back and rewatched that part of the stream, and I think that I was misinterpreting what Sparky was saying, so I do apologize for that. I was going to wait to apologize to him tonight on his show, but I do. I think maybe I was a little too aggressive. I don't think my reading of what he said was completely off base. And there might be some small level of disagreement, but being a dick about it was maybe not the best way to go about it. But it happens. Like you have these shitty, petty arguments. But I like to think that most of us are adults, and it doesn't prevent you from talking to each other or collaborating in various ways. So I'm glad to see that, particularly before I talk to Sitch tomorrow, that's water under the bridge, because I would like to not have to talk about that tomorrow, which I won't have to because it's water under the bridge. So there's no need for me to bring it up. Hatchet buried, good to go. So be fun to talk to Sitch tomorrow. And now I'll be honest, I'm hoping, because I've done, the only research I've done into the alternate electors was when I was debating Destiny months ago. So I haven't done any new research. I suppose I could. I suppose I could be doing it right now. But I don't give a shit. How about that? So I'm hoping that Sitch is more well-read on it than me. We'll see, man. We'll go through it and we'll see what happens. Because I know this is the big bugaboo where a bunch of people think that this is the hang-up with Trump, that he hates America and blah, blah, blah. So we'll see her tomorrow. We'll see how it goes. And to Sitch's defense, he never straight up told me, you called me a liar, I don't want to work with you. That was more Adam, but it's irrelevant to me at this point. So what did I want to talk about today? I don't know. I thought maybe I'd sing some karaoke for y'all before we get on with Sparky. Right? We'll jump on that. How about we start with this? I am going to talk about the Goldstar families. Maybe we'll play some of the videos of some of the comments that they had. But the first thing I want to talk about is I want to tip my cap to a lot of left-wing people that I see online. I think that there are certain sections of them that are immensely good at collaborating and working as a single unit. And that's actually effective. It's something that's people on the right would be wise to do if they were trying to have a movement. Now, here's the problem. There used to be this, I understand this guy would hate my politics, and I don't really like his politics all that much, but the comedian George Carlin, my brother Jesse one time gave me a book that he wrote for my birthday. I think it was called, When Will Jesus Pass the Pork Chops? Something like that. And, again, I don't know, the God-bashing, whatever, of George Carlin, whatever. But there was an opening, his, I don't know what you call it, epilogue or whatever, to the book. I always thought that was interesting. He says, here's all the problems that I have with humanity and why I don't want to be considered part of them. He lists a bunch. And then he ends with this. He says, and even if all those were fixed, I still don't want to be part of it. And I thought that was kind of humorous. I sort of feel like that with like the online right. I don't really have a jonesing to be part of a group. I just don't. And like, I'll give you an example. Do you guys remember someone who I think is very likable and I wish the best? You remember Critically Thinking Veteran? Does anyone remember him? Critically Thinking Veteran, or CTV, was a streamer. He's like a right-wing guy. He used to do a bunch of these panel shows. Let's see if I can do a CTV. Oh, what's up, guys? This guy here with his bullshit about taxes. All I'm saying is we need to legalize marijuana. That's all I'm saying. And this bullshit that they're coming here with, that's my CTV impression. Out of love, I like CTV, but that's that's sort of how he sounded. So I don't know if you're new to my channel and you didn't follow the sort of debate panel spheres, you might not know who CTV is. He sort of left the online space for a while. I do think he's coming back. I've seen him pop in and say hi, so I wish him well. I really do. One of the things is he contacted me and I think some other right-wing streamers and was interested in starting this sort of collaboration with right-wingers, where he was like, we should all have like weekly meetings and we should all sort of determine who's the best to debate certain subjects, and then send out like almost like a union. Oh, you want someone to debate income tax? That's Aircraftsparky. He's our man. So if you contact Rob and say, Rob, will you be on this panel debating income tax? Nope. The answer is no. Only Sparky will do that. And this is what our message is going to be for the next month to promote the politics we want, blah, 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 blah. Right? That was sort of his idea. There's my brother. That's my brother, Jesse, I was just talking about, who bought me that George Carlin book one time for my birthday. Anyways, CTV had this idea, and it's not a bad idea. I just want nothing to do with it, if that's fair. And I know that wasn't the answer he wanted to hear from me, but I'm like, no, I kind of like just doing my own thing. I don't want to be pigeonholed into like, I can only talk about certain things. I don't want to let a team down because I say, this is my area, and anytime you need someone for that, that's fine. And then I get on a 20-day work schedule and I can't stream. I just don't give a shit. I don't. Now, if this is coming from a more centralized figure that's like offering, like actually putting political weight behind something, or cultural weight, like, hey, we'll pay you to be part of our, like, the Blaze TV's like, we'll pay you to do a show on the Blaze, and we'll collaborate weekly. That's one thing. I would do that for enough money, as long as it didn't mean that I had to say things I don't believe in. But as long as I could continue to be myself and promote the message that I want, yeah, someone wants to pay me to do it. Hell, that's basically what I'm doing now. If you all want to give me super chats, great. I'm going to keep saying what I'm saying. But, right? So I don't see an ethical problem. By the way, brief sidestep, the same with Progressive Victory PAC. Progressive Victory PAC pays all these left-wingers. I don't really have a problem with it. Now, there is a question of, legally, are they allowed to do this? Is there campaign finance violations if certain things aren't being disclosed? Maybe, but I don't really give a shit. I'm not looking into that. I don't care that much. And then you have questions of, should you ethically have to say if you're being paid? Maybe, I guess. But generally speaking, I don't give a shit. Like, if you're someone like Wick TV and, you need a job, and Progressive Victory PAC comes around and says, we'll give you $2,000 a month or something like that, have at her. Now, if you start changing what you believe to get that check, that's a different story. But as far as getting paid to do what you would be doing anyways, or to say what you believe, have at her. I don't give a shit. Left or right wing. Cool on me. I don't care. Now, what CTV wasn't suggesting was paying people or anything. It was just sort of self-unionizing. It's just not for me. But the left does it, and they're very good at it. And it does become effective, particularly with people that are predisposed to believe the ideas that are being espoused. So I've noticed something that will happen with me a lot. A lot of these people with way bigger following accounts than me I'll repost something. So I'll repost something from Joe Rogan or Tucker Carlson or Mike Benz, or I'll put my own post up and I'll say something. And a lot of times what they'll do is, I would say, I don't know how many times because I only see this if it's in the response. They'll repost. They don't respond to my tweet, but they'll repost it without tagging me. And so I'll have no idea. And then because I have a small following, I might get 20 to 30 likes on something. And their repost criticize me will get like 300 likes. And it'll get like 10 times the viewers, right? Or they'll just quote post me and tag me. And it sort of has a similar effect. And it's very much... CTV stood for Conservative Victory. Yeah. It's very much on brand, right? And a lot of them do it sort of collectively, and they respond to each other's posts a lot. I'm not saying this is anything nefarious, by the way. I'm not saying that at all. I'm not. It's perfectly reasonable, and it's an effective way to sort of hammer a message out there. But it's sort of the same old bullshit that you see over and over. So what I say to those people, and I'll just throw some names out here: Pondering Politics, Pisco, Hutch, Econo Boy, and I know a lot of them do a collaboration show together. I'll debate them anytime I'm available on issues that they want. And they could all come together, too. And they could pick the moderator, too. I don't give a shit. That's okay. I am honored that they know how good I am, that now there's a full court press on following me, and they're going to jump together and those sorts of posts. Great. I'm glad I can provide content for you guys. And I'll keep doing my work in 90, 100 hours a week and being a father and coming on here as a hobby and making you guys look bad over and over again. No skin off my back. Let's do her, baby. So, Danabo's in here. Happy to be doing the show with IRI. By the way, Danabo, you sure IRI wants to debate me? Because, the last time I debated IRI, it was one-on-one. I'm really important. And he said after that, he doesn't want to debate me anymore, because, quote, he likes to stay in his bubble. Which is probably wise if I'm really important. Now, by the way, I think IRI is a likable guy. I just don't think he's the best debater. In this panel, Pondering's okay. Pisco's a good debater. Erudite, I don't know. I've debated Erudite once. I was unimpressed. Seems likable, but was unimpressed. And I'm really important sucks. He really does suck as a debater. And again, I say that as someone, I think IRI does things that are better than me. IRI is great at sort of talking to his own base and driving a message. He does things like he watches C-SPAN all the time. And I think that he goes out in the real world and does a lot of things, like I think he was at the DNC and things like that. It's all good. Being a good debater isn't the end-all be-all. That don't mean shit. Who do you think affects politics more? Do you think I'm a better debater than Scott Pressler? Probably. But Scott Pressler's pounding the pavement every day, registering thousands of people to vote. Who do you think's having more of an influence on politics? Scott Pressler. I might be able to debate him in circles, but it doesn't matter. So please don't take any offense if you ever hear me saying, I don't think you're that good of a debater. That doesn't really mean shit. Okay, yeah, whatever, Danabo. And I'm cool with, there's no one that you could pick that I know of that I would be unwilling to share a platform with. As long as it's within terms of service. I'm not going to sit around if people start talking about they want Trump to be killed. Then I'll bang out. But I don't think anyone that you've suggested would be in that. So yeah, I mean, debate can be important. It ended Biden's bid for re-election. Totally true. So, yeah, maybe IRI won't confirm. Get Destiny. I'd love to make him rage quit again. Why not? So anyways, the reason I bring it up was I posted, if you haven't seen, and maybe we'll watch a couple of the Goldstar family videos, in a nutshell, here's what happened. Goldstar families, I haven't got complete confirmation on this, but it seems that this is the case. Goldstar families from the folks, the 13 soldiers that tragically died in the terrorist attack in the disastrous Afghanistan pullout. It was on the anniversary of their death, and they decided that they were going to invite Trump, and I believe they also invited Kamala Harris and Biden. Though I haven't had confirmation on that second part there. But they invited them to Arlington to have a ceremony for the fallen soldiers. Trump showed up. Pictures were taken. Trump put out a post or campaign of that. The sort of media that are just propagandists for Kamala Harris, they decided to make this story not about how did these soldiers die, and how did the Biden-Harris administration deal with the families of these soldiers. They don't give a shit about any of that. It just became, the rules at Arlington say that you can't take photos for political purposes at Arlington because it's a very solemn place and you're not allowed to do that. So that's what the story became, and they were hammering it and hammering it and hammering it. I wasn't going to touch the story because here's the truth. To anyone that's telling you that, none of these people give a shit. None of them give a shit. None of them give a shit about these types of rules. They don't care. It doesn't matter if you could show them. You could be like, what specifically is the nature of what you think this is rules violation? They'd be like, you can't ever use an ad of a politician at Arlington. You can't do that. And you'd be like, well, here's Joe Biden doing it. Here's Barack Obama doing it. Well, that was different because that was pictures that they had taken previously when they were there for official business, so it's okay, and blah, 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 blah. They'll always find a reason to differentiate. They don't give a shit. For example, I don't have it in front of me, but there are rules on the book that I believe that you can't give political speeches in front of soldiers in uniform or in certain buildings, things like that. Biden administration's blocked that. None of them give a shit. They don't care. They don't care about this. They're just whining. And of course, like always, they're able to make what they're trying to do is control a narrative and make a big story out of something that they don't give a shit about themselves. They don't give a shit. They don't give a shit. If Kamala Harris comes out tomorrow in Arlington with the family, they wouldn't give a shit. They'd be like, so what? Trump did it. Who cares? That's what they would say. They don't give a shit. They don't care. Right? And the truth is that the right was going to lose the optics battle somewhat on this as it was playing out. Because they took the bait. Oh, no, it wasn't that bad what Trump did, blah, 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 blah. Then they're playing defense. So instead of talking about allegations that 300,000 children are missing since the Biden administration that came across the southern border, the poorest southern border and the amount of people that came in the disaster. Thank you so much, Alice in Wonderland. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Instead of talking about that, Drew the Dogman for Super Chat, $2. Cheers, Roberto. Not Sex 60. Thank you. Instead of talking about the disastrous economic data, the disastrous Biden-Harris, instead of talking about how Kamala Harris lied about the health of Joe Biden along with almost the entirety of the Democratic Party and the media, instead of talking about any of that, they're talking about what Trump did at Arlington wasn't that bad. Always taking bait. I don't give a shit. I'm not going to talk about it. I don't care. But then Kamala Harris's team steps on a rake because you have to understand and Trump's bad at this, by the way. It's something that Trump's bad at. Sometimes there are attacks that you don't need to make as the candidate. You can just step back and allow all the voices out there to make those attacks. Let me give you an example. Danvo wishes he was paid. Call Brianna Wu. Maybe they'll pay. In Pennsylvania here in 2022, I was really pushing for Republicans to win the races. As you know, one of the races was Dr. Oz versus John Fetterman for Senate. I told you the story. I met Dr. Oz, told him to his face I didn't like him, but I would still vote for him unless something crazy happened because I really disliked Fetterman and hope that he proved me wrong. One of the things that happened was one of the heads of his campaign, I don't know who if it was just like, it wasn't like his campaign manager, but it was like his media correspondent or something, someone high up in his campaign, started to put out tweets mocking John Fetterman for having a stroke. Basically saying, because Fetterman's a little overweight, maybe if he would have ate more fruits and vegetables, he wouldn't have had a stroke. Something to that effect. And I was like, yeah, you can't say that. I could say that. Sparky could say that. My brother there could say that. Barbecue You could say that. But the Oz campaign can't. One, because you should never have a campaign that's making fun of a serious medical condition of your opponent. It would be fair for them to say, listen, it's tragic that he suffered this debilitating illness, we don't know if he's qualified now with the energy and the mental capacity necessary to be senator, to be an effective senator for the people of Pennsylvania. That's totally in bounds. But you can't be like, oh, fatty, eat more fruits. Now, most of you don't give a shit. And I kind of don't give a shit. But swing voters do. They care. And it's especially egregious when you're Dr. Oz, and part of who you are is, well, I'm a very sober-minded doctor. And your campaign's picking on someone for having a stroke. That's stupid. If you wanted to do that, then farm it out to some streamer. Farm it out to some Laura Loomer type person. But you don't do that. Your campaign doesn't do that. That's the same here with this attack, the Arlington attack with Kamala Harris. She should have just left the media deal with it. Left her online sycophants deal with it. She shouldn't have weighed in. But she did. And that was a huge mistake. And so she weighs in, and basically with the attack of, oh, Trump was at Arlington and it was a photo op, and this is disrespecting our soldiers. The problem is, when you open a line of attack on your opponent, like saying they disrespect soldiers, then you've opened yourself up to that same criticism if there's anything to criticize about. And in this specific story, when these Goldstar families invited Trump, and allegedly invited Kamala herself, it opened the gateway for the family members themselves to come out and say, fuck you. Which is exactly what happened. Now the media is going to try to spin this, and the Kamala sycophants are going to try to spin this as, but Trump broke the rules. But Trump broke the rules. He broke the rules. The rules were broken. Rules were broken. But one, as I said, they don't give a shit about the rules being broken, only if they could use it to target Trump. And second, the average American, rightfully so, is going to be like, so wait, what happened? Oh, these people died because of a disastrous policy of Harris and Biden. And remember, Harris said she was the last person in the room discussing the details of the disastrous Afghan pullout. So imagine, you know how many times I've debated Afghanistan? It's very simple. In fact, you go back and you look, me live streaming when Joe Biden, I remember I was going to a fucking COVID rapid test for my work when I heard about Biden pulling out of Afghanistan. Go watch my live stream. What I said, I was like, absolutely 100% applaud Joe Biden. He did what, for whatever reason, Trump couldn't. Yes, we should pull out of Afghanistan. Absolutely what I said. I still, to this day, give Joe Biden credit, and Harris, for pulling out of Afghanistan. Absolutely do. It was the right thing to do. The way in which they did it was a buffoonish disaster. But the idea of coming home was absolutely, in my opinion, the right thing to do. Absolutely. However, as I've been debating for years, the way in which that happened was so unbelievably imbecilic that even a layman like me could see the evident problems with it. You have a secure airbase in Bagram that our military has control over. This airbase would be effective enough to get everything out that you want. Our allies, our citizens, our equipment, what we wanted to take back, and then finally our troops. And instead, we did the opposite. The Biden administration said, no. Close down the protected airbase. Instead, we'll rely on a civilian airbase, which will be so impossible to defend, and we'll start to bring our troops back first. So then we'll have to rely on the Taliban for security. Oh, and by the way, the Taliban just freed ISIS from the jails in Bagram Air Base. So the group that just freed ISIS, who we've been fighting a war against for 20 years, we're now going to look at and go, hey, can you please help us out here? Can you keep us safe? And then predictably, what happened? They didn't keep us safe. In fact, ISIS, so goes the official story, that was freed from Bagram, bombed, killing countless civilians. I forget how many civilians died, and 13 service members. So imagine if you're the family of one of those service members and you're like, holy shit, my son died or daughter died because of epic stupidity. Epic stupidity. Now listen, let me take a step back. Did troops die in Afghanistan under Trump? Yes. Did more troops die in Afghanistan under Trump? Yeah, I believe it was 45. Does that suck? Yeah. Do I think Trump should be criticized for not getting us out of Afghanistan sooner? Yes. So should Obama. So should Bush. But sure, I have no problem with that. I said it at the time. I criticized Trump when he was escalating things in places like Syria. So of course, I have no problem admitting that. I wish we would have came home sooner. Yeah, maybe those people would be alive. But understand there's a difference between continuing a disastrous policy, staying in Afghanistan, and then over the course of that, conflicts occurring there where people die, versus people dying because you made a horribly stupid, buffoonish decision to bring back the security before you brought back the civilians, the people that need protection. Which meant that the handful of people, the skeleton crew that you left behind that had to rely on the Taliban for defense was basically defenseless. And so these parents would be pissed. Then in the dignified transfer of remains, remember the video? Joe Biden looking at his watch? Let's get out of here. Can you imagine how furious he would be? You'd blame that man and Kamala Harris for the death of your child. And then you see, whether it be a mistake and just, whatever the reason, optically, many of these parents felt disrespected that Joe Biden was staring at his watch and didn't seem. You might, if you're a lefty, you might say, that's not fair. Maybe Trump looked at his watch before. All of that may be true. I'm just talking from the perspective of these 13 families. How would they be feeling? Your son, your daughter is dead because of a stupid, stupid decision, a tactical decision, where you literally said that their defenders would be the very people they were there for 20 years fighting, the Taliban. And it didn't work out as predicted. Then you go to the ceremony to honor them, and there's the president that you're blaming staring at his watch. Glennis says it's even worse. Maybe so. Then you see Joe Biden never really reach out to you. Kamala Harris wasn't even at the dignified transfer of remains. Then they never pick up the phone to call you. Allegedly, is what these families are saying. Then they barely even utter the names of the soldiers, and when they do, they screw up the names. All of these things are adding up to infuriating these families. But no one gives a shit. No one in the media gives a shit. It's not a big story. Why? Because the media doesn't give a shit. If it was Trump, if this happened under Trump, it'd be the biggest story in the country. But it's under Harris-Biden administration, so they don't give a shit. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Then you have a service to invite for your children that died on I believe it was the 2-year anniversary, correct? You invite Trump. Thank you so much, Gizmo, for the cheer. I appreciate it. You invite Trump. You invite Kamala Harris. Allegedly, someone invited Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. Harris and Biden don't show up. Trump does. He takes photos with you. The media starts covering the story again. What's the media's coverage? It's not, my God, these honorable servicemen that died in this disaster, and their families are enraged that they don't feel they've gotten the respect that they deserve from the sitting president and vice president, that they hold responsible. Nope, that's not the media story. The media story is Trump's disrespecting military families by showing up and taking these photos, which, by the way, these 13 families wanted. That's against the rules. Now you're really seething if you're these families. You're like, what the fuck? Still, not only are they still not talking about how our families have been disrespected and how our children were killed meaninglessly because of a stupid tactical decision, but now they're saying the guy that actually showed up that we feel was at least honoring them, he's a piece of shit that's dishonoring soldiers. And then the coup de grace is Kamala Harris's account itself starts tweeting out, yep, Trump doesn't respect the soldiers. And so the predictable happened. They spoke up. 8 of them put out videos directly responding to Kamala Harris. They had the bomber in scope for 2 hours for the blast. That's terrible. Now we have these families speaking out. What are the Kamala Harris defenders saying? But it's against the rules. It's against the rules. So I put out a tweet that said, thank goodness for a platform like X. Because without a platform like X, millions upon millions of people wouldn't have heard the voices of these Goldstar families themselves. The media would have paid lip service to them, maybe played a 10-second clip here or there. The story would have been driven off the front. How do I know that? Well, before these Goldstar's families came out on X here yesterday, that's exactly how they were being treated. It was only because they could go directly to the people through their own voice on a platform like X that we were able to hear what they really thought. And that's a great point, as far as I'm concerned. Of course, I made the point. That's why a platform like X is so important, with all of its flaws. And I'm not saying Elon Musk is some great saint. But to have a platform that's not narratively controlled by the establishment allows stories like this to be brought. And Hutch responds to me, not by responding, he quote posts me, because the quote post, you have to understand what the quote post is about. Why does Pisco never respond to me? Why does he quote post? Why does Hutch quote post? Because it's about making sure that they get more engagement on their post with their audience. That's what it's about. So if they just respond to me, then they're worried that they won't get more views than me, and so therefore the ratio won't look as good for them. So they quote post, which makes it more difficult to have a conversation with them. And they do. This is what I talk about when they work in tandem. I'm sure that there's been some sort of discussion. This is the way to engagement farm in some sense on places like X. So I don't respond to them anymore because of that. I will quote post if I'm to respond. That's that. I'm not playing the game anymore. Fuck them. I don't care. That's it. So he quote posts me and talking about, well, this is why X is important so these families can have this story. And he's like, Rob. In fact, I could probably bring it up. Let's see. There we go. This is what he says to me. Help if I had the window capture up, huh? He says, Rob, if Kamala went to the gravesite of fallen soldiers for a political photo op and was told that the rules did not permit what she wanted, and then her campaign staff shoved the cemetery employee out of the way and pressed ahead anyways, what would you be saying right now? Smiley face emoji. Let's answer that question. What would I be saying? Nothing. I'd be talking about how Kamala Harris is a fucking disaster for a litany of reasons. This wouldn't have been one of them. I might say she's responsible for the deaths of these soldiers because of the disastrous Afghanistan pullout. But I wouldn't give two shit. In fact, it would almost not be a story. How do I know? Because I've seen videos of Joe Biden for campaign using Arlington photos. What did I say? Nothing. I've seen arguably political ads from Barack Obama using photos of him in Arlington. What did I say? Nothing. There's so many bigger fish to fry. Rather, she broke. In fact, many people have said many times that Joe Biden has broken various rules when he has given political speeches in front of uniformed soldiers. Show me one time ever complaining about it. Show me once. I don't recall it. Do you think the mainstream media would have been making a big deal out of it? You think it would have been the top story on CNN and MSNBC and ABC and the weekend network newscast? Do you think it would have been? Methinks not. I think the story would have been, oh, Kamala showed up. These soldiers died under Trump's watch, and Kamala showed up. Where was Trump? That would have been the story. And if someone in Trump's team would have said, but they broke the rules, the media would have said, but still, where was he? He was responsible for these deaths. Why hasn't he picked up the phone? That's what would have happened. So I responded to Hutch with the following. I said, Hutch, if Trump had put out a post claiming Kamala had dishonored fallen soldiers by showing up at Arlington and having pictures, and then it turned out the families of the fallen blamed Trump for their kids' deaths, invited Kamala, and were furious that Trump never even bothered to contact them about their children's deaths, what would you be saying right now? And of course his response is, these families don't get to write their own rules. Neither they nor Trump had any right or authority to do that. They don't give a shit. The hell with those Goldstar families. There was rules broken, we think. The hell with them. Notice they don't have anything to say about the disastrous Afghan pullout. The fact that these Goldstar families say that they've been treated like shit by Harris and Biden. That Harris and Biden refused to talk to them. That's the truth. So they go right ahead. They want to keep making this stuff. But the rules are the rules. Now let's hear from some of these. If I can. Trump wisely posted, I believe from his official account, many of these videos. Warning, foul language incoming. Let's hear what these families of the people that died because Kamala Harris and Joe Biden thought it was a good idea to close down a secure base and then rely on the Taliban for defense. Let's see what the families themselves have to say about who disrespected the memory of soldiers.
Goldstar father of Marine Lance Corporal Jared Schmitz. Here we are on a beautiful holiday weekend day. I got to stop what I'm doing, spending time with what's left of my family, to address a heinous, vile, and disgusting post put out by Kamala Harris, trying to incite those that don't follow the truth that President Trump was in Arlington as a political stunt. Shows you how much you know about the 13 families. We invited him to be there. Groundwork was put into place by Congressman Ice's office to make sure we followed protocol. Why did we want Trump there? It wasn't to help his political campaign. We wanted a leader. That explains why you and Joe didn't get a call. Imagine for a second that your kid is killed, and there's a president of the United States willing to take you under his wing and listen to you. That's what we found in President Trump. Certainly not you, and certainly not Joe Biden. You have 13 families who have been waiting over 3 years to so much as get a phone call, to so much as hear our kids' names said aloud in the halls of Congress, at a State of the Union, hell, anything. The irony behind your post, that you give a rat's ass about our military or our veterans, Jared's brothers and sisters in arms, the rest of the 12, their brothers and sisters in arms, is an outright lie. We're living proof of that. You're despicable. You have zero business running this country. And I pray to God, Americans, wake the hell up and get your ass out of office. You have spit in our face for the last fucking time.
But Trump broke the rules. Trump broke the rules. Trump broke the rules. We can't talk about Biden and Harris treating these families like shit. Trump broke the rules. He doesn't respect us to the troops. Where would we be if we had to filter that through the mainstream media? Where would we be? Thank goodness we have a platform like X where these people could get their voice heard, because the propagandist media doesn't give a shit. Next.
Vice President Harris, my name is Christy Shamblin. My daughter-in-law, Sergeant Nicole Leanne G., was killed in the Afghanistan exit at Abbey Gate on August 26, 2021. This year, for the 3rd year anniversary of her murder, we welcome President Donald J. Trump to Arlington to lay a wreath on the tomb of the unknown soldier with our family and to visit Nicole graveside. President Trump and his team were respectful. They listened to our stories and didn't talk much at all. We welcomed them that day, and they were comfort to our family. Vice President Harris, I ask you, why won't you return a call and explain to us how you call my daughter-in-law's death a success? Vice President Harris, why will you not express your condolences yourself? Why have we never heard from you? And finally, why would you take a day where we celebrated the death of our loved one and use it to disparage not only them, but us? President Trump has called, President Trump shows up, and President Trump takes the time to hear our loved ones' stories. Why won't you do the same?
But the rules! What about the rules? The rules! Arlington rules! Yeah, we know that Biden's used photos in Arlington in the past, and there's no evidence that the Trump's people shoved this person from the army, but the rules! The rules! Kamala really respects the troops and their families. She really respects. It's Trump. Trump's against them. This is the story that they chose, that Kamala Harris herself weighed in on. This is the story. Shitting on these Goldstar families. Shitting on their children, that they're directly responsible for their deaths. And this is the fucking story that they've decided that they want to control the narrative and push. That's how low down and shitty they are. They are so overconfident, and partially with good reason, that they control the narrative so much that they take the one issue that you might say Trump did it for political reasons. He doesn't really give a shit. He was just pandering. But these families wanted him there, and he came. And Kamala and Biden, who they blame for their children's death, can't even pick up the fucking phone. And they're going to go, but the rules. Trump doesn't respect them. Next.
Good afternoon. My name is Herman Lopez. I'm a Goldstar father. My son, Corporal Hunter Lopez, was a U.S. Marine killed in action on August 26, 2021. This message is intended for Vice President Kamala Harris. I'm not a person who usually takes to social media, but earlier today, your post regarding the incident at Arlington National Cemetery was brought to my attention. After reading it, it caused a reaction with me. You indicated in your post that you support the military and military families. I, for one, have not seen that support. It's been 3 years since my son was killed in action, and myself, my family, and other Goldstar families have not seen any support from you or your administration. You may make hollow promises about the economy or anything else you'd like to make promises about, but one thing that I ask of you And the reason I'm making this message is for you to stop making comments about your support for the military. As a Goldstar father, I know that you have not supported us. I know that you have not supported other Goldstar families. Please stop making these types of comments because that support has not been demonstrated. Your words are hollow and empty. My other request is that for the American public to know that these messages, these promises from Kamala Harris, especially in regard to supporting the military and our military families, are false and baseless. They have not been proven, and she has not earned our respect. Thank you very much.
But what about the rules? What about Trump had a photo at Arlington? Clearly he hates the troops. Clearly he's not respecting them. Hey, Hutch. Hey, mainstream media. Got a second to take a time out for what the families are actually saying? No? No comment on that? No comment on them saying Harris-Biden administration's responsible for their kids' deaths and they've shit on their memory and are politicizing it? No? No comment? Just concerned about those all-important rules, right? Right? The rules that shows that Trump doesn't respect.
Vice President Harris.
Next.
Vice President Harris, my name is Jim McCollum. I am the Goldstar father of United States Marine Corps Lance Corporal Riley McCollum, killed in Afghanistan, August 26, 2021. Your recent remarks related to Trump's visit to Arlington are filled with nothing but lies and deceit. How do you sleep at night knowing it was you, this administration, you and Biden, you being the last one in the room, are responsible for the death of our 13 kids? You have failed for 3 years and 8 months to acknowledge our kids, to acknowledge me. You don't know me. You've never spoken to me. You've never reached out to me. You have failed in your duties as vice president. You have been nothing but disrespectful to me and the families of the 13. Yet you're claiming that you will always be respectful and show respect for our fallen. You've been absent for 3 years and 8 months. You've proven that you're not capable to do the job that you have, let alone the job that you seek. You know nothing about honor, courage, commitment, respect, but President Trump does. President Trump has been there for us. He's been a rock for us. He showed compassion for us, and he showed he truly cares for the families that truly do know what the ultimate sacrifice really is. You have the day you deserve.
Jake Tapper, speaking up. Rachel Maddow, George Stephanopoulos, Hutch. Huh? Any of the people that were upset about the rules being broken allegedly by Trump's team at Arlington? Any of them, and how that's pissing on the graves of the dead soldiers? Any of them covering this gentleman? They reach out to him? They've had 3 years. Did they reach out and give him a big platform? I wonder why not. Did Kamala Harris? Of course not. Did Joe Biden? Of course not. Huh. But trust them, they really care about the soldiers. Next.
Vice President Harris, my name is Steve Nakui. I'm the father of Lance Corporal Kareem M. Nakui. And your administration killed my son. Deliberately in exchange for political theatrics so you could have a final day of the evacuation coincide with September 11th. Ignoring the advice of your generals, the Doha Agreement, and countless other veterans and members of Congress. Denying the safety of the Afghans and the servicemen and women. Your choice to play politics in 2021 killed 170 Afghans, 13 U.S. service members, and wounded 45 of our service members, as well as countless Afghans. You were not at Dover for the dignified transfer. At no time have you reached out to me to offer your condolences, to offer thank you for Kareem's sacrifice and service. Not once have you honored him by saying his name, so I said it for you. You have disparaged all 13 who have lost their lives as well as their families, exhibiting your lack of gratitude by your silence. I agree with you on one thing, that a person like you should never and will never stand behind the seal of presidency. You are a DEI vice president, and contrary to our kids, the worst that America has to offer. I will pray for you, that God has mercy on your soul.
Boy, sounds like these families really respect Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, right? And their love for the soldiers and their families, right? That's what it sounds like. Oh, we're not going to listen to them, though. We're not going to listen to the parents of the kids that were actually killed there. We're not going to listen to them. Instead, let's listen to a bunch of Trump haters that are like, we didn't like it. He took a picture at Arlington. We don't like that. It was against the rules. It was against the rules. Let's, for a minute, steelman their position. Let's steelman the position of people like Hutch or people like the mainstream media that are going off on this and say their position is that Trump violated some rules and that shows disrespect for the families of those that are buried in Arlington. Even if that's true, how are they not eviscerating Kamala for what these Goldstar families are saying about her? Couldn't both things simultaneously be true? And yet they're not talking at all about that. They're pretending like, oh, Trump. Remember, the whole story starts with this cycle. That Trump's disrespecting the soldiers. Trump's called them suckers and losers. Remember? Of course, there's no proof of that. Just one person that doesn't like Trump saying it. And so they ran with that story. And as was said many times before by people smarter than me, but I'll repeat it here. Why would Trump even say that? It doesn't even make sense. And yet we took it as gospel truth. It's been repeated verbatim by Biden and Harris that Trump said this. So they started with the attack of Trump doesn't respect the soldiers. Do they? Then they bring up he violated the rules of Arlington. He doesn't respect the soldiers. Do they? And yet they can't bring themselves to actually listen to what these Goldstar families said. They have nothing to say. Nothing. Instead, they just want to talk about Trump doesn't like the soldiers, the rules. And then they demand you answer for it. Fuck them. They don't give a shit about the rules. They don't give a shit about the soldiers. They don't give a shit about their families. They rely on control of the narrative to push things that they don't give a shit about, knowing that people like us will be good faith and respond to them. No more. Why don't they respond to these families? Next.
Kamala, your statement is nothing more than a political spin to help you look better in your presidential...
Hey, there's Hutch. Hutch is in the chat. Hey, Hutch, you can come on if you want after we finish hearing from these people that are more respectful than you'll ever be. Just keep in mind that Hutch thinks these people are sacks of shit and that their voices doesn't matter because I haven't seen him once tweet out about, oh my God, what they said about Kamala is devastating. Haven't seen that tweet. Maybe he'll prove me wrong. Maybe he'll show on his channel what he said. Maybe he'll be able to do that. But I'd like to hear what they say first, and then Hutch could tell you, but the rules of Arlington?
Kamala, your statement is nothing more than a political spin to help you look better in your presidential campaign against Donald Trump. You have never walked a single day in our shoes. Our kids were murdered because of your administration. You are partly to blame for that as well. What happened at Arlington was President Trump was invited by those families who have their soldiers buried at Arlington. They were invited there as a friend, as somebody who has taken the time numerous times on numerous occasions to hear our stories, to speak our kids' names, and to help us get some accountability from your administration, because in over 3 years, we have gotten nothing but more and more lies. Just like your statement, more and more spun lies and cover-ups to make you and your administration look good. But there is one thing that you said in your statement that was true. No one should be running for president if they cannot honor military members, their families, as well as veterans. So I guess that means that you should step down, Kamala.
But what about the rules at Arlington? The hell, we don't have time to talk about what that woman said who lost her child. We don't have time for that. The rules.
My name is Coral Dulero. I am Corporal Humberto Sanchez's mother. This is my statement of what happened on August 26, 2024. My son is not buried in Arlington, but I really feel like when President Trump went and paid tribute and paid his respect in Arlington for our kids, it was not just the ones buried in there. It was for all of our kids, and it was an invitation that the families actually extend to him, and it's not the first time that he actually meet with us and share time and with our families. After 3 years until now, Kamala Harris and President Biden didn't even say their 13 names. They called the withdrawal in Afghanistan a success, and for us it was just sadness and a disgrace. They are the responsible persons of murdering our kids. And until this day, they did not give us a meeting. They did not accept to meet with us and give us an explanation of what happened. Being him the commander-in-chief, he definitely left our kids behind and just to fill the agenda of his prior commitments. I invite Kamala Harris and Joe Biden to accept the meeting with us and meet with us and explain us what was the whole deal behind the withdrawal in Afghanistan. I think that as a parents, we deserve a explanation and we deserve the truth of what happened with our kids that day.
Hutch, I put the link there. We have one more 5-minute clip to go through. Now, come on. We'll listen to that gentleman later. You call in right now, Hutch. Come on, Hutch. I understand someone else used the term great, but please, someone with your take on what fourth graders should be taught, I don't know that you should be making jokes like that. So. You have to, if you haven't been to my channel, my Discord channel before, you have to go to the rules. All right, you figure it out. Hello, Mr. Hutch. Nope, can't hear you yet.
Rob, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
I'm on a Bluetooth headset, so the quality's not going to be great, but you can hear me. You can hear me, right?
Well enough, yes. So first question I have for you is, can you point to me any of your tweets or any of your videos that you've done talking about the claims from these family members?
I didn't talk about that. You
didn't talk about it?
No.
Okay, but you were heavily interested in talking about how Trump disrespected the soldiers, correct?
Yeah.
So would you say that a reasonable interpretation from the people listening to you then could be that you're full of shit and you don't actually care about disrespecting family members of fallen soldiers because you didn't even bother to talk about what these particular families themselves have talked about?
Sure. I mean, if you want to go with that, that's fine. But
so you acknowledge it. You acknowledge it.
I mean, if that's what you think, then that's fine.
No, it's not what I think. It's what I'm asking.
You asked me. Okay, go ahead.
I'm asking for your. You can't just say sure and then say if that's what you think. If that's not what I think, then please give me a defense. Give me a reason.
So I'm trying to understand your logic here.
Yes.
So you're saying that if I have not tweeted about these particular families, then I couldn't possibly care about rules at Arlington. That's what you're saying, right?
I'm saying that your concern of the rules in Arlington are, you correct me if I'm wrong, that it is disrespectful to dead soldiers and their families, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. If you really cared about the thoughts and feelings of dead soldiers and their families, and these aren't random families that we're talking about. We're literally talking about the families and their statements of the event that you're criticizing and what they have said. If you really cared about disparaging family members of fallen soldiers, surely you would have breathed anything on this, and yet you haven't. Why?
Rob, so there were 4 soldiers that were ambushed and killed in Niger in 2017. There was one Goldstar family who spoke to their experience when Trump called them. He said that they said that he told her, well, your husband knew the risks before he got involved, and that he didn't even mention the soldier's name. Did you say anything about that when it happened?
No, I don't remember also going to X and complaining when I saw footage of Arlington when Barack Obama or Joe Biden were there. Biden himself using footage of him in Arlington for a campaign. I didn't stand and say, oh my God, how disrespectful, blah, blah, blah. You're the person making the affirmative claim, as is Kamala Harris's family, let me finish, as in this media and Kamala Harris's campaign, that are saying Trump's disrespectful of soldiers because of this event, and this event that he was invited to, the very fallen soldiers. They haven't given 2 shits, yourself included, as to what their feelings were. Not at all. So the idea that if you would just admit, yeah, you're right, I actually don't give a shit what these people say. I don't give a shit about falling soldiers. I only give a shit about using this as an attack against Donald Trump. Then we could move on to your line of questioning.
Rob, one of my best friends from high school, his name was Tim Shea. He was killed in Iraq in 2004, I believe. I do care about dead soldiers. It's a terrible thing when it happens.
Then why haven't you covered what these families have talked about?
Let's skip with this. Let's get to the particulars of why what Trump did was wrong. Can we do that?
No, we can't, because your ultimate conclusion of why what he did. I'll tell you why we can't. Because I'll tell you why we can't. Because you've already conceded.
I will concede. I will concede whatever you want me to concede. Can we move on to the next thing?
No. Because this concede, because
I don't care.
You're not conceding. You're not conceding. Okay, I just want you. You concede in this framework, and then we can move on. You say right now, I, Hutch, literally do not give a shit about fallen soldiers or about these families. I don't give a shit. I only care about this for partisan politics. No. Not if it helps. Not if it helps.
I fucked your promise.
You can say. I'm going to let you say your piece here for a couple minutes now, and then I'm going to tell you why we can't just move on. So you go ahead and filibuster and say your piece of what you want, and then I can tell you why that's bullshit. Go for it.
Okay. Are we at the point where I can talk about like why what Trump did was bad?
You can talk about what you want for 1 minute, and then I'm going to talk about why we can't move on and what you're saying is bullshit. You're on the clock. Go ahead. You got a minute.
Are you not going to address the substance of anything I say?
Are you going to let me explain why I'm not going to?
What are we doing here, Rob?
You called into my show because I was making the point that you don't give a shit about these families of fallen soldiers. Instead, you're politically grandstanding. And then you come on and sarcastically say, yeah, I'll concede whatever you want. You're right. I didn't talk about them. I'll concede for the sake of argument. Now let's talk about what I want to talk about.
You're assigning something that doesn't apply to me. That's not true. About a lot of things. I don't tweet about a lot of things, Rob. That doesn't mean that I don't care about anything that I don't tweet about. I've never tweeted about, I think, like starvation in Africa. Do you think that I don't care that people starve in the world?
It is not. What you're doing is what you're making.
This is an incredibly flawed way.
It is not incredibly
whether or not somebody cares about something.
It is not incredibly flawed because these families are the particular families in the particular incident that we're talking about that you're saying proves that Trump disparages the families of fallen soldiers. And when these people specifically say, actually, it's Kamala Harris, we wanted Trump there, and it's Kamala Harris that disparaged them, you haven't given a shit to even breathe one sentence on what these people have said. And I'll finish by saying this: when you said the reason that having this conversation about the rules matters is because ultimately these rules being broken by Trump proves that he doesn't care about the families of fallen soldiers, and you won't even talk about the families in this particular incident, not in some random incident that occurred in 2017 or some random incident that occurred elsewhere, but the specific incident that you're saying that proves that Trump doesn't care about fallen soldiers' family, and you won't even breathe a word. And then worse, you just sort of sarcastically go, yeah, I'll concede whatever you want me to, just so we can move to what I want to talk. You couldn't be more transparent that you don't give a shit. You don't give a shit. You don't give a shit. That's the point. You only care about using this as a weapon to attack Donald Trump, just like Kamala Harris, just like the mainstream media. You don't give a shit about these families. You don't care. You just want to weaponize going after Trump for breaking some sort of rules violation that you weren't even aware of 3 weeks ago.
Okay, so I want to ask you a question.
Sure. Let's
say there's a cemetery for fallen soldiers.
Okay.
and let's say there's a fallen soldier, and this person was die-hard MAGA, die-hard, right?
Okay.
Loved Trump, and was killed in Afghanistan or whatever. Would you be okay with Joe Biden taking a selfie with that person's headstone visible in the selfie for a campaign photo? Would you be okay with that?
Whether or not I would be okay is irrelevant to this specific situation,
What do
though
you
I
mean
will
it's not-
answer
what do you mean
it,
it's
though I will
irrelevant?
answer it, though I will answer it because it wouldn't prove, me being okay with it wouldn't prove whether or not the other side or the families had grievances about why Joe Biden himself or why Donald Trump himself was a piece of shit and directly did things that were far more offensive to the family. Now, what would I have said if Joe Biden did something like that? Nothing. In fact, I've long since taken the stance that both sides oftentimes take terrible tragedies and then put those people up as sort of Goldstar families, or Goldstar I understand is just talking about military, but what do they call when the family of someone who's died of an illegal immigrant? Angel moms, is that the term they use?
Yeah,
I've said,
a lot of the Republican side.
I've said many times, like, listen, I understand the political importance of that, and I understand how powerful that message can be, but I also understand that a lot of it's emotional, and I don't usually weigh in on a lot of those things. What makes this case uniquely different is this. So I wouldn't have, if Biden had done that before, I'd have probably been more time talking about how he had dementia and it's being covered up by people like you and the mainstream media, how he was a disaster for the economy, how he was, I'm not pivoting, I'm telling you, you're acting like, oh, if Biden did something, if he posed in front of things at Arlington and used it for his campaign, you would have flipped out. I wouldn't have. In fact, isn't it true that Biden used photos of him at Arlington in a campaign ad in Memorial Day of 2020? Can you go back and find any video of mine or any tweet of mine criticizing that? Can you do that?
Rob,
You can't? You can't?
Agree. Wait, let me speak, for Christ's sakes. Everybody, listen, so many people in the left-wing space say that you're reasonable.
That's because they're smart.
Can we have a reasonable discussion without you, you keep interrupting me and pivoting to things that don't matter?
How does that not matter?
So the rule at Arlington Cemetery, especially in Section 60, which is a spot where recent deaths go, the rule is that they assign their own photographer to make sure that instances like what happened with Trump don't happen, where someone's headstone who didn't ask to be involved in any kind of political ad or photo or whatever, to make sure that those fallen soldiers are not against their will used in that kind of way. Do you understand why that rule exists? Would you agree that that's a good rule?
I would say that it's a rule that's equally as important as, aren't there rules that also say that you can't give political speeches in front of uniformed members? Isn't that true? There's a rule, I believe, that says that.
I don't know the particulars of that rule. Can we focus on this rule?
What I'm saying is that you can say, what I'm telling you is, I'm telling you in the past, it seems that things similar to that rule have been violated, and with campaign ads, which I didn't say a peep about, which shows that your hypothetical, if this happened, you would freak out, is untrue, because I didn't in 2020. Whether or not this rule, let me finish, I'm answering, whether or not this particular rule is something that would be necessary, I don't know, I'd have to think there could be particulars where I would think that maybe it wouldn't apply, maybe it should apply, whatever. I don't think necessarily it's a very important thing. I think the fact that we see that these families are talking about far more grievous specific things that have been done by the opponents that are being ignored by not just the Kamala Harris campaign, but the media and you, shows that you don't actually give a shit about any of this.
I'm asking you without pivoting. Can you?
I'm not pivoting.
Pivot?
I just
did
I include in there?
No, let me ask the question. The question. Do you not agree that it would be a good rule, generally speaking, to make sure that you don't feature the headstone of some soldier who didn't ask to be a part of anything campaign related? Do you not agree that this would be a generally good rule to make sure that the grave sites of fallen soldiers are not disrespected?
Okay, I'll repeat the answer. You're incapable of hearing, so I'll repeat the answer. In general,
Can you
I
do
could
it
see
without pivoting?
I could do it in the way that I feel like doing. In general, I would say I'm not going to listen to your demands as someone who transparently has already conceded that you don't give a shit about the fallen soldiers or about these particular families. You conceded, as you admitted.
Hutch conceded.
Hutch
That's
conceded.
a pretty foul thing to suggest.
Right, and you conceded it. You conceded it. That's what you said.
I did it for the purpose of
Oh, you conceded. Fine. You conceded. Fine. So you conceded. So Hutch has conceded. Yeah, a simple yes or no. I'll answer your question. I'll answer your question with a simple yes or no if you answer mine with a simple yes or no.
It's a
fair enough. Fair enough.
Don't accuse me of that. That's so.
You conceded. You conceded it, Hutch. You conceded it. Yes or no? Did you concede that?
You're playing games right now.
Yes or no? Did you concede that?
I have lost a best friend. He was one of my best friends.
That's not the question. A simple yes or no. Don't pivot. Don't pivot. Don't pivot. A simple yes or no. Why are you pivoting? You're pivoting. Why are you pivoting? A simple yes or no. Did you concede that you don't give a shit about these particular families?
Let me say it plainly.
Did you concede yes or no? Did you concede yes or no? Did you concede yes or no? I would like you to answer yes or no, and then you can expound. Did you concede? Hutch, did you concede? Why are you pivoting?
Rehabilitate your image.
Why are you pivoting?
Humiliating yourself. After humiliating yourself with the AI debacle.
More pivoting. More pivoting. A simple yes or no.
You accused me.
A simple yes or no. Did you concede? Did you concede? A simple yes or no. Did you concede that you didn't give a shit about these particular families of these fallen soldiers? Did you concede yes or no? Did you concede yes or no?
Do you think it was fairly obvious that I was doing so in a sarcastic way to advance the conversation?
So wait a minute. That's right. That's right. Now, does the audience see? Do you see? Do you see what happens? Do you see? Exactly as I said. So this is what Hutch did. So the entire point of me doing this topic tonight was that people like Hutch don't give a shit about these soldiers, these families. Kamala Harris doesn't give a shit. The media doesn't give a shit. And instead they just want to pivot to talk about the real of Arlington. So he comes on and says, sure, I'll concede. Let me finish. He comes on and says, sure, I'll concede so we can talk about what I want to talk about, which is what they always do. They have to control the narrative. They can't talk about things unless they're controlling what's stuff. So I'm like, no, we can't just move on because you're being sarcastic. You're not really conceding. You're like, yeah, I'll concede. Then when pressed on the fact that you concede, you literally do exactly what I said you would do, is say, it's clear that I was being sarcastic and I'm not spurting out. I'm breathing just fine. Hutch, don't talk to me like a fourth grader that you want to teach to masturbate.
Bro,
I know how to breathe. Can you tell everyone again? Since we're pivoting, can you tell everyone again about how it gets you off to want to talk to fourth graders about masturbating? Can you tell us about that again?
Bro,
Go ahead.
What is wrong with you, Rob?
Hutch, yes or no? Do you think we should teach fourth graders about masturbation? 10-year-olds.
I think it's fine to teach fourth graders about masturbation,
Thank you.
Rob.
Right,
yes.
Thank you. Okay,
yes.
So given that, you don't have to talk to me like those fourth graders. I know when to breathe. I'm doing just fine. Go ahead. So you conceded that you didn't give a shit about these families facetiously because you didn't want to talk about the families. You didn't want to talk about. So think about this. As soon as I finish with this point, when you had a chance to finally to address what these family members are saying, instead you said, "I'll just joke and say, sure, I concede, so I don't have to talk about what they said." Further proving your callousness and not giving a shit about the families of fallen soldiers, because you still, even here, when you had a chance to address it, said, "I don't want to talk about that. I just want to talk about the rules," which was exactly my criticism of you and people like Kamala Harris.
Okay. I would like to clarify my position when it comes to the families of fallen soldiers. I think that those people who lost loved ones in Afghanistan during that pullout were obviously devastated. And those are American citizens. They have every right to have political preferences. They had every right to invite Donald Trump to come and visit those gravestones. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't begrudge them for that. I feel terrible for their loss. I know what it's like to lose someone really close to you in war. It's horrible. It's a horrible kind of grief. I have no judgment of those families whatsoever. And if they want to denounce Kamala, if they want to blame Biden, if they want to prop up Trump, that's their right to do that. And I have no ill will towards those people. Do you accept that clarification?
No, I don't accept that clarification because you haven't directly responded. Are you voting for Kamala Harris?
Of course.
Okay, you haven't directly responded what they're saying about the disparagement that they received and the ill treatment that they've received specifically from Kamala Harris and Joe Biden and this administration. Of course, you're right on superficial level that when it comes to someone's son dying, you wouldn't disparage them or daughter. You wouldn't disparage them to blame the administration in charge. Of course, even if objectively they weren't at fault. I understand that. What we're talking about is something more. We're talking about not only are they blaming, which could be right or wrong, which is obviously right in this case because of the buffoonish way that the pullout occurred. But we're talking about the fact that they've since been treated like shit, in their own words, by both Biden and Harris. And this particular event where Trump showed up, that's being used by you, by the mainstream media, and by Kamala Harris's team to say, this incident itself proves that Trump doesn't give a shit about the families of fallen soldiers, while completely ignoring what the people that invited him there said about his opponents, shows that you really don't give a shit about fallen soldiers. You only care about it insofar as it helps advance your political narrative. You don't give a shit about what they said about Kamala Harris or addressing it. You're talking superficially. Of course, any family can say what they want about any candidate, but you haven't addressed the fact that they're saying Kamala Harris is using this as a campaign issue, saying that she cares about fallen soldiers when that's a blatant lie. She has not even reached out to these people, not once, hasn't even said their names, and has called it a success.
Rob, I not only not disparage these families, I empathize with that kind of grief. I understand that kind of grief. So when I'm telling you this, it's not superficial. I'm not lying to you. I'm not bullshitting. The pain that they must have experienced, I'm sure, was terrible.
That's a pivot to what I just said. I just explained.
You accuse me of not caring about these people's pain.
That is not. I just explained to you. I just said, of course, when we're talking superficially about people's heartbreak of their sons dying or their daughters dying, and they might tend to blame. But what I said is unique about this, and it's different, and what you're not responding to is the treatment that they're claiming that they've received afterwards. Yes, we could say that. Are you telling me right now that if this would have been the opposite way, that had this been Kamala Harris showing up here and Trump, these people had died, the 7th year anniversary of people that died under Trump's watch, and they invite Kamala, she shows up, and they're very happy that she's there, and Trump's team makes a big story out of, but she took pictures at Arlington. One, you're telling me you would have said, absolutely, that's terrible, Kamala, and second, you would have said, I don't give a shit what the people say, I don't give a shit that the people are saying that Trump's garbage, blah, blah, blah. They have the right to say what they want. Of course not. You would be making it a huge issue and saying, how dare Trump try to stand on the graves of these fallen soldiers whose families he was refusing to even contact. How dare he?
It's not about the simple fact that they took a photograph. You can take photographs at Arlington. The reason why Arlington insists on them using their own Department of Defense approved photographers is to make sure that the shots are framed in a way that doesn't involve some other dead soldier. So, for example, I told you, my friend that got killed, he was a die-hard Democrat. He came up with this fake group called the Democratic Bruise Crew. It was this whole thing. And he went off to fight in Iraq, and he got killed in a roadside bomb. I can tell you with 100% certainty, if his headstone was ever featured in a Trump TikTok, he would have been pissed. That is why these rules exist.
That's fine. Notice how that is a complete...
Listen. And hold on. Let me just say just one more thing, Rob. You presented the hypothetical if Kamala came and took photos and that sort of thing. If this hypothetical happened, right? If Kamala took photos and she featured the headstone of a diehard MAGA soldier that died, and then that person's family said how this is wrong.
But that's not that's not an analogous situation. That's not happening right now. You're pivoting off the analogy. You're pivoting off the analogy to make another analogy because you're refusing to answer my hypothetical.
Wait, no, I'm trying to. I'm laying out the exact same situation.
No, you're not. I asked you a hypothetical instead of answering. You're like, well, what about this hypothetical?
Wait. Let's just make it exactly 1-to-1. If the families of multiple service members invited Kamala to come to Arlington and do a ceremony of remembrance for the fallen soldiers, and she showed up and she insisted on her own staff taking these photos, and in one of those photos there was a headstone of a MAGA person, and that person's family got upset. You're telling me right now you wouldn't empathize with that?
No, I'd empathize with them. Can you show me the anti-MAGA person whose headstone was featured?
What?
You're saying in your direct hypothetical that if there was a headstone featured of a Kamala that was of Kamala's photo op that was a MAGA person, could I sympathize with that MAGA person's family? So that would imply, if this is a direct analogy, that right now you're saying there was an anti-MAGA person whose headstone was featured in the pictures that Trump used.
Oh, I understand the confusion. So I'm 100% sure that this person is MAGA, but there was the family. Are you just unaware? There was a family member of someone whose headstone was featured in a Trump TikTok, and that family member has made a public statement saying that they're disappointed that their loved one was included in a Trump ad. Now, I don't know if they're anti-MAGA. They could be apolitical. They could be a Republican.
But there is, I'm unaware. You are saying there is a person that's came out and said that headstone right there was my son's, my daughter's. I don't want it used in a political ad. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's what I'm asking. Yeah, I sympathize with that person, absolutely. Do I think that it's a huge deal? No. I think that a far bigger deal. I'll finish. I answered. Notice how I answer. Notice how I directly answer your hypotheticals, and then you insist that you then get to retell. No, I answered your hypothetical. Now I'll expound. By the way, I have to leave at 10 p.m. because I have a prior engagement. So, yeah, I would sympathize with that family, absolutely. I think that that's a far less grievous deal, and things like that occur many times anyways. For example, that could occur in a cemetery. It could have occurred in the Biden thing. Right? It could be the fact that you're making it sound like, well, when Biden did these campaign ads, we don't know if it was directly in the section of Arlington where someone that recently died had been buried. So what? What if it's my great-grandfather who is a vehement Republican that would be furious that the headstone that was shown in the Arlington cemetery under Biden was his great-grandfather's who would have hated Biden? Does that make it any less egregious? Does that mean that you would say, oh, you don't sympathize with that family? And secondly, that's still far less of a grievous situation than what these family members directly are talking about, which, again, you have over and over pivoted. You have just said, of course, their family members died. I sympathize with that. Maybe they blame Biden. But what you haven't talked about is them saying the treatment they're receiving from Kamala Harris and Joe Biden is abysmal. And the fact that Kamala Harris is out there saying, I respect the families of fallen soldiers is a lie because she has treated them like shit and has ignored them. And you ignored it not only in the fact that you haven't talked about it yet, even though you're hyper-focused on this specific situation and doing videos and tweeting about it, but because you came in here and callously came in here and deflected by saying, sure, I'll concede I don't give a shit about them, to avoid everything you could of talking about what these, let me finish, I'll give you the last word, to avoid everything you could of talking about these people said. You don't give a shit. You continue again to deflect. You haven't even once remotely tried to respond to the fact that we're not just talking about, yes, you're sympathetic that their sons died and maybe they blame Harris and Biden. You haven't responded to the fact that if we're going to talk about who's disparaging fallen soldiers, that these particular families say the treatment they've received is shit. And you callously tried to lie and say, sure, I concede, to avoid talking about it because you don't give a fuck. You only care about fallen soldiers insofar as it could benefit you going after political opposition that you don't care about. I'll give you the final word and then I have to leave. It has to be like 2 minutes though, because I got an engagement at 10.
Rob, I think it's rich that you're accusing me of not caring about the wishes and feelings of fallen soldiers when you just told me a moment ago that the family who spoke up and said that they didn't appreciate their son's headstone being featured in a Trump ad. You said, it's not that big of a deal. That is you literally saying, I don't give a fuck about the feeling of that person who spoke up. You are massively projecting right now.
It's not. How is that? How is me saying I absolutely
projecting?
How is that me saying I absolutely sympathize with that family member that's upset about that, which I honestly do? How is that me disparaging that family when I'm admitting absolutely?
You don't think it's a big deal.
I said I don't think it's as big of a. Well, one, it's not that big of a deal, and second, it's nowhere near as big of a deal as specifically it's having these. It's not.
Right. It's not. It is not saying that you don't care about their feelings or that their feelings don't.
That is not me saying that I don't care about their feelings. Me saying that I would understand it.
On this particular thing.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit.
They don't appreciate their dead son.
I sympathize. Absolutely. I think that absolutely. I think that that's terrible. I do. I don't think it's near as big of a deal as someone. No, I'll tell you. No, I'll tell you what I agree. No, I'll tell you what I agree. Go ahead.
Rob. So if you agree that family had a right to be upset, then you agree that those rules are in place for a good reason.
I agree that
avoid this thing happening.
I'll go back to what I said which you refused to listen to, that yes, I absolutely think I could see a reason for those rules. I could see times that they wouldn't really apply. I don't think it's as near a big of deal as having a photo that could have something that you as a family member would say, hey, I don't really like that photo. That is on a completely different level than having a disastrous policy, let me finish, than having a disastrous policy that leads to the death of soldiers, then refusing to show up to events about those soldiers, refusing to say their names, refusing to ever call them, and then putting campaign ads talking about this specific event with these families of these fallen soldiers, saying that you care about the families of fallen soldiers and your opponent don't. I think that is easily exponentially 10 times worse than what Donald Trump's accused of doing. And the fact that you and Kamala Harris refuse to talk about it and in fact want to come on and make jokes and be sarcastic. Yeah, I'll concede that I feel their pain, whatever.
Because you're talk about
it further shows exactly what my criticism, you have proven exactly what my criticism of you is, that you don't give a shit what these people said, that you just want to control the narrative to use this as a political point. That's it. That's what you exhibited in this fucking call.
Rob,
all right, it's 10 o'clock, man. Go ahead. You got the last word. I got to go, though.
There's still a minute left. It's not 6:59.
That's what I just said. I got to go here, so go. I said you got the last word.
You just said a moment ago that you don't think it's a big deal. No, hold on. You acknowledged that those rules being in place make sense to make sure that families like the one who are upset about what happened don't experience that kind of pain. So you are tacitly acknowledging that Trump should not have violated those rules.
Do you think those rules should exist for all of Arlington or just this particular section?
You can look at the rules. The rules.
I just asked you a question. What does that? I said, should that rule exist for that section or all of Arlington?
It's literally, Rob, you can look up the rules. There's an Axios article. I'll send it to you.
I don't give a shit. Listen, real quick. I don't give a shit what the rules are.
I'm saying, know what the rules are?
No, I don't give a shit right now. What I give a shit right now is,
what?
Do you think? Because listen to me. Because we're talking me and you and what we think morally should be the case and what these rules should be, right? That's what we're talking about. So I'm asking you, do you think these rules should apply to all of Arlington or just this one section?
I don't know how. I'm not familiar with Arlington. I don't know how I would do the rules.
Okay,
to make sure.
Let me be real quick. Let me because you are incapable of answering this question honestly. Let me try to dumb it down for you in a way that you can't. Do you think?
I don't know why.
Okay, so I already asked you the hypothetical that you had answered before. So if my great-great-grandfather is buried in a section of Arlington that was used in Joe Biden's 2020 campaign ad, and that would have pissed him off, are you equally outraged and think that Joe Biden should have violated rules?
Instead of dealing with hypotheticals, find me a person.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Why does it matter why does it matter? Why does it matter if I could find a person? Your point is the rules should exist because hypothetically that person could exist.
Real example of somebody who's getting upset about this. So just to be clear, giving me a hypothetical. Just to
be clear, if it would turn out the person that said that's my family member in that gravestone there, and he would be upset if they were wrong. If that wasn't their gravestone, then you would say, "Oh, Trump did nothing wrong." Correct?
Wait, no, you're not. Wait, what are you saying right now, Rob? It is that person?
Holy fuck! What if they were wrong? What if it was wrong?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because you already
right. That's right.
The rule exists for a good reason.
Right. There's the point. And I said, oh, so then you would admit that good reason would exist even if it was other sections of Arlington. And then you pivot back.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Because what you did previously was you pivoted back and said, well, show me a person that was pissed off. Okay, then I look forward to your post criticizing Joe Biden's 2020 campaign ad on Memorial Day where he was showing video of him in Arlington. Because those rules should exist because any of those gravestones featured there could have been family members of people that don't appreciate Joe Biden. And you think that's equally egregious to what Trump did, correct?
I don't know what kind of rules they have in place for the different...
What does it matter what the rules are? You're saying that's what the rules should be, right?
The Arlington staff, they have their own photographers, and those photographers took that video of Biden on that day in Arlington. They assigned their own photographers to make sure that anybody who comes in there is in compliance with these rules to avoid situations like the one that happened with Trump.
Wait a minute. So if an Arlington photograph would have occurred there with Trump, and it would have included same picture, same gravestones included, but it was an official Arlington person, would you not have empathized with that family member that said, I'm pissed?
the Arlington staff would have framed the photo to make sure that the other headstone wasn't in the video, Rob.
Bullshit.
That's
Bullshit.
the point you're missing.
Bullshit. I can prove it.
Look it up. You have no.
Okay, well then I just want to be clear. I just want to be clear. Your argument then is in the 2020 campaign ad of Joe Biden, where we see a bunch of gravestones, that the Arlington staff.
DOD staff.
Okay, that DOD staff contacted the family of every single person that's gravestone was shown to make sure they were okay with it. That's your argument?
You're asking me to comment about something. I'm not familiar with that section of the cemetery.
Oh,
but
why does it matter? Why does it matter?
Somebody comes in to take a photo or video, it's DOD staff that does
make sure they're... Your argument is horseshit, because it doesn't matter if you know what that particular... It doesn't matter. And you already agreed, if that rule was there for good reason, that just because it's a DOD staff that's taking the picture, the good reason would be you don't want someone's gravestone in there that doesn't agree with the political message. It doesn't matter if it's a Trump staffer or a DOD staffer taking it. And the idea you're saying, if it was a DOD staff, they would make sure that there's no gravestones of anyone that might not be down with that political message, is horseshit.
Yeah.
That's bullshit.
No, it's not.
Okay, so I just we'll leave you go on this. So if there is a video, you don't have to agree, but if there is a video that was used in a campaign ad of Joe Biden around headstones in Arlington, your argument is, what you're telling me right now is that you know that the Arlington staff specifically contacted each family member of everyone whose gravestone was seen to make sure that they agreed with the political message of Joe Biden.
I haven't seen this ad that you're talking about. But I'm positive that if I were to find this ad, I'll bet you anything. None of the headstones have visible names.
So what's it matter? You could know that that's your family's headstone?
Because, what do you mean that doesn't matter? What do you mean that doesn't matter?
If you can't see the name of the headstone, but based on the headstone location, everything, that's your family member, you don't have the right to be upset?
It's not the same thing.
So you don't give a shit. You don't give a shit. Does that family have the right to be upset? Yes or no?
No, Rob, I'm the one that actually...
That's what I thought. You can't answer. You don't give a shit. You don't give a shit about the rules. You're only using this for political expediency, and you came in here proving that by playing a game and saying you actually... You conceded that you didn't give a shit about these Goldstar families, and then you admitted that you did it as a game just because you didn't want to talk about what they had to say. Take it easy, Hutch. We'll see you. We'll see you, sir. There you have it. Now, let's get to my prior engagement. Oh, where did Sparky send this? Sparky. Oh, probably on. I would expound more upon this, and maybe I will after being on with Sparky. But I'm already late. 5 minutes of Sparky show, which is very bad form. So I apologize to him about that. There we go.
Been doing it wrong.
Yeah, you've been doing it wrong all this time. Oh, and speak of the man, and he shall cometh. Oh my God, Rob Knorr, how you doing tonight?
Great. Sorry, I'm a couple minutes late. Was arguing with a lefty, having some fun.
Yeah. I saw you arguing with a PDF file. I do not apologize for your actions there. I was just telling everyone about the glorious holiday of Grift Timber and Griftober for Griftathon. Rob, look, tonight I'm grifting for you. Okay. The Griftathon special. Look, if you like Rob Knorr, if you love Rob Knorr, if you hate Rob Knorr, I don't care. Send him money. He needs money. Shekels is important.
Yes.
Okay, look. Okay, here's how the internet works. You give him money, and he doesn't get to see it for another month. So the reason why we have Grift Timber and Griftober is because we're trying to get ready for Gift Simber. Okay, we're talking about Christmas, right? And he has a beautiful little boy that he wants to buy wonderful things for. He has a wonderful wife who gave him that child. And, we got to show him the love. And look, I live my values. I donated to him already today in celebration of Griftathon. And I am asking you to do the same over at youtube.com/normalamerica with Rob Knorr or twitch.tv/Rob Knorr.
I just wish your audio cut out after during that sentence. So for a wonderful little boy that he wants to buy, cut off.
Yeah, but now come on, I'm not that into IVF or going to Africa and buying children like all the
Yeah,
in
you're
this
not
country.
Madonna.
Yeah, and not yet anyway. Not until I make the big bucks. No, I'm more than happy that having kids the old-fashioned way. And
Did you hear Madonna actually that country she was getting orphans from? They actually barred her from entry.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that for real?
Too many.
It's funny. It was leading to population decline too much. Yeah. I mean, it's weird though. That's the thing, right? But no, it's great to be here with all of you. Sorry again profusely that I was a little late. Thought it was worth it. By the way, I'll be accused of rage quitting because I told that person Hutch before I was starting. I was like, "Hey, I got to go at 10," and I even stayed 5 minutes past 10. And I'm sure they'll still accuse me of rage quitting. But
Rob is not a caged animal. Look, he is just
uncaged.
He is just really a badger. He's a honey badger in a hurricane. Yeah. We just let him loose every now and then, especially on debates.
The most fun I have nowadays with leftists is pointing out that the Nazis were not, in fact, far right; they were far left.
National Socialist, you say? What?
Yeah.
Is it, I love that, right? Where they'll be.
But they had capitalism, yes, but all those companies were controlled by the state.
Antifa is anti-fascist because the name says anti-fascist. Cool, the National Socialists were socialists, right? Because the name says National Socialist. No, that's different. That's different.
No, the Antifa anti-fascist, but so were the Marxists.
Yeah.
Jack, no!
Geez.
Jack, no! Oh, my goodness. Okay, look, we got some things to talk about tonight, and look, we have a continuing story that we covered on last Wednesday night. Of course, if you remember, if you happen to be here, we talked about what was going on in Colorado with the Venezuelan gangs. Oh my God, they are just so bad. And look, let me just go ahead and bring this up. She'll be back.
The Venezuelan gangs got her. Damn.
Yeah. Hate it when that happens.
We have undefined African gangs in the UK, so
yeah.
Leftist Colorado Governor Jared Polis, who dismissed armed Venezuelan gangs in Aurora as imaginary, now claims to take the threat seriously. Ladies and gentlemen, Colorado Governor, who gives a hell what his name is, who initially dismissed concerns of Aurora residents regarding the takeover of local apartment complexes by the Venezuelan gang, Tren de Aragua, as imaginary, is now backtracked, claiming it's very serious. Aurora has been grappling with the presence of notorious Venezuelan gangs, which has been reportedly taking control by several apartment complexes in the city. And look, if you're going to take over a place, apartment complexes are a great place. Look, you want to talk about having a captive audience, especially if they have a gated community. You can even hold them in. My goodness. Despite overwhelming evidence, including video footage, police reports, and testimonies from the residents, Governor Polis' administration initially downplayed the severity of the situation because immigrants. Councilwoman Danielle Terinsky has been at the forefront of exposing the gang's activities, repeatedly warning about the escalated violence and criminal behavior. She says, quote, "We are not buying this," Terinsky stated, pointing out that the closure of Fitzman Apartments complex, which displaced hundreds of families, was not merely due to code violations as claimed by the city official, but rather than gang takeover. In a recent video of Fox 31 Denver reported Vicente Arenas revealed chilling footage of an armed group with another Aurora apartment complex, further validating the claims. Terinsky wrote, "And I repeat, a gang has taken over several apartment complexes in Aurora." And this is something that bothers me. It concerns me. And the reason why is because of sovereignty of America. Now, Rob is a very deep-seated and he likes to analyze things, okay? He's third, fourth level thinking, where I'm very basic, I'm very dull, and that is why you need to go over to Normal America with Rob Knorr and grift. Yes, you need to donate to him. Give him money because he is better than me.
Stop it. It's just false advertising.
It is not false advertising. Oh my goodness.
I think that I'm surface level thinking. I just look at things autistically in a different way, but I don't think I'm some deep thinker. But I get what you're saying. Like this story's, listen, like the fundamental role of government is to protect you. Right, that's the that's the pact that we have with government. We give up some of our freedoms, and the most basic thing that we get in return is protection. So, like protection from foreign invaders. If they can't protect us from foreign invaders in our own cities, what's the point? Isn't that the bare minimum?
Something we're learning.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Right. The UK is a roadmap for that. So what's the point? In fact, not only are they not protecting, they're actually advocating for violent foreign criminals that are here illegally at the expense of the actual citizens of this country. And, you know, it sort of goes in theme what I've been talking about this week, the importance of fighting against censorship, because how would we even know of this story if it was left for the mainstream media to cover? Or if we had social media that was censored to the point that, you know, that this governor, mayor, etc. could say, no, take those posts down, that's racist, like you're seeing in the UK. How can you even fight back if you're not allowed to talk about what the problem is or that it's not seen? And so, yeah, I think that what you see is the gut reaction of the local officials there and the mayor, or whoever the mayor, the governor that you said there, shows that their real priorities are to allow these things to continue unabated and pretend they don't exist because it advantages them politically, and only have to faux concern about it once they're called out, and they have to. It's very reminiscent of, you remember the story of Gavin Newsom cleaning up the streets when President Xi was coming to California? We've been told over and over that there wasn't a problem. We're all imagining what we see in California. We're all imagining. Then as soon as, you know, a hostile president from another country is coming, it's, oh, let's get it sparkling. Kick those bums out today, right? Clean up the hypodermic needles that our kids walk over to go to school every day today because the Chinese president's coming. So it's an admission that they don't give a shit about these problems until, oh, look, Sparky's getting yelled at.
No, yeah. Producers yelling at me. Look, I have to break in. We have breaking news. Oh my goodness.
Kamala Harris said that putting people in this facility was a human rights abuse committed by the United States government, and Joe Biden said, under Trump, there have been horrifying scenes at the border of kids being kept in cages. Now, it's not under Trump, it's under Biden.
Children being hungry, sleeping on the floor, not being allowed outside for days at a time. How is that acceptable for the Biden administration to keep children in those sorts of conditions?
COVID pandemic, COVID.
Hola, it's me, Guillermo. I have news.
Welcome to the stage. Our foreign correspondent happens to be in America. Our local illegal immigrant, Guillermo himself. How are you doing, Guillermo?
Hola, Senor Sparky. It's been a while. Missed you so much. Who are your friends?
You're looking a bit thin there, Guillermo. Are they feeding you right? Are they just are they feeding you?
Oh, I hope not. I mean, feeding. Feeding. Well, it's the same. You know, just eat the bugs, live in the pod. You know how it goes.
Yes. Well, I'm happy to see that you've gotten a little bit of space in your cage since they finally removed the corpse of Juan Marcos.
Hold on. Remember what I said about feeding? They did remove the corpse, didn't they, Guillermo?
Okay, good. Now tonight, Guillermo, we have a special guest, and I'm going to introduce you to him. So this right here, over to your left, stage right, that is Rob Knorr. He is an amazing debater, and in fact, yes, you should love him. He's a wonderful person. He is here to help you. So why don't you tell us your take on the gang violence going on in Aurora?
Oh, okay. Well, Senor Sparky, I was given the most wonderful assignment by the governor of Colorado. He invited me to play a game of make-believe. And I'm really good at that because I'm only 5 years old. I was sent to investigate the imaginary gang in Aurora, Colorado. All I had to do was to tell myself that it's not a real gang, it's just your imagination.
Hey, Guillermo, I hate to break this into you, but look, I need you to hold the mic a little bit closer to your mouth. You're peeking out. Yeah. No worries. We got you, buddy. I'm here to help you. Okay. Look, I know this foreign correspondent work it's new for you, and we love you, man. You're doing a great job, buddy. So keep on going.
Is this better?
Much better.
May I ask a question? May I? Listen, I understand the power of imagination, and I do, and I think it's very powerful. But my question to you is, why should I care what you say? You see, you're not one of those poor, innocent kids that was put in a cage during the Donald Trump years. You're a different kid in a cage that was put there under the Biden years. So we know that you're a piece of shit in some way. So can you tell us why we should trust what some loser like... I haven't seen AOC crying any tears for you, so why should we trust you?
No speaking English.
Rob, you're breaking my heart, Rob. Look,
someone get Guillermo a voter card right now. I think he's ready to go. Right? Like you look 21 and an American citizen to me. I think it's time for some ID. You know.
I am both horrified and mystified by all this. Look. I've been paying Guillermo in burritos now for at least 2-3 months, and look, he has a social security number that we stole from a Democrat voter. He happens to be registered to vote in Florida as a Republican, and look, we are working hard to ensure that we make this vote too big to rig.
Guillermo,
I registered to vote in all states.
That's fantastic. Guillermo, who's voted more, you or your dead grandma? Who's voted more for the Democrats?
Oh, actually, that would have been my partner, Juan Marcos. Yes, he's been dead for a few years now. He votes all the time.
That's amazing. Did he vote for Kamala in the primary? Was he the only one, or did he miss that one, unfortunately? Yeah.
Oh my goodness. So tell me, was the imaginary gang imaginary?
Oh, well, like I was saying, I have to keep telling myself that it's just in my imagination. The gangs aren't real. Like when my mom would tell me, don't worry about the monster under your bed, mijo. It's all in your head. But in Colorado, the monster has the machete and it's charging rent.
Wow.
Guillermo, that's the problem. You see, the monster isn't under your bed. He's been in the White House for 4 years.
Oh, see. Now the first thing I do was that I walked up to the apartment complex and I said, "Oh, it's me, Guillermo from Fake News Network. Can you tell me if you are real or imaginary?" And the guy looks at me and says, "Real. I'm so real. I'm collecting."
Guillermo, you got to hold that mic up, buddy. Got to hold that mic up.
Oh no!
He's got tiny arms. He's probably tired.
I don't need to it. My goodness, I'm having a hard time. Okay. So the guy, he tells me he's so real that he's collecting rent and I have to pay him. But then I said I don't have any money, and that's when I saw the guns. And nothing makes you question reality faster than seeing an AK-47 pointed in your direction.
That's true. Maybe if you would have snuck across the border to the UK, you'd be less likely to see guns. Except those are the police that would defend you.
Hold on, Rob. If he tried that, he would have drowned.
Well, that's true. But still, it would have helped the cause because we know that would have been good propaganda. What do you think about? Guillermo? What do you think about the prospect of the Hell's Angels showing up to fight the imaginary ghost or whatever in the Colorado fake imaginary Venezuelan gangs?
Well, if angels are fictional, I don't know if they're fictional or if they're real or not. But I mean, it just sounds like one big fun imaginary party. I'm sure it will be fantastic. Oh, and is this mic any better now?
It's much better.
Okay. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention. Oh, that the imaginary gangs, they were so committed to their role that they even removed the orange tips from their firearms.
Oh.
They did a good job. Yeah.
Oh, well, that's amazing.
Oh, and because I didn't have any money, they dragged me into the most wondrous apartment in the whole world. I felt like I was in the movie Frozen, where winter had come alive right before my very
You were
eyes.
put into an industrial freezer, weren't you?
Well, they let me play in a room full of magical snow that never melts for a whole month, after which they said my debt had been paid off so I could leave.
Well, I'm glad that you're safe, Guillermo. We appreciate you coming by and giving us a great update.
I did.
Look,
did you have any surgery when you were in there?
Did they what?
Did you have any surgery when you were in there?
Oh, I hope not, but I did sleep a lot and my side hurts and I have some stitches.
Yes.
Maybe that happens. You may want to get that checked out, Guillermo, but look, we got to go. We're running against a time slot. But look,
I forgot to tell you. I just wanted to tell you before I go that I had a truly wonderful time. And as you all prepare to head to the polls this November, remember the words of Colorado Governor Polis. Venezuelan gangs are imaginary, and it's not called crime. It's just undocumented safety.
right on. Well, we appreciate Guillermo. Okay, for those of you over in Rob's chat that don't understand, this is a comedy show. We inform, we do little dumb skits and things like that. And you know what? You're better off for it. In fact, if you think that Rob is too good to do comedy, you should donate to him over at Normal America.
Listen,
yes.
Rob looks like Dom DeLuise.
Thank you.
Of course he can do comedy.
I love it. Love
like him as well.
One of the best compliments I've ever received. I love Dom DeLuise. Oh, River, you missed our guest. It's unfortunate.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
it always happens.
All the good stuff.
Yeah. It's great. It's great stuff, though. I never just thought it's great. You know, it's terrible. You think that's comedy until the Democrats actually take that as their line, right? Like, yeah. It's just imagination. If you just imagine the Venezuelan gangs aren't there, you'll be all right. That'll be the next step coming, and then you'll be kicking yourself.
Look, I love the power of imagination as much as anyone else, but when they're coming into apartment complexes and imaginary taking it all over, you know, they're setting up their own autonomous zones and stuff, you know. Look, I was the monster during the Summer of Love, okay? I was the guy, and Rob was like, the governors need to handle this. I'm like, you know what? No, they're declaring that they are no longer part of sovereign U.S. soil. You know what? Let's mobilize the 82nd. Let's go ahead. Let's get the second ID out there. Let's get the United States military. Let's show them how we treat people that want to secede from the Union. Because I'm a monster. I will tell you that. I'm mean.
Someone clip that. I'm a monster.
I am. My monsters are real. That's why I'm in Dark MAGA tonight, baby.
Listen, this is why I said this. I did this whole stream about this, how I'm weak, right? Here's the truth. Like, I ultimately want to be, this is what I want to be a dad. I want to have friends on the left and right. I want to work, you know, a lot and provide for my family and be happy and joke around. That's what I want, right? The problem is the left and more importantly, the establishment's playing for keeps. They are. They will continue to aggressively. They'll support illegal aliens that are committing crimes. They'll treat illegals better than they treat native-born citizens. They'll do it over and over and over again. And the problem is with people like me that continue to be like, I understand that, but we still can't sacrifice exactly who we are and fight fire complete with the fire. We need to be aggressive. We need to go on the offense, but we can't embrace exactly what they're doing. Ultimately, my voice will not win. It will be voices that are a counter that'll be on the right. I'll give you an example. Like when it comes to indoctrination of schools, I want schools to teach math and history and civics, and literature. That's what I want them to teach. When we talk to our friends on the Crucible, the Christian nationalists, what do they say? No, schools should be teaching straight from the Orthodox Bible. That's what they should be teaching. Yeah. If they're going to indoctrinate kids with the left-wing message, we'll say no. We'll indoctrinate with a helpful message. And I agree with the Christian message, I do, but I still don't think that's the place of public schools. In fact, I don't think we should have public schools, but as long as there are, I don't think... I'll lose. I'll ultimately lose that argument. And ultimately, Sparky, people like you that are more aggressive than me are going to win out because What
would you have in place of public schools?
I think we should get rid of the Department of Education and leave. If states necessarily have to come up with schooling for people that aren't able to afford private schooling, so be it. But we should do our best to have private education where you'd be able to. That's what I'm going to do with my kid. I'm to the best of my ability send them to a private school.
Awesome.
Part of the reason for state schooling, sending your kids to school with all those other kids, is teaching them social interaction.
That is a big portion of it, but I'm going to tell you as someone who was a public educator, okay, it is more about indoctrinating, teaching children how to work on a shift schedule. I mean, seriously, we have bells to tell the kids when to go on break. We have bells to tell them when to be in place. We have bells to tell them when to go eat. All we're doing is training factory workers, which is sad because we don't have any factories anymore.
Well, listen,
it's a
even prior
system.
Prior to a Department of Education, kids still receive social interaction. I read this person once, and I think this is, he's like, let's say that we start public funded schooling to teach children to walk. So at 6 months, everybody legally has to send their kid to this facility to learn how to walk. Within 20 years,
walk, how are you going to send them there?
Well, listen, within 20 years, what people would be saying is, well, if we got rid of that, how would kids know how to walk? They wouldn't know. They have to go to that facility. It's the same with social interaction. Well, if we didn't have this public education, which happens to be incredibly indoctrinating, that basically treats kids to hate themselves for their identity and hate this country and to become good little Marxists, if we didn't have that, how would they socially interact? Well, in a number of other ways.
That's different to the way schools worked when I was a kid. I was taught to be proud of my country, of myself, and the history.
Well,
I'm just trying to get rid of it all.
How old are you? You sound ancient. What are you, 80?
I'm 60.
60. I'm 40.
And I can still kick your ass.
Well, dude, that's... I believe it. Like, this hernia... I'm probably going to have back surgery in the next month or two. And now I'm going to tell everyone... It's because this mean Brit in this stream threatened me, and I shirked back, hurting my back again. The bastard.
I will tell
Limey
you...
bastards, anyway.
Right,
I will tell you... As far as back surgery goes, I know you've been going to PT.
Yeah.
Continue the PT. Put that off as long as you
trying.
can. Everyone I know that's had back surgery has regretted having it.
I know.
It's just it's so either slap on direct hit or it's a total miss. I've got a good friend who has a lot of back trouble, and I swear it's every week he's talking about, and he's had like 3 surgeries now, and it'll get better for like 3 or 4 months, and it just goes back.
My dad and brother went through the same thing. So
yeah,
that's all. That's all Hobbit's fault for giving you a piggyback, isn't it?
No.
I hurt my back carrying up Sparky and a bunch of dudes on all these right-wing panels. That's how I hurt my back in the first place.
You're dude. Just carrying my fat ass, I know your shoulders got to be sore.
Oh my god.
I'm just fucking around. But no,
it's good times.
It is like this Colorado, like to bring it back to this Colorado shit. It's like, it's just infuriating. And this is what gets me, right? Like it's not that this shit won't come to everyone. It's the same with COVID, right? And you know this, Sparky, right? And River, I know you know this as well, right? When that shit started, that was the first time where people like us would have warned, like, listen, over encroaching government authoritarianism, someday it'll bite you. And people in my neck of the woods were like, nah, till all of a sudden they were told, like, hey man, you can't go to work. You can't operate your small business anymore. You can't go visit your mom in a nursing home. Like, then shit hit home. But the truth is, still where I live in rural Pennsylvania, we're not going to see Venezuelan migrant gangs that our local police won't deal with as quick as the inner cities are. And so the irony is always is the people that vote for the very authoritarian, censorious, Democratic Party, they're the ones that immediately face the repercussions of it. How many people have you seen at, public meetings of inner city black communities that are like, what the fuck? We barely get any help. Sorry for swearing. We barely get any help. And yet you're giving all this money to illegal immigrants. You're taking over our local facilities that our kids use for, athletics or recreation, and you're making them migrant shelters for illegal immigrants. Yep. They don't care. They don't care about these people. They care about importing their style of globalism and eroding national identity and eroding the middle class. And that means, just like Solzhenitsyn told us decades ago, that when the thief has a knife, it's considered just a mistake. But when you have it, it's considered terrorism. That's exactly what's going on. They don't care about these gangs. They don't care at all. They only care when it becomes bad publicity. Then they'll put a Band-Aid on it and say, okay, we arrested 1 or 2 people. Just like you, Hydra Agent 16. Like, I'm sure you could talk at great length about Rotherham, right? I'm sure you could tell us, or Telford, or all these other places where they knew for years that these grooming gangs were going on in the UK and didn't say a peep. Rotherham, right.
I had to. No, it's Rotherham, not Rotherham.
Oh, well, fuck. Listen, you guys invented the language and can barely speak it, so,
yes, that's right. We invented the language, you can barely speak it.
No, it is aluminium. That is how you're supposed to say it. I am completely sold on it. I work with aluminum every day. I have to say it that way for the hicks that I work with, but no, it's aluminium.
Never.
Pronounce the damn letters. That's all I got to say. Except now, here's where the English really screws it up. There is no F in lieutenant.
Yes, that's the holdover from the Napoleonic Wars, where we changed the pronunciation so it didn't sound French.
Well, that I could get behind. Yeah.
But one thing we're noticing over here, all these migrants, they don't go out into the country.
No.
Well, did you see someone? I saw this post on X.
Frightened, because they're all coming from Africa and that, so they're all probably frightened. Yeah.
I saw this post on X the other day where this guy, yeah, dude, that's a good post. I saw this guy saying, he's like a big left-wing account, and he was like, it's really strange in France, right? You go out to all these idyllic rural French towns, and they're so beautiful, and then you realize their politics are all insane right-wing shit. It's like, yeah, no shit, that's why they're so beautiful. Like, you're almost there, buddy. You almost got it, you know?
They're not insane right-wing shit.
Right.
Common sense.
That's exactly right, because they respect their community. And think about it, this makes sense. Like, have you ever had like something that has sentimental value to you? Maybe your grandparents gave you a crib or a dresser, and it's maybe worth next to nothing if you were just to sell it to a random person, but to you it has sentimental value, right? So you're going to treat that with more respect and more care than if you just put it out at a yard sale and someone put it in the back of their pickup truck. The same's true of your country. The people that have attachments here, or even the people that came here the legitimate way and respected this country and came here because they wanted the values, they're going to have more respect than if you just flood the country with millions of people that don't give a shit and that think that they are owed something.
Well, we actually have
given birth to millions of people who don't give a shit.
Right.
So we actually have a good example of what happens when you allow people who don't give a shit into your country.
It's called the United Kingdom.
Here in France, early morning, the fire of unknown origin broke out in the Church of Immaculate Conception, which was built in 1859, by the way, in Saint Omer, France, causing a bell tower to completely collapse.
I wonder which group did that.
Yeah.
Probably the Hindus.
Hooligans.
Hindus are well known for violence and destroying other people's religious stuff.
Yeah, was there a football game going on?
Yeah.
You know, we call it soccer here, but over in Europe, you know, they call it football.
Over in everywhere else in the world.
Yes.
It doesn't make sense. You kick the ball with your foot. Why would you call it football? Soccer makes so much more sense, right?
Exactly.
You know what the Americans call it? You know why you call your sissy rugby football?
What do we call it?
You know why you call it football? Seriously.
Why?
It's because originally, when the game was first founded and the rules were first set, the ball they used was a foot in length.
Makes sense. And we didn't use metric. Beautiful.
But you play soccer with a soccer ball and football.
No, we play football with a football.
With a football.
You play sissy rugby with a larger
pads.
Now wait a minute. Is your football what we would call a soccer ball? Is it a foot in diameter? Is it shaped like a human foot? Then why the fuck's it called a football?
Because you control and propel the ball with your foot.
Yeah, well, we have kickballs that we played recess with. We don't call them footballs. We call them kickballs because you kick them. So why is it a football called a kickball?
Because it's a football. You use your foot to control it.
It's not made out of feet. Is it made out of feet? No.
Yes, it is. Pig feet.
You don't name the ball after the part of the body you hit it with. Makes no sense. The football, American football, makes sense that it used to be a foot. I'll stand by meter ball. Yeah,
let's go. The new metric version. But no, look. Not only do we have gangs taking over in Colorado, look, we also have our Navy personnel that is putting themselves in harm's way. And I bring to you the tragic story of an attempted kidnapping. U.S. Navy personnel from the USS Wasp, that's LHD-1, built in my hometown of Pascagoula, Mississippi, assaulted after disembarking in Izmir, Turkey, as crowd chanted anti-American slogans. They said, "Go home, Yankee." 5 U.S. soldiers joined in after seeing the incident, and that the police intervened. Attackers have been detained.
Biz Türkeşiz! Türkiye Gençlik Birliği'yiz! Bizim Mehmetçiğimizin başına!
Geçir.
So I've been to Turkey. Yeah, I've been to Turkey, and look, here's actual proof. This is a U.S. embassy in Turkey. We confirm reports U.S. service members embarked aboard USS Walz were victims of an assault in Izmir today. They are now safe, and we thank Turkish authorities for the rapid response, ongoing investigation. Here's the deal. The group that will be investigating this is known as the Gendarme. Gendarme is a militant police group in Turkey. They run around with fully automatic submachine guns, and I actually had them. They air raided a bar we were in one day. We got in a fight because that's what service members do. We go to bars and we get drunk and we get in fights with each other.
Yeah, actually, the way the British servicemen used to do it is they go to bars, have fights, and then get drunk.
Yeah.
Fights are
but the Gendarme comes in and they sprayed the ceiling with gunfire, and they told us to stop. And of course, they had guns, we didn't, so we stopped. And then they arrested us and they brought us back to base, and that's where we got administratively slapped by the military.
British servicemen, or something my daddy told us once, British servicemen in Cyprus, in the Turkish side of Cyprus, they'd get into fights with the Turkish police who had guns, and they didn't, and they still beat them up.
Yeah. Well, look, you have to be willing to use the firearms for them to actually work. That's why the Gendarme just comes in and goes ahead and ventilates the roof for you, lets you know, look, we're willing to shoot things up. You stop real quick then. But yes. So
my question is this. So this is going to be investigated by a Turkish police force, right? Yes. Okay. So Turkey, correct me if I'm wrong, is our NATO ally, correct?
Yes.
All right. So one would assume don't even talk to me about NATO. But one would assume then that the U.S. Embassy and the Harris-Biden administration, or whoever's running the show, would demand that answers be given in a serious way to the mistreatment of our active service people, right? Yes, yes. I guess my take on this will be, let's see the pending investigation from Turkey and what happens, because if I'm trying to steel man and be as fair as possible, any country could have some lunatics do anything to our service people, and I'm not blaming the leadership of that country necessarily. However, this is a direct, I'm taking this at face value. I haven't researched this any further, but it looks like this is legitimate. This is a direct disparagement and attack on U.S. service people, which cannot stand. And if Turkey decides that they're not going to treat this with the seriousness it should, I think that's all the more reason that we should reevaluate our alliance with a country that we're told we have to perpetually stay in Syria for, because if we were to withdraw from Syria, our allies, the Turks, would commit genocide against our allies, the Kurds. So it seems like over and over again, we see some of these alliances we are in with countries like Turkey end up being with people that we shouldn't be militarily tied to. And this would seem to be another reason to question that.
So it's very easy to answer this question. So Article 5, look, if America's involved, everyone hops on the America bandwagon because we're the one that funds almost everything, and they don't want to get rid of that gravy train. So the biggest problem that we have with Turkey currently is the fact that we're still storing nuclear bombs.
Yeah.
On their soil.
Detonate them.
If it was that easy. If it was only that easy. So this group is actually what are they called? The Youth Union of Turkey. Okay, this is an extremist group. There's an Islamist group which Erdogan actually supports.
Excuse me, I've got a food request. I will be back.
Yeah. Go take care of that little furry bastard.
Let's see that picture or the video again.
So I've got. I pulled it down.
This is the youth movement. They didn't look that young, did they?
Well, I mean, look, it's all. And look, to show this legit, there's actually a New York Times.
Yeah, it's from today. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, right, I hate commercials.
What's this for?
Yeah.
What's the commercial for here? Pretend like you're shilling for them. Good. The metal store.
No.
Hey, one time I got a shed from the metal store. It was great. Check out the metal store.
Yeah.
Their metal store. Consider throwing it. We're grifting. Throw some bones, metal store. Thank you. I mean, that guy's got male pattern baldness. Youth.
Well, I mean,
I know.
I mean, Rob, when did you start balding?
Like, I started getting a little thin. We don't like the word bald. I would say probably around 30. We left an Olive Garden once with my friends. We're waiting for them in the parking lot. And my wife's like, I think I see a gray hair on your head. And then I started to look, and I noticed I was getting just a little thin. But I was pretty good until I was like 36, 37. It's been a slow downhill. Now I'm a hat guy to cover up my shame, you know?
See, I'm a hat guy to prevent the shame of my fellow cohorts, because I do have a full head of hair. But also, I there's actual pictures of me as a baby, as an infant, putting pots and shit on my head because I'm just naturally a hat guy. But so when I first saw this, I was enraged, okay, because all I saw was the initial, oh my God, they kidnapped American Navy servicemen in Izmir. And I went, wow, that's terrible. Looks like it's time to destroy Ottoman Empire Part 2. You know, and then I read into it. I'm like, okay, they got released. But I will say this. I will say this with the utmost certainty, my chest fully out. This would not happen under the Trump administration. And the reason why is because Trump's a fucking madman. No one knows what he's going to do next. And some people think that that's a threat to democracy. But the reality is it keeps a lot of these bad actors at bay. The fact that he is unpredictable. And that's really my initial take of it. Look, if we didn't have a weakened military, because right now we are under a huge recruitment crunch, a lot of that has to do with the current policies going on in the military. Another problem just happens to be we have a weak president. And it really bothers me with the upcoming election. Okay, and you were talking about this on your channel tonight. People are griping about Donald Trump taking pictures in Arlington Cemetery. I'm a U.S. service member. I'm a former U.S. service member. I'm a veteran. I'm a veteran of 3 separate wars. Got me out of the house. I don't need your thanks for service, you know, blah, blah, blah. But here's the deal. I don't care. Okay, the families wanted him there. It's not about him doing a photo op in Arlington Cemetery. It was about him going there at the request of the Goldstar families, and I think that is what is important, but that is what the left is missing out on. You went over this a lot tonight, Rob, and basically they're all talking about, but the rules state. Who cares?
Well, and here's the thing, right? First, they don't care about the rules. I would take it more seriously if they were people that were concerned about the rules as these things occur in real time. Like, I didn't do a deep dive because I don't care, because I know who they are and they're just making these arguments for political expediency. But there are, for example, maybe you know more about this, Sparky. I don't know. Aren't there specific rules on, like, times that you could give political speeches on, like, the U.S. Capitol or with
military
armed service in uniform?
Military members cannot attend political events in uniform. That is a rule. And thank you, TZ Burton. I see you heed the call over there. $5 grift over there at Normal America with Rob Moore YouTube channel.
I will tell you exactly where that $5 is going to go. My son's into these like little plastic dinosaurs that cost $1.30 a piece, so that'll get 3 of them at least. You know, depending on taxes. You know, now I'm sure. If someone's on the fence about voting Kamala or Trump, listen, if Kamala wins, those dinosaurs are going to be $5 by the end of the year. So please, for the sake of my son and my bank account, for the sake of the little plastic dinosaurs staying $1.30, don't let them inflate any higher. But no, they don't care about the rules. And like, for example, I've heard people, I've never done this. Maybe others have, but like I've heard people say in the scuttlebutt, like Biden will be standing there with armed Marines behind him, and he'll be like, "And MAGA's the most dangerous people," and blah blah blah. And I've heard people
Dark Brandon speech,
right? And I've heard people say that's political. You're not. That's against the rules, right? They didn't care. The left, and I'll be honest, I didn't really care either, right? And so I haven't delved too deep into saying, well, let me point out your hypocrisy when the hypocrisy is blatant for all to see. Like Kamala,
I complained about it during the Dark MAGA speech, and the reason why I did is because they were used as a backdrop. Okay, if like I've been when the president has done like a speech to the troops. Okay, I've been to one of those. I've been at a meet and greet. I had to glad hand Bill Clinton. I got to see Obama and him disparage us, you know, and right in front of our fucking face. You know, stuff like that. I mean, fine, whatever. But And, they always have troops in the background, but they're not doing overtly. Normally they're talking about what's going on in the military and things like that, so that's acceptable. But the Dark MAGA speech was so egregious because it was a purely political message, and the message was so divisive, and then they had those poor Marines that were stuck in the background. They didn't ask to be they didn't volunteer to be a prop, and that's all they were. So I had a problem with that. I remember Bill Clinton doing a speech at welcome back at the bombing site, the bombing site for the Oklahoma City bombing, because I live in Oklahoma City, ladies and gentlemen. I will dox myself 1,000 times over. I remember him being there, and there was some military personnel in the background. But you know what? It wasn't a political speech. Right. A political figure can give a speech with military in uniform present. And most of those people were actual people who volunteered the day of that bombing to go help find survivors and things like that. Okay, so the military does a lot of things in the local community that a lot of people don't consider. Well, they really don't think about.
Talking about serious issues or talking yourself up is one thing. Like, we could parse whether or not that's political. Directly saying the other side is evil and horrible, that seems to be blatantly political. But nonetheless, it wasn't an issue I made much of. The hypocrisy here is easy to see, though, and the fact that Kamala Harris directly weighs in, which is, so this person, Hutch, who's a left-wing streamer who commented on this, my entire criticism of Hutch is as follows. Hutch and Kamala Harris and the Democrats and the media, but I repeat myself, they don't care at all about Goldstar families. They don't care at all. All they care about is we could grandstand on Goldstar families to attack Trump as hating the troops and hating their families. That's what the whole, he broke the rules in Arlington. That's what it's about. Because hypothetically, the reason this rule is very important, and I sympathize with this point of view, I do, is what if your son's gravestone was seen in a political ad of Donald Trump and he hated Donald Trump? And that's certainly a fair concern, and I don't say that, and maybe that is something that'd be like, maybe that rule should exist and that's something that shouldn't be broken. However, the level of how offensive that would be to a Goldstar family is far below. Once you find out that Trump was invited there, that these pictures were taken with the consent of the Goldstar families that were there, and that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden not only directly led to the deaths of these kids with their disastrous tactical plans in the withdrawal of Afghanistan, but they haven't even contacted the family since, ignored invitations to talk to them over and over again, and instead have called it a success. Heck, even at the dignified transfer of remains, I believe that was the incident where Joe Biden was looking at his watch. Mm-hmm. So you can imagine the anger of these families then to finally, with all of that, and to see the media then disparaging Trump, saying, he doesn't care about families, he doesn't care about these families of fallen soldiers, to bite your tongue, only to then have Kamala Harris herself, or at least the people managing her Twitter account in her name, come out and say, we care about the soldiers and their families. And it's Trump that doesn't. To the point where they're then forced to come out and say, this is garbage. This is how Kamala Harris has treated us. And so when I then see the response from people like Hutch and these other left-wingers to be like, yeah, but the rules were broken. He doesn't care. He doesn't care at all. Neither does Jake Tapper. Neither does Rachel Maddow. Neither does Kamala Harris. Neither does Jen Psaki. None of them care. They do not care about these families. All they care about is how can we attack Donald Trump. The fact that they couldn't even take a moment to say, wow, let's hear what these families are saying. Wow, that sounds really problematic. That would be worse. What Harris is accused of doing to them, of Trump taking a photo that someone's gravestone was in that maybe particularly wouldn't have liked it. They don't care at all. And when this guy Hutch wants to call into my show and talk about, I don't know if you saw what happened. The first question I asked was, I said, Hutch, can you show me anywhere on social media or on your streams that you do every day of you talking about the commentary from the families themselves? Can you show me? And he said, no, I didn't cover that. And I said, because you don't care. And he said, yeah, I'll concede, I don't care, whatever. Let's get to what I want to talk about. That's my entire criticism. You don't care. You only care about how can I weaponize this small issue about rules to go after Donald Trump. That's all they care about. And when he says, sure, I'll concede just for the sake of getting to what I want to talk about, that's another way of saying, wow, I just watched your stream, Rob, and watched you put 30 minutes of the actual words of these Goldstar family people themselves, basically holding back tears, talking about the mistreatment they've received from Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. And not only do I not want to talk about it, but I'll just sarcastically be be like, sure, I care about what they say. Now let's talk about the rules. And he doesn't understand how callous that makes him look and how it proves that everything that I'm talking about. That's exactly the problem. They make a mountain out of a molehill, and then when they see a mountain, they're like, no big deal, we're not going to talk about it. We'll pretend, yeah, it's tragic what they're going through, but the rules, what about that one gravestone that the guy didn't consent to being in the picture?
And so here's the deal, and I think one of the most egregious things in that conversation, you need to go over to Normal America with Rob Nor. You need to go back into that VOD and see this discussion. Is this guy is disgusting enough to sit there and name one of his best friends who happened to pass away in the Iraq War. Don't know the circumstances of his death. Don't really care. But he sat there and used this guy as just someone to throw against the wall. Hey, look, I care. Look, I have friend X name and blah, blah, blah. And the whole idea of a body, a corpse not consenting to be in a picture is ridiculous. Okay. It is not about the corpse. It is not about the dead soldier, airman, Marine, whatever. It is about the family of that passed away person. And that is what's actually important. And these leftists, they don't realize this. Look, it is not about the person who has left the mortal coils. It is about those who have survived in his wake. And what Donald Trump has actually done is he's reached out to these families. He talks with them. He actually keeps up with them. They invited him to come down on the 3rd anniversary of the Abbey Gate bombing. He showed up. Biden didn't show up. Kamala didn't show up. But you know what? Kamala has committed stolen condolences. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, look.
Well, let's be fair here. Kamala probably didn't show up because she lost her way. I mean, she was going to the border, but she couldn't find it.
Yeah, that's fair. But look, they say that her vice president candidate Tim Walz committed stolen valor. Now, I say borrowed valor, stuff like that, because he's crop dusting lies. He's not telling really the full truth. He's allowing your imagination to basically paint the color of his words. He's not completely lying, and he's not completely telling the truth. Well, Kamala Harris
with like what is not his rank on.
Well, so he did hold that rank. It was for a temporary time. He didn't retire at that rank. There's a difference. It's a technical thing. And it's something I don't expect the regular civilian to fully understand. And honestly, it's not that important. What's more important is the fact that he acted like he was a combat vet. But turns out, he was eating spaghetti. He was eating spaghetti in Italy, and he has PTSD because they use linguine instead of angel hair. Okay, that's a real egregious thing. And the fact that he's like, they told us to be nice. Okay, they made us watch some stupid movie, and that's ridiculous. But Kamala Harris has stolen condolences. And the reason why I say that is because she claims that she met with these Goldstar families during the time of the.
Did she claim that, or did Welker claim that?
No,
yeah. So meet the press host Kristen Welker falsely claims Kamala, because we don't say her name right because that's racism.
Kamala.
Yeah. We don't say her name right because of racism and bigot army and all this other good stuff. And, well, her name isn't important enough to actually say right. Kamala Harris met Goldstar family's troops killed in Afghanistan. Kristen Welker, moderator of the NBC's weekly Sunday political interview show, Meet the Press, falsely asserted the Vice President Kamala Harris met with Goldstar families of the 13th American troops that were killed in the ill-fated U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. Welker made the comment as she interviewed Senator Tom Cotton, who took the Biden-Harris administration to task for their treatment of the families. Let me go ahead and I'll bring that up in X so we can watch that. It's one of those things. We'll see it. We'll see it. Hey, I get live checked live in 4K or 180p, whatever.
All right, let me ask you about another one of the big headlines this week: Donald Trump's visit to Arlington National Cemetery. You've been talking about this. He attended a replaying ceremony with 13 service members who were killed during the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. He was invited by those family members. Important to say that. He also had campaign staffers with him. Photos, videos were posted on a campaign site. Taking campaign photos and videos at grave sites is forbidden under federal law. You, of course, served at Arlington Cemetery in the Old Guard, so I know that this is a sacred place for you. Bottom line, though, I guess, Senator, is it ever appropriate to make campaign content at military grave sites?
He didn't take campaign photos there. These families, Goldstar families, whose children died because of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris' incompetence, invited him to the cemetery. They asked him to take those photos because, as they told me yesterday, when I spoke to Kelly Barnett and Darren Hoover, parents of Taylor Hoover, who has Arkansas ties, they don't get to go to the beach on Labor Day. They don't get to have barbecues. This is their one chance to have a memory of their children, to commemorate their service and to honor their sacrifice. They wanted President Trump there. They wanted to take those photos. You know who the families also invited? Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Where were they? Joe Biden was sitting at a beach. Kamala Harris was sitting at her mansion in Washington, D.C. She was 4 miles away. 10 minutes. She could have gone to the cemetery and honored the sacrifice of those young men and women, but she hasn't. She never has spoken to them or taken a meeting with them.
Well, they did meet with them during the dignified
It's because
transfer.
of
They
her-
were with them at the dignified transfer.
Her and Joe Biden's incompetence, those 13 Americans were killed in Afghanistan.
And much like the holiday of Griftathon, it's made the fuck up. And Tom Carton screwed up by not calling her out on that.
Well, it's hard to know. Like, it's hard to know when people say things like that. Oh, maybe that did occur. All you could do is, this is why, listen, very similar. I have a similar take on the Walz Storm Valor stuff, which is this. I take an interest in it as to whether or not he is telling the truth, right? In general, is this someone I could trust, or is this someone who's going to lie? It seems like the gentleman lies over and over again on a litany of issues, not just sort of exaggerating his role. However, I'm not a combat vet. I'm not a veteran of any sort. And so I sort of default to, if you're a veteran and I talk to you, Sparky, and you're like, I don't think it's that big of a deal, I say, fair enough to you. If another veteran says, I think it's a huge deal, that's something that I will never experience being a veteran. And so it's hard for me to relate how egregious that is. I just look at it in the general of like, it's an exaggeration or it's a mistruth. I feel similarly here, right? The idea of, in general, well, what's offensive to the family of a soldier that has fallen in the line of duty? Like, I have a general idea, but I'm not in that situation. And God willing, I'll never be in that situation. And so what amazes me is to see the people running defense like Kristen Welker and all of these media people that have reached out and said, oh, but apparently there was one person whose gravestone didn't appreciate their family's gravestone being in this photo. I sympathize with that. I do. I understand and say, fair enough. That is something I can see being aggravated. But you're going to ignore the 13 families who have a far more examples of egregious things that the Kamala Harris and Biden administration has done. You're going to ignore them. And so when this is brought up specifically, this should have been the end of the story. Look, Trump was invited there by the families. They were happy he was there taking photos. That should have been the end of the story. But no, they keep doubling down. So take Kristen Welker in this specific situation. Tom Cotton says, look, I talked to the family, the people actually affected. And they say, we're happy that Trump was there, and we're kind of find what Kamala and them did to be despicable. And Welker's default is to misremember in best case scenario or flat out make up. No, Kamala's visited them.
Flat out make up.
What's that?
Flat out makeup.
Right. And so she makes it up and it's like, oh, no, she met them. Kamala did meet the family. So what's the implication that Kristen Welker is saying? Oh, actually those families lied to you, Tom Cotton. She actually did meet with the families. They lied to you. And then when we find out, once it's proven to everyone, like Kristen Welker just made up, they're like, oh, okay, no big deal. But why would that be an independent journalist's default position? Wouldn't Kristen Welker be reaching out to these family members herself? Wouldn't their program be reaching out to them saying, wait a minute, what was the exact situation? Were you upset that Trump was there taking photos? Are you upset that this was used as a campaign op? And they would have said, of course not. Who we're actually upset with is Kamala Harris. But she doesn't have any interest in that. Neither do any of these people. I have no problem if your position is as follows. Hey, I don't think Trump should have taken those photos. I think that could be egregious to people whose gravestones were in that and their family. I think that could upset them, and I think he should think better of that next time. However, I'm also appalled by what I see as the treatment that these Goldstar family members are saying. And if what they're saying is true, that is a far more heinous act of disrespecting Goldstar families than what Trump's accused of doing. And yet no one has that position. The position is quite simply Trump evil. That's it.
Jump in, River.
If he hadn't taken the pictures with the families, then they would have simply reported that Trump is so evil he refused to take pictures with
That's a great point.
the families of the Goldstar.
Yeah. That's
you know, I mean, this is so like it's a no-win situation, but it is in one way a win situation or a possible win, because I think that this is one of these situations where if you're somebody who's even remotely actively listening versus just being a passive listener, I think that this has the potential to wake some people up. There will be some people who will hear this and say, wait a minute, like Biden wasn't there at all and Kamala wasn't there at all. And Trump is the only one. And you look at the pictures from that day, he's there, he's looking presidential. He looks like he's running the country. Meanwhile, Joe Biden couldn't be bothered. He's on the beach, and Kamala is 4 miles away, 10 minutes away, at her house, probably drunk, not bothering to show up. I think a lot of people will figure that one out.
Hey, wine mom life is a good life, though.
Right.
River, Kamala is never drunk. Oh, wait. Sorry. Yeah, right.
Listen, it's fine. She probably is more coherent drunk than when she's sober anyways. But no, I mean, and the other thing that's so egregious about this is, like, I understand that like, let me try my best to make the argument as best as possible from the other side, which goes something like this. Well, just because Kamala or Biden are accused of doing something egregious to Goldstar families doesn't mean that we can't focus on this specific incident of what Trump did and whether or not that could be offensive to Goldstar families. And that's absolutely true. However, the problem with this logic is we're not saying, well, the media or Harris or Biden or their campaign team or the left-wing morons that we debate online, they didn't talk about this random Goldstar family in 2016 that died, and therefore they don't care. That's not what we're doing. We're saying, dude, in this exact incident, literally the exact incident that you're saying Trump is callous and Kamala is great because of this one incident, you haven't even listened to the families themselves in this particular incident. This isn't some random other incident. And I'm just putting myself in the positions of these families. Think of the indignities that you've had to suffer. You had to suffer the indignity of your children fighting in Afghanistan against the Taliban, only to have the Biden-Harris administration withdraw in such a buffoonish way that they had to rely on the Taliban for their security. And it blew up literally in their face and killed them. Then, when the dignified transfer of remains come, the vice president can't even show up. Then the president shows up and is staring at his watch. Then you never get a call from either of them. Then they never repeat your children's names in public, the 13 that died. They never repeat them in public. Then you actually reach out to Donald Trump, who some of the family members said Trump had reached out to them previously. But you reach out to him and say, would you come to this? And he says, absolutely. Then he comes and takes pictures. Then you watch the media again ignore your story and focus on the fact that Trump took these pictures and that proves he doesn't like the soldiers. And all the while you basically bite your tongue until Kamala Harris herself comes out and says, actually, I love the soldiers and this proves that Trump didn't. Imagine how furious you would be. Like the indignities that these people have suffered for 3+ years. And to have that in a campaign to the very people you blame that have ignored you for 3 years, standing on your dead child's grave to make a political point saying, actually, we love the families of the fallen soldiers and it's Trump that doesn't like. Imagine how infuriated it would take for them to almost collectively come out, 8 of them at least, 8 of the 13, and simultaneously release videos showing their anger. And if you watch those videos, you could see the anger in their faces, men and women alike, furious at the treatment that they've received and how the memory of their children has been sullied by this. And I cannot believe that it shows the hubris of the establishment and how much they have so much confidence in their control of the narrative that they even broach this as a possible line of attack. In retrospect, wouldn't it have been better for them to just ignore the whole damn thing and move on to the next thing? Oh, by the way, J.D. Vance is weird again. Here's pictures we saw of him in high school, he was playing Pokemon cards in high school in his study hall. What a weird bastard.
Oh, my goodness.
But no, they went with this story, and it blows up in their face, and all they know is to double down. And they know that listen, I'm not talking to Destiny's audience, Hutch's audience, Dylan's audience. Yeah, I know. They hate Trump, Orange Man bad. They'll tell any lie. They don't give a shit. They don't care. But the people that will decide this election, hopefully they can see how insane and callous and the very thing they're accusing Donald Trump, even if there's a smidgen of truth, maybe you should be a little more careful taking pictures at gravestones. Maybe there's a smidgen of truth to that. The accusation that he doesn't care about these families is so bogus when he's actually willing to take the time to go out, reach out to them, comfort them, talk to them. And these same people are saying Kamala Harris is stabbing us in the back. She's using this story to proclaim that she cares about the soldiers. She couldn't even make a phone call to us. I mean, the whole thing, I can't imagine the pain and the anger that these families are going through. I just really can't. And it shows just how disgusting our media is. And it really brings a sobering question that I think all of us need to come to grips with. She may very well win. Kamala may very well win. We may be post-elections mattering. We may be at the point where the control of the narrative through our intel agencies, academia, entertainment, social medias, algorithm manipulation means whoever they pick will win. If they could drag Kamala Harris across the finish line, as bad as she is, with the blunders that she's had, who can't they drag across the finish line? I mean, it's really a sobering thought, and it's depressing. But I guess just put it on the stack of things that are oppressing. Thinking about these Goldstar families, I guess.
Well, let's think about some other broken promises. Okay, now over in the state of California, there was talk of reparations for Black Americans. However, they have shelved those thoughts in lieu of giving $150,000 for illegals to buy homes in California. California shelves reparations bills for Black Americans after legislation approves plans to give non-citizens $150,000 to buy new homes. When California lawmakers passed legislation to grant illegal immigrants up to $150,000 towards home down payment in the state, a pair of bills aimed at providing reparations to Black residents have stalled. The pair of bills authorized by Democrat State Senators Stephen Bradford and Senate Bill 1331, which would have created a new state fund for reparations, and Senate Bill 1403, which would have created a new state strategy to oversee these efforts and determine eligibility, according to Fox News. A bill granting first-time home buyers assistance with down payments from a taxpayer-funded home loan program passed by the state legislature on Wednesday and the state Senate on Tuesday. California Governor Gavin Newsom has until the end of September, Griff-timber, to sign the veto bill, according to the New York Post.
Right, Sparky.
Yes, it is Griff-timber. And look, this is something that River herself holds a lot of passion for. Now, I've dismissed this claim on a multitude of times with her because I don't care about reparations. I'm very open about that. But you know what? I love that she has this passion. And, really, she is a voice that doesn't get heard enough on this type of topic. And so I want to just kick it over to her. River, you have the floor. Tell us what's on your mind.
About how I feel about reparations specifically, or this
Go
topic?
for it. Go for the topic, and we can roll into it.
With this, I mean, first of all, Black people, we have to learn how to get something for our vote. This is ridiculous. Kamala Harris came out and said that she wasn't going to do anything for Black people specifically. No, however, she did make sure that she got $26 billion for Indians and Asians and that coalition. But she is telling you that she will give you nothing. I'd like you to remember that she is not Black. Just saying that her dad is from Jamaica doesn't mean anything because he's Indian and Irish. He's an Indian and Irish man who was born in Jamaica. He's not Black. She's not doing anything for you. And now look at this. If this isn't the biggest slap in the face where the Democrats roll out, oh, we're going to do reparations. Oh, yeah, we'll study it. We'll study it. We'll keep studying it. Because you won't vote any other way, because you won't vote for another party that you've been taken for granted. And now they're shipping so many of these people in that the Black vote will mean nothing. It's going to be meaningless. And it used to be a thing where we could most definitely sway elections, and it's all going away. And I'm afraid that most of you will just keep on voting blue no matter who. And at this point, you almost get what you deserve. Like if you cannot figure this out and vote something, or vote for something, get something for your vote. That's how voting works. If you don't do that, then you're going to get exactly what you deserve, which will be nothing. Unfortunately, I will be in that category too. But I am pro reparations. I am pro reparations for Jim Crow, and yeah, I would love to see that happen, and we could do it if we stop voting just blindly for Democrats. You can make something happen for yourself because they got money for everybody but you.
Well, so I look at it like this. First of all, no one who is a non-citizen in America, in my opinion, should be allowed to own land in America. And that means foreign corporations as well. It disgusts me the fact that we allow China, who we all know are assholes, to own
collectively.
Yes. China as a collective is asshole.
Asshole.
Yes.
Got it.
Asshole. Yes. Donald Trump, no trust China. China is asshole. It's just one of those things that irks the hell out of me. And the fact that the Democrats over there in California has decided that they will give a $150,000 stipend to help pay for a down payment towards their first home in America, of which they shouldn't own nor be in to begin with. And look, I have spoken very loudly, very proudly about my pro deportation stance, where we do it environmentally safe. We do it via trebuchet. We yeet them out of the country. We do it into a body of water. That way they're safe. And, if they can't swim, how the fuck did they get here in the first place? There's a reason why they call them what they do. And it has something to do with a towel. In fact, I think Marvel had a whole movie about it where the bad guy was a little moist. And once they wicked away the water from his anterior side, he lost all of his powers. God, it is that racist, isn't it? Oh, it's the latest Wakanda, the latest Black Panther. Oh yeah. They had a guy who he kept his powers as long as his back was moist.
Oh,
and so once they figured out that they had to dry off his back, he lost his power. Yeah,
probably the Submariner, Namor, right?
Yeah,
I know the comics a little. I don't watch the stuff. Yeah, I got you.
But look, I think trebuchets are the perfect way to deport these people, because if we yeet them out, they will not want to come back, because that is one ride you don't want to take. And if you yeet them out far enough in the sea, they better be good at swimming and staying.
I don't know that we have enough engineers capable of building trebuchets anymore in this country. We may have to reform
Good luck for us. We have rednecks. We can figure it out.
We do have pumpkin chunking around here, so I'm familiar with the trebuchet a little. This story with the reparation, everything you guys are saying is right here, though I do disagree with the idea of reparations in general, which we can talk about that if you want. But when it comes to this story specifically, one angle I think that's worth looking at is what this is going to do to home prices. So just a cursory look shows that in California, the average home price is somewhere around $900,000 now. So first off, if you're illegal here and you don't have papers, how are you working to have a job that you'll ever be able to successfully pay back? Okay, you get the free $150,000, great. Then how are you going to pay the rest of that $900,000? So there's two things to think about this, in addition to the unfairness of it all and sort of the danger of destroying our country by importing people that break the law to get here. The first is this is going to massively drive up the prices of homes, because what will happen is these people now have this money. That means that the incentive will be to raise the cost of the homes, because there's now more competition in a housing market that's already constrained for people to be able to purchase these homes, which means that what will happen is the value of the homes will inflate, which is tragic. And the other thing is, and who will it price out? Well, it will price out the lowest income people that otherwise would be able to afford these homes. They're the ones that are going to be priced out of the market. So hardworking middle and lower class people that otherwise would like to qualify for mortgages to buy these homes. The other thing that it'll do is, I have to look into this, but this is something that sounds intuitively true thinking about it. So I've heard rumors that there have been accusations in the past where banks will intentionally give out loans and mortgages to people that they know will not be able to pay them back for two reasons. We know this is true during the 2008 financial crisis. The first reason, which is they lied about the quality of those loans. They would package them together with other loans, say that they were AAA rated, then sell them to your 401k, and then all of a sudden it would go bust. And then you, the guy who's worked your whole life and saved money, all of a sudden your 401k collapses. The mortgage is made out hand over fist. They're doing great. They already sold the mortgage. They're good. But the other thing that I've heard, and this is what I need to look into, is if these banks want to get cheap property, what they could do is give these mortgages out to people. They get the free $150,000 government dollars. They know that they'll never be paid back. They give the mortgage to the illegal immigrant. The illegal immigrant makes one or two mortgage payments. Then they default. Now the bank owns the property. And they're $150,000 richer. Now they could resell the property. Maybe they resell it to another illegal immigrant, right? And get that $150,000. And so it's a nice little convenient scam. And this money doesn't just come out of thin air. So not only are they pricing out the average home buyer, and we used to have a system where homes were affordable for people on one income house, I still live in an area where my home was like $85,000. So it's absurd to me to think that the average price of a home in California is $900,000. But if you can't afford a home unless you're going into lifelong debt from a bank, and those prices get higher and higher, and there's less and less homes around anyways, and there's more and more consolidation with the ultra wealthy in the form of banks or otherwise, China and other places that are now owning these properties, you start to get a really bleak picture of what the future of the United States is. Almost like, tell me if you've heard this before, you'll own nothing and like it. That's what it sounds like's going on. And it sounds like that the slice of the pie for the American citizen that respects this country, respects its rules, that the government should work on the behalf of, their slice of the pie gets smaller and smaller every day. But their burden to keep the society moving seems to grow exponentially every day. Constantly, the working class is told that they have to sacrifice more. They got to pay more at the pump. They got to pay more at the grocery store. Their mortgage rates have to go up. Their home prices have to go up, etc., etc.
What they're doing is they're building a utopia. You know how utopias work? There's the people who live in the utopia who have a wonderful, idyllic life. And then there's the people who they never see, who toil in the shadows and keep the utopia running.
Victor David Hansen put it best. He said, Democrats wish for a utopia they'll never have the misfortune of living in. That's what they do. They have their gated communities, so they'll say, yes, to the plebes, no guns, no walls, they're racist, it's all racist, it's all garbage. You shouldn't have the right to defend yourself. If Black Lives Matter or Antifa comes to your neighborhood, then just let them come in. You can't defend yourself with guns. Meanwhile, we're in our gated community with armed guards. We're not worried about that. You remember Stephen Colbert saying at the height of COVID, I don't care if I have to pay $15 a gallon for gas. Of course you don't, Stephen. You probably just ride a limo everywhere or a private jet. People like me that have to drive to work every day, that's driving a 2013 Hutch Journey, that's like, shit, I'm living paycheck to paycheck, despite my brilliance, it's still the case. Hashtag send money to Rob. But I care if gas goes to $15 a gallon. So does literally every single person that I personally know.
Send Rob $15 for his gas.
For 1 gallon. Thank you, Stephen Colbert. Hey, by the way, remember when Stephen Colbert's people attacked the Capitol and got away with it? Remember that? Mm-hmm. And all of a sudden it wasn't a big deal anymore?
I don't think he deserves the inflection you put in his name. Should be called Colbert.
Stephen Colbert.
I look at it like this. So River has argued the reparations thing with me many times before. Rob, you are a storied and legendary debater, and you know what? I want to put her logic up against the kingmaker, king breaker himself.
He wants some blood sports. He wants to watch a 3-on-1.
River, no, I don't need to see the 3-on-1 because Rob is the only man alive in debate that I know could gangbang by himself. He's pretty scary. But here's the deal. Okay, River, I want your best pitch for reparations. We'll take the illegal migrants out of it. I want your best pitch for reparations.
I don't do debates. I don't do opening statements. I mean, I'll
no. I don't need an opening statement. I need your best theory. Your best. This is why the Black community deserves reparations, and you know what? And we'll let Rob tackle that idea alone.
Yeah, me and Sparky won't get involved.
Yeah, I will sit back and watch and.
I'm just gonna say I agree.
Smoke my base.
As long as I get him too. There, didn't see that coming.
Oh.
No, it's fine. I won't. That's fine. Whatever everyone wants to do. Okay. If we want to talk about reparations, that's fine.
I mean, we can talk about reparations. I mean, to be 100% honest, I am like pro slavery reparations, but I believe that at this point it's something that is unattainable. But it wasn't in my lifetime, but it is at this point. I think it's just too hard to try to figure out, who would get something, which is why I have moved the goalpost to reparations for Jim Crow because of just all of the just horror after horror after horror, massacres, lynchings, having property taken away, the voter suppression, legalized hunting of Black people, essentially the like what they did with education. I mean, my goodness, there's no shortage of horrors that people who are still alive today had to endure. So I think that if you do a situation where you have people who were Black people who were in the country or like born here, before the Civil Rights Act. And so, right now we have about 2 generations of folks. We're yeah. Oh, well, a little bit of some and a little bit of a little bit of more of the boomers, and then the ones before the boomers. But I think there are people here who actually suffered under these laws, and I think that they are absolutely deserving of compensation for what their own government put them through.
Okay, so I would say this, the term reparation obviously has some connotations that could mean different things to different people. So let me start by saying this. I'm totally in favor of anyone who personally has been aggrieved in a unjustified way by our government of being compensated for that aggrievement. So for example, if a person is locked up unjustly, and the government intentionally lied in order to lock them up, and then they're in prison 30 years and they get out of prison, does that person deserve to win some sort of financial windfall because of the mistreatment? Yes, I don't consider that reparations, but let's say that we would say that's reparations or not. The problem I have is with saying that an entire race of people is entitled to some sort of money, presumably that comes from a tax pool that's paid into everyone, even people that aren't personally responsible for the mistreatment of things that these people themselves didn't even suffer from. That's what I have a problem with. So if you could make a case, for example, if you were to say, my grandmother's still alive and police beat her mercifully in 1964, and when she was a teenager, they beat her mercilessly and it led to a broken leg where she's never been able to recover, I'm open to hearing whether or not if she's never been financially compensated for that, if she should be. But should you? No, you shouldn't be, because you weren't personally aggrieved by that. And the idea, this leads to all sorts of problems. Why should we make people collectively that aren't guilty of something pay to people that collectively weren't victims of something? It seems... Go ahead.
The reason why we would do that is that unfortunately, that seems to be the way that reparations work in general. Rarely is the administration that is responsible for the injustice. Rarely are they the ones who will say, "Oh, well, my bad. I actually did something wrong." So it happens when we do that, like the Japanese internment, for example. They didn't get, I don't think, money till the late 80s, early 90s. I think around 88. I mean, way after they had actually been interned, but that's how these things work. So you don't get paid in real time. It's usually
right, but that was the people that were directly interned or their direct descendants, like their children.
Correct.
And that's different than saying that all black people that were here before a certain point are entitled to some sort of money. Let me give you an example of why I think this would play out in an absurd way. Presumably, one of the arguments you would make as to why reparations are entitled to even people that haven't directly experienced the harmful things that you're talking about is because it set them ancestrally on a path that would disenfranchise their descendants today. Would that would presumably be part of the argument? If your grandparents couldn't own land because of racist policies of the United States, the chance of you then owning land now, third generation from them, would be much lower. Therefore, perhaps you're entitled to land because it's not your fault that ancestrally the government screwed over your family.
Well, yes, but if I was going with a personal story, I mean, the personal story is we had land and it was taken.
Okay, same difference.
Why?
So then
businesses, they were allowed to come in and take them, but that's why I have not said that somebody myself, my age, would be entitled. That's why I said people before that, and I have not come across an old black person yet who didn't have a hard time, back in those days, it was all bad.
So then let's say this then. Let's say we're talking the year 1984. That's the year I was born. People around then would be encompassed in the generation that you're talking about. Let's say there are two mothers that live in the same community that are both in very similar financial situations. They're both single mothers, and both are in labor next to each other at the hospital. And there's a black lady who has a son named Bob, right? I'm simple, so we'll say Bob for black, right? And then the white lady has a son named Will for white, right? So, and let's say that Bob, this child that's just born, he's being born into poverty to a single mother, in part because 2 generations before that, due to Jim Crow laws, there was egregious things that happened that meant that his great-grandfather or his grandfather was unable to attain legitimate wages that he was entitled to because of racist policies, and perhaps they even had a home stolen from them because of racist policies. And I'm not so sure that this was directly occurring in like the 40s or so, but let's say that hypothetically happened. And so because of these racist policies, that led to a downward spiral to where Bob is now born to a single mother who makes $15,000 a year, right? Mm-hmm. Now there's Will. Will, also born to a single mother who makes $15,000 a year. Her story's different. She grew up in a steel town, right? And due to disastrous globalist policies that occurred around the time of the 60s, 70s, her family lost all of their wealth because they were generationally steel workers, and now all of a sudden they found themselves unemployed, found themselves in alcoholism, abuse, etc. And so that led to her growing up in a very poor, abusive environment, and now she finds herself in a situation where she's a single woman making $15,000 a year. Why is Bob entitled to more aid than Will?
Well, that's not an argument that I'm making. I'm talking about if somebody lived through the horrors themselves, that the people who are actually aggrieved are the people who should get money.
Okay, but then you would say that reparations for all black people is nonsensical. It would only be if you could definitively prove yourself that you suffered some sort of financial loss because of some policy of the government.
I guess what I'm saying is if you are a black person of a particular age, that you experienced horrors.
Well, that's not necessarily true. There certainly could be black people that would say, well, I grew up in an area of the country where that wasn't the case. And in addition to that, just experiencing horrors doesn't seem to be a reason that the government would owe people money. For example, if you experienced horrors because some racist guy that's not working for the government did something shitty, well, if we offer reparations for that, that would mean anyone who lived through a family member being a victim of rape or homicide, regardless of their skin color or the skin color of the perpetrator, would also be entitled to reparations.
Well, I think it's when I'm talking, though, about essentially government-sanctioned horrors, government sanctioned or I guess violations of the 13th and 14th Amendments. So, like for instance, the federal government really not doing anything about that, and then allowing like the voter suppression laws to come into play. So like every previous, I think, Confederate state had something to do or had implemented some voter suppression in some form or another. And I'm talking about real voter suppression, not, like what we say voter suppression is today, even though they didn't specifically name things by race, but putting in poll taxes that poor blacks couldn't afford, and by doing the literacy test. And a lot of people at that point, post-labor, like people couldn't get into schools and they couldn't read. And I know one county in Alabama, I believe it was, they went from 5,000 black voters to 50 some within a 5-year span. And then they used that because they used the voter registration information in order to put people on juries. So then that turned the situation into where you had black people then who, could not get on juries. And then you have all white juries. So it's juries of people who hate you and will just throw you in jail. Not unlike what is happening with Trump. And I always talk about how Trump has had his Jim Crow laws and trials. When you look at the jury selection process for everything, and if you're a prospective juror, they'll ask you, oh, do you watch Fox News? Okay, well, you're out. Sorry, only people who hate you are allowed to be on your jury. And I would also ask you, though, like, are you for say there was somebody who was who's alive who actually was a slave? Would you be okay with giving reparations to slaves?
Yes, I think that's different though. But let me be specific. Not necessarily. Yes, in the way you're asking it, but let me give a caveat. I'm sure you'll agree with me. Not in the fact of like if my neighbor has some woman chained up in our basement and that's a slave. You're talking about government sanctioned slavery, correct?
Yes.
Just to be clear. Yeah, in that world, I would say yes. I think that there should be financial compensation given to people that through the force of law were made to be subhuman and work against their will. I think that is something that I'd be willing to hear. I think none of those people exist today. And even in the circumstances that you're talking here, though, right, like So that's why I was okay with the payments of the Japanese Americans that were interned in the Korematsu case, because they actually suffered a jailing that would have financial ramifications for them for the rest of their lives, because, and not to mention pain and suffering, right? What you're talking about, though, seems like, what year would you say that those voting taxes and things that you're criticizing, what year would you say those were?
What year were they implemented, or like when did they stop?
When did they end? Yeah.
Because there wasn't just those. There was also, I mean, that ended with the Civil Rights Act. But I forgot when I was talking about that, there was also just intimidation too, like scaring people away from the polls, and that this was all something that was allowed. But the reason why I asked the question about slavery is because in a lot of ways, slavery for Black people did not end. Not even after the Juneteenth situation. What they did instead was to continue to force Black people to work against their will by locking them up for things like this is a real thing. It's called reckless eyeballing. So if you looked at somebody the wrong way, they could throw you in jail. Also, abusive language, which I'm sure is something that the Democrats would love to still be doing today. Vagrancy, really, they could lock you up for no reason.
But the problem is that's
then they lease people out to mines, and they lease them out to farms, and just all kinds of work. So they continued. It was just a different form of slavery.
But the problem is, like, you could make those same sorts of claims about all sorts of groups of people, even up to and continuing today. For example, I could say that laws are selectively enforced today. In fact, you talk to people in my predominantly white rural town, there's tons of them that will tell you they've been law successful. For example, let's say laws that determine whether or not there is a conflict between domestic abuse. Men have a righteous case. I think that oftentimes they're unfairly considered to be the perpetrators of domestic abuse, even if it's mutual, because our courts tend to default towards siding to women when it comes to those sorts of issues. So would we be calling for reparations for all men? Because in the years 1990 to 2020, there was court systems that unfairly disparaged men and defaulted towards believing women. So there were many men that were unfairly, had their careers ended, had their custody of their children, which is incalculable, the amount of money that would be worth. Will we be saying 30 years from now that white people, or that men deserve reparations because of this treatment? This is where it becomes very difficult. Like, again, I don't disagree with you if you could show that the legal system falsely imprisoned, incarcerated, etc., a specific person at a specific time, that they deserve some sort of compensation. But to say, like, there were laws that said that were applied racistly that said people unfairly ogling you could land you in jail. I've been arrested for disorderly conduct. Why? Because I was at a bar. I ordered a beer. I was probably too drunk to serve. The bar handed me the beer. I paid the money. The bartender grabbed the beer before I actually got a chance to touch it. And I said, fine, give me my money back. He said, no. I said, I want my money back. Cop slammed me on the ground. Disorderly conduct. I find that to be very unfair and unjust. Am I entitled to reparations in the future? Probably not. Even if that would have led to me going to jail, you would say, yeah, that's a horse shit, but that's the laws are applied vaguely. That's different than falsely accusing someone of murder or locking someone up specifically because they're Black. There's just no righteous way or justifiable way, because when you're talking about reparations, it comes from a pool of money, and all money is the government doesn't have any money. So they're either creating new money, which is a tax through inflation on everyone, or they're taking people's taxes that are forced to pay in. I don't see a justifiable reason why me or Sparky, or for that matter you, River, should be forced to pay people who haven't suffered these direct damages of such an egregious nature, why we should be forced to pay them. And getting back to my scenario with Bob and Will, the way this ends up playing out is we see oftentimes there are all sorts of reparations that are actually already being paid. There are plenty of programs that are designed specifically to help just people of color and Black Americans. I can give you two examples here recently. The CDC, if you believe that the vaccines for COVID were a good thing, recommended that non-essential workers get the vaccine before elderly people because more people of color were non-essential workers. And even though the CDC acknowledged that this would ultimately lead to more deaths, they found that to be acceptable because the deaths would be majoritarily more white people. That was the rationale that they used. We also see that there were specific loans given out that were interest-free and I believe didn't have to be paid out to farmers who happened to be people of color. There are all sorts of these sort of affirmative action policies that already exist, and you can see how they have the negating effect. They actually aren't helping people of color at all. It actually makes things worse, and it becomes very grotesque and unfair when you see that people are being forced to pay into this system that aren't advantaged or privileged whatsoever. To my knowledge, my family never owned slaves. They never participated in Jim Crow. I come from a family that's relatively poor. We happen to live in a poor community, so being poor was okay because houses were more affordable. But why should me or my family be forced to pay into a pool of money that goes to someone like Oprah Winfrey, who just because of the nature of her skin color is now entitled to specific programs or reparations based purely on her skin color when she's clearly more advantaged than I am?
Well, once again, it's because that's how reparations work, because they're not normally paid at the time. That like otherwise, no one ever gets it ever. Like the Japanese would have never gotten anything.
Those are two bad scenarios. No one gets it, or the scenario I outlined. And given those two bad scenarios, I prefer my scenario to yours.
Well, let me ask you this then. If I were to move, and maybe this makes my argument better, if I were to move instead of just, Black people born before like the Civil Rights Act, if I were to move that to like just Black people who would still probably be in that age range, but then had a specific claim, would that make you feel different and differently? And you say, okay, like I was not allowed to vote, or they took my land from me, or I was, like I said, locked up for reckless eyeballing, which isn't a thing. Like if you have folks then who are that age who experience it directly and have direct claims, how would you feel about that?
I would say that it would depend on the nature of the direct claim, but that's a better case. I think that there is a case to be made from people that are directly aggrieved unjustly by governmental policies, that they should have some sort of recourse where there's possible financial compensation, because it financially detriment. Like, for example, there is a nature of pain and suffering. That's part of it. But part of it is because, if you were incarcerated for 30 years, that's 30 years worth of wealth accumulation you were unable to achieve, plus your career that you were unable to advance, plus then the pain and suffering. So I would say it depends on the nature of that. Many of the things you outlined, I don't know how we would quantify that to reparations. For example, not being able to fairly vote. I don't know how we quantify that. I don't know what the reparation value of that would be. I just don't know. It seems to me like there's a very weak case to be made that any financial compensation should be given to someone because they're alive today, and in 1960 they were unable to vote. I just don't know how we would quantify that. The same with the cases you're talking about, someone who was charged with eyeballing someone. I mean, again, there are plenty of people that could make these sorts of claims, and I don't know how we would evaluate all of them that could say, I was unjustly arrested for disorderly conduct. I mean, I don't know if you've read the disorderly conduct. Eyeballing someone quite literally could still to this day be charged under most states' disorderly conduct laws. I know Pennsylvania's here. Pennsylvania's disorderly conduct law basically just says any action that could be deemed a nuisance by a member of the general public. So eyeballing someone could be considered like an annoyance or a nuisance of the general public. That could land me in jail for disorderly conduct. So I guess it would depend on the treatment. Now, if someone got arrested for disorderly conduct, then they were beaten severely by police because of it, yeah, now I think that there's a more significant case that there would be some sort of reparations that would be available to them. But I wouldn't even call that reparations. I would call that sort of financial compensations for direct misbehavior, and I don't know how we could exist without a statute of limitations to some extent on that. I mean, going back 10 years, 20 years seems like maybe something that's doable. Going back 60 years, 70 years, 80 years, I mean, it seems then it's getting tenuous at best, because how would you even, most of the time it's going to be nearly impossible to have a fair hearing on what that case would be. Like, what would the adversarial process of that be? Almost everyone's dead. So it's just going to be one person's word? Like, yeah, they beat me in prison, and you're just going to be like, okay. Like, so, I mean, at this point, it seems like because the negatives so far outweigh the positives, I think at this point, there's just no way that we could do that as a form of reparations. And I also don't think that's how reparations are most of the time talked about. Most of the time, reparations are talked about giving a pile of money to people of a particular race, even if they themselves directly hadn't suffered this. So I find what you're saying to be more agreeable, but I'm still pretty much against it, because I just think that the way that this will work out is that we'll see people that aren't responsible for these misbehaviors that are already in a poor position end up paying into money to many people that are far better off than them themselves. So someone like Oprah is now, or LeBron James, possibly is
I doubt that, because most black people aren't like Oprah.
Well, most white people aren't either. There's more poor white people than poor black people in this country.
Yeah, but are you talking about like that's what is that, like a per capita thing?
Yeah, well, certainly per capita the numbers are different. Yeah, but again, when it's very similar. Tell me if you agree with this. Do you agree with the student loan bailout that Biden's team's pushing? Do you agree with that? Maybe I'm opening another can of worms here.
We're about to open up a whole other can of worms because I think something that needs to be done about that. I haven't flushed that fully out.
Well, let me just make one argument.
Deal with that situation.
Sure. I'll just make one argument that I think is analogous to this. Like, there is an argument that I find very persuasive that's like, why should my friend who graduated high school or even dropped out of high school and got a physical, laborious job for $15 an hour and busted his hump at that job till he got promoted and he's done it for 30 years and he's making money now, why should he be forced to pay for my college tuition when I went and got shit-faced every day? Why should he be forced to pay for it? And it seems that morally that seems unjustified, that the person that made that decision to not go in debt, to actually do something that's productive, that paid less than he would have made with a college degree, should have to pay into a pile of money that then is awarded to me in a windfall. The similar argument could be made for reparations. Even if you're right that per capita, black people tend to be poorer than white people, there are more poor white people than there are poorer black people. And why should they, or poor Hispanics, poor Asians, or whatever, based on their race, be told that owe money into a pile of money that goes to other people based on their race? I mean, the same arguments that you're making here could be making, my grandfather perhaps had some unjust arrest in his past. Is he entitled to money 60 years later? I mean, would you think that that's something, if he could prove it, he's entitled to money?
Well, then nobody ever gets anything ever, because then I say, oh, well, there's a lawsuit, a cop in our area, he beats someone up and I'm a taxpayer, so why should my money go to settle this lawsuit? I mean, we could do that with everything, but then nobody ever gets anything ever. At some point, right. We have to.
That's preferable. But that's preferable, because think of where this stops. I actually applaud you for saying it's only people that are directly aggrieved. That's actually a stronger argument. But think of where your argument ends up, right? Because you could say, well, it's not just that, it's people, their children. Because if you're black and your father couldn't own land, that means that you were born in a worse position, and so you're entitled to some form of compensation. The problem then becomes, well, at what point do we end this, right? Because then I could say, well, I have Native American ancestry, so actually the white people should pay you money, and then you should pay me money, because you're on my family's stolen land. Now what? Right? And then Sparky might say, oh, really? What tribe are you, Rob? And I say Iroquois. And he says, well, I'm Algonquin. Actually, the Iroquois attacked and took my land previous to that. So once River pays you that money, why don't you hand that money over to me? And then someone else says, well, I'm from the Blackfoot tribe, and the Algonquin took that over. We want to go way back to the year 500 BC, right? And so the problem is when you talk about collective guilt or collective payments to people based on things like historical grievances and ethnicities that are going decades upon decades back, what ends up happening is there's no good bright line for why you should cut it off ever. And so, yeah, you're technically right. At some point you'd say, okay, after a certain point that's deemed reasonable, 10, 20 years or something like that, you're right. No one gets reparations. No one gets anything. Yeah, and that's not fair in the grand context of life, but to me, that's more fair and a better alternative to we constantly live in the past, because constantly we're trying to find claims of grievances from 100 years, 200 years, 300 years in the past, and then all this, and you see this all the time. They do that show on PBS where they go into people's ancestries, and there'll be some black person that's like, I'm interested to see who my ancestors are, and they'll be like, hey, your ancestors were slave owners. It's like, okay, now do you owe reparations? Does 60% of you owe reparations to the other 40% of you? I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Kamala Harris's family, were they not slave owners in Jamaica? I thought that was something.
Yeah, they were. That was her Irish.
It becomes difficult. And again,
as well.
To steelman your position, though, River, you're saying specific aggrieved person. So that sort of gets out of a lot of that. But again, it seems that there's still going to be very similar problems. All of us could trace back in our life some instance that we felt aggrieved, and many of it through government action. I'll give you another example real quick.
But still not to the level of what happened to people under Jim Crow. And then to just go back real quick to
that's not true necessarily, but
about disorderly conduct. Mm-hmm. And comparing that to reckless eyeballing, maybe I should have gone into more detail about how things like that played out, which was that once people got to the courts, they would give you something like a fine. It would be $1 or something that people would pay. But then like the associated fees and stuff would be like 50 or more, which is something that people didn't have the money to pay. So then they wound up having to work and work and work till they paid off this crazy fine. And you could be there for years and years and years, once again, for no reason. And if you wound up in like the mines in a place like Birmingham, then you were in a situation where 25% of the workers died.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not, but like, which is actually worse than the death rate of like surviving the Middle Passage. So it's really something that, you know, it's not like today getting locked up for something unfairly. It was a system. It was targeted at Black men to continue slavery, to continue slave labor, not wholly unlike what, say, Kamala was doing with keeping people in jail past their sentences, but this was worse, you know, to keep them working for the state. It is absolutely a form of slavery, and it continued.
Okay, so
and
first off,
if you're a Black man in the South, you were afraid, because you could be locked up for any reason. You could be beaten, and this is why I think it's so easy to convince Black people, particularly BLM and folks, of these scenarios where they think that the cops are just beating Black people, they're just randomly beating Black people. It's because it's something that has happened, but it's not in the recent past. And once again, there's two generations of people who survived when this was actual, like a real thing, and you didn't have to like lie about situations.
Okay.
Actually, hold on. River's saying that no white people have suffered the same as Black people in America under Jim Crow. I know wasn't in America, but in the United Kingdom in the 20s and 30s, mainly in the 20s, if you lived in the northeast of England, or if you lived in Wales, you were forced into you were forced down the coal mines. At some points, they actually got the troops out to force you down the coal mines. People were killed.
Well, that's even in like let's go with the reckless eyeballing thing. Reckless eyeballing itself was not a crime, correct? It was used as an excuse to charge with other crimes, correct?
No, it was a crime.
Maybe so. I looked it up. I'll admit I'm just doing a quick search. What I was reading with the quick search said it wasn't itself. There wasn't a crime on the books of reckless eyeballing. They would instead use, that was a colloquial term that was used for the idea of charging other crimes with the appearance of a Black man in particular, that would say that he looked menacing or looked like he was, intimidating, assaulting someone. So, for example, there were people charged with reckless eyeballing, but it was like intent to commit rape. That was the crime that they were charged with, because they were staring at a woman, and it was an egregious charge. But I'm unaware. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm unaware in my limited.
Maybe I'm wrong. I'd have to double check that. I thought it was. I could be mistaken. I can always double check.
But nonetheless, then the implication is this: you get charged with that. It's not that the penalty's that bad, but the penalty is enough to put you in some sort of financial dire straits that you're then forced to work a shitty job. Right? Or you're saying that they were put in a penal colony, that they were sent to jail and forced to work, or they were forced they were put to jail and forced to work.
Yes, you're put in jail, put on a chain gang.
Okay, so let's say hypothetically, let's say that's the case, and let's say it happened predominantly with Black men. But let's say my grandfather, who was white, was also unjustly arrested. He was accused of robbing a bank. Turns out it wasn't the case. He was sent to the same penal colony as this Black man, had the same disastrous mine that he worked in, happens to still be alive today. Is he entitled today to reparations?
If it was unjust?
Yeah.
I would say yes.
But then what do we do? But if there's no statute of limitations on these things, like, doesn't it seem like all of a sudden now, so now we're talking about, and the most recent case I could find of someone being accused of being charged of reckless eyeballing or something of that sort was 1951. Now, I'm not saying there weren't those after that, but what are the chances that someone that was of an adult enough age, we'll say at least 15, 16, to be charged with reckless eyeballing in 1950, that would put them at what age today? They're like 90? Is that like close to that?
Right, but you didn't. It was a system though where you didn't even necessarily have to be charged with anything. They could just pull you over, pull you out of the car. It could be like, hey, you
But the
went through a
same
sundown town.
Theoretically, that could be true of anybody of any race, right? And so if your claim is anyone who's ever suffered mistreatment of law enforcement in that way, even 70 years later, is entitled to some sort of financial compensation, okay, I guess that would be a very, very limited amount of people. And I'd be interested to hear what you feel the value of that. I mean, my guess is that would probably be less than 1,000 people. From 1950 or so that suffered that. But let's say that's the case. What would the financial compensation value that you would be looking to give them be?
Well, I suppose I would look for something similar adjusted to inflation for, I mean, I think they gave the Japanese 20 grand a piece. I'm trying to think of what would that be in today's money? I have to look that up.
Let's say, so you're talking ballpark like $250,000?
$250,000? I mean, ballpark in my head, I was thinking more like 100.
Okay. I mean, I don't necessarily agree with you, but in the grand scale of how egregious is that? I mean, I can live with that, probably. I don't think it'll do any good. I don't think it achieves any justice. I don't know, where does that money come from? Should the federal government pay that money because of actions that were taken to a local police department? Or should we force those local police departments that would still exist today 70 years later to pay that money? Like if the cops in New York City abuse me now and then I sue them, the New York City Police Department pays me, not the federal government. Why should the federal government pay if racist state governments or racist local governments did something shitty? Shouldn't it be the people that actually did that as close as possible pay?
Well, because the federal government isn't completely without fault, but I mean, it could be a state thing or a federal thing. Like I'm open to either. You know, I do see states like, California pretending that they're going to do something, but then, you know, that's just a trick. But I feel like somehow like I'm losing with this. Like I'm not making a good case in that I'm not talking about, I guess, Jim Crow as like an entirety and what that was like for people, you know, like as a whole. I think I'm getting like with this, I'm getting pigeonholed into like, well, there was like this one, if we do this one specific thing here and this one specific thing here, but I'm not trying to think how I can talk about this in a better
way. I understand it's difficult and we don't have a lot of time and it's difficult in this format, but I think for me, what I'm saying is more, I think we're now talking about what I think are your strongest cases. People that were directly affected via law enforcement to terrible situations in completely unjust ways. So if we're taking that, we're starting with that. Once you get out further to like, well, you know, people just were treated like shit. You went to the department store and people were like, don't serve them, they're black. I don't think there's a case for reparations for that. Any more than there's a case for reparations where scraggly-ass 23-year-old Rob Knorr wearing his Slayer t-shirt goes into the local supermarket and they're like, watch out for this guy, fuck this guy. He's like some kind of menace, right? Do I get to sue 70 years later and be like, hey, reparations, I was treated like
Rob
shit
the
when
menace.
So those cases I think are weaker. Then there are cases in between that, right? Where maybe someone, you know, they couldn't vote for a year or two, or for, you know, until 1965. Or something like that. Like, I just think that, like, the whole conversation and the idea of it, like, I don't see what good it achieves. Like, all of a sudden, it's like, okay, so we give these few 90-year-old people that are still alive. And, again, you're limiting yourself to people that were still alive. Even if we go with the, you know, the civil rights movement as the cutoff date. I mean, you're talking about now people that are still alive that could prove through government policy that they were directly aggrieved in a way that would cause some sort of financial ill, and only people that are black, well, I guess you said also white people, that somehow they would be able to get reparations from possibly even the local entities. I mean, it just seems, it's like such a can of worms, and it seems like indicative of what's problematic in our country so much, which is we constantly focus backwards and we try to blame people for the sins of their ancestors that existed today, but we're arbitrary. We only care about that with certain groups. No one gives a shit if an Irishman in the United States says, but my great-great-grandfather was a victim of indentured servitude. And there's much literature that says the indentured servants were actually worse off than slaves. Because if you owned a slave, you owned them for life, so you wanted to protect that investment. But an indentured servant, you only owned for 20 years. So if you had really dangerous, shitty work, send the indentured servant. It's like a rental. Like when you get a rental car, you beat the shit out of it. Right? And so there's
a point there that the Irish during the 19th century 18th century in America weren't indentured servants. They were slaves.
Yeah,
they were actual white slaves.
One of my favorite movies that deal with slavery, Blazing Saddles. One of the best lines in the movies where they're like, the black sheriff's like trying to convince the white guys of the town, we'll save your town, but you got to take all of our people. And he's like, all right, we'll take the blacks, but we don't want the Irish. Like, it's like it's a funny line. But like,
I'm just glad you didn't say the sheriff's.
Yeah, I did. I'm smart enough for TOS not to. But I understand. Like, and listen, I don't begrudge you thinking this, and I also, in various ways, I'm guilty of tribalism myself. I don't really look at it, right. I don't look at it racially. I look at my group that I have an affinity for is rural Americans. So I will be telling you when I'm 70 years old, I'm going to be talking about how rural America got screwed over when I was a teenager up into my 20s, 30s, 40s by disastrous government policies, oftentimes that were intentionally used to disparage and outsource labor and destroy communities like mine. And so I may very well be saying that these communities deserve some sort of federal compensation. I don't know, but I may be saying that for actions that were taken in the 20s, 30s, or in my 20s, 30s, etc. So I'm not saying that you're immoral or you're wrong to look at it this way or you shouldn't be angry. You absolutely should. The treatment of black Americans in this country was despicable in many ways, and in many ways continues to be so, though I think ultimately, unfortunately, the very policy that you're suggesting is indicative of the terrible nature of black Americans being treated today, which is sort of a pandering and bigotry of low expectations, and an idea that if we give special financial programs that will incentivize sort of a victimhood culture, that it ends up generationally having the problem where there's not the same sort of things that other communities went through where they were impoverished, such as the Asian Americans, and decided that they were going to collectivize, come together, and work out of it. I think, unfortunately, what you see in a lot of particularly inner city black communities is more and more money is just shoveled at the problem, including in education, and the results tend to get worse and worse and worse and worse. So I don't know how reparations solves that and makes things better in general for the black community. I don't see it.
Well, that's because when you shove more and more money into the black community for education, it gets stolen. Like, that money isn't going to the people it's supposed to help. Versus, if you're doing a reparations and a direct cash payment, that's actually something that's going to help people.
Not necessarily.
I mean, forensic audits for like every school, like across the nation. Pennsylvania is particularly bad. I was able to talk with somebody who was higher up in the Department of Special Education, and she said that stealing occurs in every single school in Pennsylvania. The difference between a school and a poor school is that with the rich school, they steal the money after the bills have been paid.
It's interesting. I don't disagree. I think that a lot of that money is taken. When you see the explosion of administrators in education, you can tell it's not educators that are going to help the students. The administrators aren't helping the students learn. Nonetheless, I think that the point still stands. And I think, unfortunately, there's a good example to show how windfall sums of money don't improve people's lives. The PPP loans. How many people fraudulently received those loans of all colors that all of a sudden claimed that they had some sort of business so they get that fat $50,000 check that they never had to pay back? That their lives...
Don't we know someone that got a PPP loan?
I know one person.
Yeah. Didn't he rage quit on you?
He did.
In the middle of a debate. And then, I hate to do this. We gotta cut it to a close. We're coming up on time. But look, Rob, we do something at the end of every show, and I'd like you to participate with us. It is worthless, it is useless, but you know what? It's a good way to decompress. We do a meme review. Would you like to participate?
I was going to say, I'm keeping my clothes on. I don't know where this is going, but yeah. River, I thoroughly enjoyed the conversation. Would be willing to talk to you about this for hours on end. I really would. I enjoyed it. I thought it was fun.
I'd like to continue this sometime. Maybe we can come on and talk about this.
Or even if you just come on my show. I don't think we'd need a moderator. I think we'd do fine. But yeah, I appreciate it.
Y'all do fine.
Yeah. Nobody names. Nobody hates anyone. It's fine.
I thought it was beautiful. We let it go as long as you did. In fact, I grifted for you, Rob, while you were debating.
Jumping jacks, I saw
it.
Dude, thanks for all the super chats to embarrass Sparky. I appreciate it.
That's timber. Okay, look.
That's something you do on your channel to raise money.
What's that?
You can do sponsored jumping jacks.
I don't know that I don't. I think I would attract the wrong kind of people. Yeah, I don't know if I have a man's ear capable of preventing injury with that many jumping jacks. So,
I love it. I love self-deprecating humor. Look, at the end of every show, for those of you over at Rob's channel, we do something that's called meme review. River dislikes it because usually, it's oh my goodness.
I don't dislike it.
You know, look, Neil, for the win. Love you, man. Best beard on the internet. Okay. Don't leave me without a hella ride. You know what? You're right.
No.
We have got to toss a commie.
Where's the kaboom? There was supposed to be an earth-shattering kaboom.
Thank you for that donation of $5, allowing me to yet again toss another comment for a free call. Remember, Pinochet did nothing wrong, and of course, you too banned.
China is asshole. Yeah, it seems to be working now.
Yeah. You haven't been around for a commie talk.
I've not. I have to say, as a peaceful man myself, I wouldn't be doing the tossing. But
I saw you on the Cannonball Run, Captain Chaos.
I can't. Because my mom's favorite movie is the movie Rat Race, which is very similar to Cannonball Run. Hey, thanks. I'm feeling adventurous for the raid, by the way. We're on my friend Aircraftsparky's channel. Sorry, Sparky, I didn't mean to.
Yeah, no, you're good. It is hilarious because River hates it. Because she's an empathetic person and she dies a little inside every time.
I'm with her.
Just remember, every time you donate over here, we toss a commie. She dies a little inside. He gets a little embarrassed, and I'm making money. It is Grift Timber. Remember to support your favorite and not so favorite creators, ones that you appreciate, as we celebrate the holy 2 months of Griftathon.
Even ones you hate, watch.
Yeah. Except Hunter Avalone. Just make fun of him.
You make fun of? Come on. Hey, I'll say this about Hunter. He went through a terrible situation. I won't make fun of that.
I will.
Well, not me, man.
He used his girlfriend as a human shield. There's some things I won't.
Listen. I'm not going to weigh in on it. I know. I watched Andrew debate Stardust on this. For me, man, that's a tragic situation. So I didn't weigh in on that.
It is tragic. It is tragic, but I just look at it like this: some of us will run towards the fire. Others use their girlfriends as a human shield. So
I would probably just not run. I'd have probably stood there. So I don't know what that entails, but
well, I think it's funny. They used to teach us that when you were being shot at, the objective is to get small. And now that I'm a fat guy, that's very hard to do. It's hard to squish this much mass into a little space. But hey, let's go ahead. Let's do it. Let's review the memes. Memes are supplied by members of the community. She went from the most unpopular VP in history to their shining star in 2 weeks without an interview, press conference, debate, or position on any issue. And this is why we call them sheep.
Next.
Look, yeah, vote empty suit 2024, sure.
Next.
Hey, I found out where Pisco works.
I think you've
best named divorce lawyer in history. Ditch her quick and hide.
You've got down.
Nico Pluto coming in with the $4.99, and we will toss to the commie for that. Thank you for that donation.
I'm going to choose to believe that's not a commie hitting the ground or anything, and that's actually just people that are slamming the door, running out of another disastrous Kamala Harris press conference. So that's what I'm gonna choose to believe.
Why did the chicken cross the road? To get out of a deployment. Yeah.
No, actually, the sound you hear at the end is them hitting the crash.
That's a good one.
That's funny.
Yeah,
I worked Burger King, baby. I did it for years while I was in college, so that is stolen value. I did, man. That was not McDonald's, the crappier little cousin to McDonald's, Burger King. I worked there for like 2 or 3 years off and on.
We got both over here, and in my opinion, Burger King is a lot better.
It's better quality.
It depends.
It tastes better.
Certain things.
The service is better, and the staff aren't miserable.
Not fair.
It's good.
I made this.
It's good.
Yes. Yeah. Why doesn't an all female reboot of Fight Club work? Because they'll literally never stop talking about it.
So far,
River, you put up with this shit?
He does. Well, Tucker, we're very grateful to Elon for working to get us home so we have a chance to vote in the election. Did someone say vote?
Yeah, it's Scott Pressler, my man.
He's everywhere. He's everywhere.
You know, he contacted me. My neighbor's house was for sale. He was going to look into it. Yeah, I've talked to Scott quite a few times. Yeah, he's moved to Pennsylvania, and he was considering, because where I'm at in Clarion, Clarion County, he was considering moving in this direction. So
that's awesome. Mm-hmm. Me stands up, my dog. You son of a bitch. I mean, yes. The enemy cannot press a button if you disable his hand. Yes.
That one was here last week.
Yeah, it was. John Wick, Chapter 6. ATF conducts red flag protective order shooting John Wick's dog, initiating downfall of the entire federal
And
government.
that one was here last week.
Yes, and you know what? I would support this still.
John, yeah.
When you're out of anti-gun friends, they start talking about how scary it would be if someone had a gun in public. You bastard.
Yeah.
I told you your twin was in this.
There he is.
Yeah. Politicians getting their paycheck. It ain't honest, but it's much.
I love that guy. It's a good one.
When you've been in one heck of a week, but it's only Tuesday. One whiskey, please, sir. This is McDonald's. Okay, a McWhiskey, please. Yes.
Funniest one so far.
That's good.
How do you deport 11 million illegals?
Oh, no.
One by one. Yes.
Oh, no.
Guillermo would not appreciate that. Oh, that's nice. Yeah.
Yes.
Wonder if you could fight that.
That's like a 1990s freaking Chevy, dude.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. Do you think you could fight that if you got a ticket? Be like, hey.
Rubbish.
I've started telling people about the benefits of eating dried grapes. Yep. I'm all about raising awareness.
Oh, boy.
I die inside of all these. Once I worked at a pizza parlor to get by. I needed the dough.
Oh, boy.
Oh.
Dad jokes. I used a transporter to buy the snake with a boomerang. Yeah, that's going to come back and bite me. Jesus Jones. Where do you find these things? When I was little, my mother used to feed me alphabet soup, claiming I loved it. I didn't really. She was just putting words in my mouth.
Oh my God.
You could use that one for your son.
Yeah, he likes the alphabet cookies.
TZ with $5 says, let's get her a grifted goal. River tonight, too. She was outnumbered. And
Yeah,
you know what? Y'all need to be donating to River, okay? Yeah. And that was done over at River Rights Channel. Thank you so much, TZ.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
When you take the pebble from my hand, it will be time for you to leave.
Ooh, that one was squishy.
Thanks.
You know, and what's even more fun is the fact, since it was donated over on her channel, she gets to die inside knowing that she got paid for that one. Savick, do you have a date for Valentine's Day? Yes, Admiral. February the 14th. Boo. Boo this one. Okay. I'm ordering more red markers for the nurses. We don't need red markers. Then why did she ask for more supplies to draw blood?
Oh. Oh no.
Boo. Boo.
This is dad joke central.
Oh.
It is.
Oh my gosh.
Too small, didn't care.
Oh, no, that's that washing the.
Yep.
I hate.
She's washing the greens in the bathtub.
Washing the greens in the bathtub.
Washing them collars, for them greens.
Disgusting.
I got the whole set. You know, that's
actually,
not a
that's
stereotype
awesome.
I'm willing to accept. I hate her.
Yeah, what a weird thing to say. Like,
that's another reason you can tell she's not black. Everything she tries to say about being black, it's all a lie. Oh, like I was smoking weed and listening to Tupac, and when I was in college, except Tupac was 8 years old.
Yeah.
It's all just lies.
Does she have hot sauce in her purse like Hillary?
Hold on. How do you know she wasn't babysitting for Tupac's parents?
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, that is pretty good.
Familiar.
Yeah, I like that one.
Oh, that's funny. I like that too.
Just hear me out. Is this the same person?
Health Secretary Levine. Oh no.
Oh, hold on. Which one are they on about? I don't know what the guy, the horse, or
Yeah.
the other guy.
Leave
You know
Levine. Levine came from my great state of Pennsylvania.
Admiral
took her
Levine.
mom out of a nursing home as she forced nursing homes to accept COVID patients. Good stuff.
Yes. When asked how fascism start, Bertrand Russell replied, "First they fascinate the fools, then they muzzle the intelligent."
That's not a meme. That's actual fact.
Yeah.
Show me the real villain of the 80s. Well, he was a pedo. So, I mean, pretty, I
No,
said
he
the real
wasn't.
villain.
No, he wasn't. He was a
Perfection.
child murderer.
I thought he was a pedo.
It's heavily implied that he possibly engaged, but he certainly, they only ever said he was a child murderer.
Yeah. But Reagan, look, Reagan's not my favorite.
But he wasn't the villain of the 80s.
Yeah, that was the Iron Lady. That was.
Are you gonna watch?
She wasn't. Not when you look back at it.
You gonna watch the Reagan movie?
No, I haven't. I haven't seen it. Look, I only watched the Abe Lincoln story just for the awesome ending.
I hear in the Reagan movie the chimp still steals the show.
What was it? I forget his name. Bonzo? Is that the chimp's name?
Yeah,
Bonzo. Yeah,
bringing up Bonzo.
Yeah.
Hey, he did like 3 movies with Bonzo. That was a great co-actor.
I don't get this one.
I don't either.
I don't care about it.
Yeah. Let's go, Bimbo.
No.
Guys, watch out for the waterfall. Source?
Yeah.
Where's the tinfoil hat? Conspiracy theorist. If you see a closed down Church's Chicken, you're somewhere you don't need to be. Bullshit.
I've never had it.
Man, Church's Chicken.
Never heard of it.
The best biscuits in the chicken game was Church's.
Yeah?
Just wasn't enough to keep them open.
No, they said a closed down one.
Destiny. Dude's girl. Dude who doesn't use pronouns. Yes.
Oh, God.
Oh, my God. No. Why? No. Okay. Too many words. Not going to read it. Don't care. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's Colorado.
It's imagination. Yeah.
Yeah. When you hire a Melissa Etheridge fan to pour your concrete, come to my window.
Oh, I get it. Yeah.
Yeah. Kamala's dream debate. Ask the audience. 50-50. Ask the host. Phone a friend.
I'm speaking. That's
Yeah. I have a flat tire. I should have brought the asparagus. Yeah. Lame. I feel attacked.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, you are.
That's on your Discord, not mine. So yeah.
Yeah. It is. I wish we could choose our baby fathers. Well,
Yeah. There are confusing people out there.
Oh my gosh, that's so bad.
Hey, Sparky, you got 2 twins in the memes.
Yeah.
I know, right? Hey, look, it's Tim Larper. He actually asked me the other day if I wanted to go to Aurora. I said no. All right. Not smoking outside is a sign of love and respect for your glorious leader. Obeying your glorious leader brings peace and happiness. Kir Rong-un.
Quite correct. The name, I mean.
Yeah. Just think about how absolutely terrible this presidential election could have been.
There's a lot of people that wanted that. Ugh.
Connor would be happy.
Yep. Jeb Tan.
Great idea for socialists. The actors union would be the perfect place to try socialism. An actor earning $20 million could redistribute their wealth, give hundreds to struggling actors a living wage.
And mine's similar to my argument about reparations. One of the arguments I made. I have all these people that say systemic racism exists. I'm white and half of my wealth was stolen from black people. So I think that they should send you a form when you do your taxes that says, does systemic racism exist? And if you check yes, then you pay 20% to a black family. Then we'll see how many people think systemic racism. All of a sudden, that number is going to plummet down. I saw Joseph Gordon-Levitt said this the other day. Trump wants to save me $70,000 a year, but I'm happy to give that money. With Kamala Harris's program. What's stopping you, dude? Send the money, right? Like,
and the funny thing is, actually being shown, the less somebody has, the more they're willing to share.
Yeah.
Oh, Rob, we can talk about systemic racism too. That'll be
Systemic. Yeah, no problem. Yeah.
Yeah, we can talk about
If you don't find this guy funny, you might be a Democrat.
Yeah, Chappelle's hilarious. He is. T
Taylor,
Swift.
no.
Is that AI?
Taylor,
No.
No. It's totally happened. The media, people that trust the media, yes. Fair. River, when she sees a leftist teaching fourth graders how to crank.
This is the old gold one, is it?
Hey, man, that's Hutch's game. I made sure to bring that up again tonight.
River regretting doing Ocean Breeze salty hair. Ocean would look awesome in a fro. I'm just saying.
I wouldn't know. Never see what.
Sparky would let us talk about 10-year-olds about, huh? Would let us talk to 10. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, please. I would happily do that. Zio, pedos that work as teachers. Yes, I'll allow it. You know what? My favorite one tonight, and we picked our favorite one. Tim, why? Actually, yes.
Yeah,
actually, yes.
The one just above it for me.
the one with Stormy Daniels in it.
That one, yeah. That
pretty
one
good.
for me.
That is.
I like the green truck. My audience agrees. The green truck.
The green truck is pretty boss.
Yeah, that's.
I'm pretty sure River actually liked the one of mine.
She liked the 1x1.
Yeah.
Right. No.
I think I like the green truck more.
It's good.
I was between the green
you know what?
truck
This is
and
my
That's
honorary
good.
one
Yeah, that's
because Rob actually talked about Scott Pressler in his show and wanted to move next to him.
No, it wasn't like he was moving next to me because he wanted to move next to me. He just asked if I knew any places for sale.
Well, he wanted to hang out with you, bro. That's
That
all
could
it
be.
was. Look, yeah, he wanted
Be
to
a good
hang
neighborhood. Yeah.
River, tell the truth. You like the one about the snake and the boomerang?
Yes.
They come back to bite you. Yeah.
Mike.
Yeah. That.
Oh,
because you
It was
nearly
just-
fell off your couch.
It was
Ladies and
silly enough
gentlemen.
to be funny. I'd like to be really funny.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to end it there. I appreciate all of y'all coming by tonight over on my side, of course, over on Riverside, and most thankfully, the people over at Rob's chat sticking around, and those who grifted for Rob and for River. Happy Griftathon. Remember, we are in the holy state of Griftember. We're moving into Griftober next month, and then that's
the holy
it.
state. You mean the holy month?
Yes.
I'll take it. Hey, man, like we made it through. It's not the holiest of months, right?
No,
we
not
already
at
had
all.
Pride Month. You know, that's nothing can top that.
That's the month where you celebrate the families of lions, isn't it?
Look.
I didn't even do trans positive
Trans-positive-
Rob this year. I didn't even do it.
Trans-positive Rob is my favorite skit. You need to do a series of trans-positive work.
Maybe
throughout
once a
the
month.
year.
What's the absolute like gayest day of the month? Like the 3rd or something. We'll do transpositive Rob every
There we
day. I don't
go.
know.
I like it.
You realise if Amtrak terrifies you, you've got transphobia.
Is that it? Yeah. Hey, man, I did a whole stream one day about the fact that we're not talking about trans issues, how it came to bite me in the ass because the transformer outside my house blew up and then we were out of power for like 3 days. And I was like, this is what happens when you don't deal with trans issues, right? You got to take care of it before, yeah.
There's a friend of mine, he's terrified of the prospect of living in San Francisco. I told him he's just transphobic.
And look, Rob, I thank you for coming by tonight.
Thank
I
you so
appreciate
much.
always working with you.
Even when I'm pissy, like I was the last time I was talking.
Oh, that was so. You thought I was up. I
was hoping you
were
weren't.
heated.
Yeah, I
No. I was just like, bro, no, you're taking me way too serious. You forget I'm a sarcastic ass everywhere I go.
Well, it was coming out. If you saw the show the night before, it was like all
Oh,
these
I did.
right-wingers that were like,
I did.
oh, man, why are you even talking about this? And I'm like,
Why do you think I did it, man? I had the project.
well, it worked. And then I didn't have reception all day, and I'm like, I hope he's still going to reach out to me. And then when I got it, I was like, okay, he reached out. Good.
Yeah. No,
I would do your show more often. I would, except I always work Monday nights.
Yeah.
At least I'm supposed to. So I'm on vacation this week because it's my 10th anniversary coming up Friday. And so I decided to take the whole week off. So I got a bunch of fun stuff we're doing, going like, little mini zoos and mini golfing and stuff like that. So yeah.
That's not the right thing to call those internment camps on the borders.
Yeah. Hey, man,
Look.
I'm appreciating the non-Venezuelan gangs that are running my neighborhood. So, I figure I'd get out there while I can, while these gangs still speak the language. So, yeah.
Yeah, take your kid out fishing, do the wholesome stuff, man.
Yeah.
That's the good stuff.
Yeah.
So, Rob, are you saying that you're all in favour of financing the Bloods and Crips?
Hey, man, as long as it doesn't affect me and it leads to some good South Park episodes, I'm all for it. Like,
And it's all American.
is that even a thing anymore? The Bloods and Crips? Like, I don't know. It's never affected me, so I've only ever, I haven't seen a new Boys in the Hood in quite some time, so I don't know what's going on in the inner city gangs. When you hear about gangs now, it's always like MS-13. When I was growing up, it was Bloods and Crips, so I think it's just where they shine the focus is where it is.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Right, there's a horror novel I'm very fond of by a guy called I'm forgetting his name actually, but it's called Day Thirst, right? And it's set in Los Angeles, and they mention the homicides, the Bloods and the Crips in that, but then again, it was written in the 70s, so good book.
I don't know. I know that gang violence obviously still exists, but is it like that collective? Like the Bloods and Crips are still a big thing, or is it like that there are smaller gangs, or is it? I have no clue, but I know the memes, right? I see people sea-walking on TikTok and, red and blue bandanas and what have. So
you got to keep it gangster, that's all it is.
Yeah.
But ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for coming by.
And Rob, thanks for not turning your hat around backwards on me. I appreciate that.
Got it. Never worry about that. Don't worry about it.
Even better, I'm glad you didn't put it on sideways.
Yes, right. I kept it forward, So
and besides, you couldn't put it on sideways. Your headset would get in the way.
That's plus my oblong head. It just stretch out my hat. So
no, I appreciate it, but we got to end it.
Rob turns his hat around backwards when he does
a lefty.
Yeah, when he does a lefty.
I try.
It's
my little
but
gimmick.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to call it. Thank you so much for coming by, Rob. Thanks yet again. Tell the people where they can find you.
Oh, there I am, a big face. Rob Noor. You can find me on almost every platform. I'm Normal America with Rob Noor on YouTube, which is where you can find me most easily. I'm Rob Noor, spelled as you see it, Noerr, in X. And also you can find me on the platforms under that name at Rumble and at Twitch. The best place to find me is either X or YouTube. I know it sounds ridiculous because YouTube could be so bad and censorious, but Twitch has really brutalized me. And Rumble's a good platform, but it's hard to get stuff up there as conveniently as YouTube. So thank you so much, all of you, for having me. It's always a pleasure to talk to you all. Had a lot of fun, and hopefully we'll talk again soon.
No doubt. And on that, we are going to call it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. You made it through 2 hours, 23 minutes, and Rob is probably still going to go on for another 30 minutes because that's who he is. Maybe. The man's a monster. Y'all take care. Until later.
Go Svidaniya, comrades.
Yeah. Ruskies in here? Come on.
What do you know? Weird science wins again.
All right. Nice. Good stuff. All right. I'll stream for a couple more minutes. First, I have to say, what the hell's going on with you people? I can't even believe this is real, but I want to say to... Let me see here. Thomas Wells, thank you so much for the donation of $20. The Ramp God comment, thank you so much on PayPal. And then... let me check this. I could be wrong, so before I say anything, let me check. Give me a second. I know this is boring, but... yeah, Don Walker, thank you so much. Incredibly, $400 given to me on PayPal. Thank you so much. Gods of the Undead, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. But wow, Don, really above and beyond, $400. That is incredibly generous. Thank you so much. It really means a lot. It will go heavily to paying for this dinner with me and my wife. I'm doing good, Gods of the Undead. Thank you so much. And then let me go to YouTube and see. I know I missed some super chats, so let me head there and see if I can find them. But that's incredible. I really appreciate it. I really do. Incredible. All right. Now I know there's a way to find the super chats, fan funding. So let's go up. We got David for $2 I didn't get to. Would be better if they blurred out the gravestones. That's a good question. TL1524 for $2 says, yes, ladies and gents, Hutch is this... Excuse me, I got the hiccups tonight. Special. CB for $2 says, W. Rob, Hutch is a lunatic. Agreed. Assure for $20 says, hey, when's the chat from PSA Sitch? Looking forward to it from an Adam and Sitch enjoyer. Thanks. I tried to respond. I hope you're still here, or I hope you read my response. That chat's tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern, so it should be good. My good buddy Richie says, Goldstar family, I'm here. I didn't know that, Richie. Let me know if you want some unfiltered opinion on Kamala and Walz as it relates. I will happily reach out to you, Richie. Always one of my favorite people to talk to. TZ Burton, thank you so much. He was donating all over the place there on my channel and Sparky's on Rivers. Says for Sparky September Griftathon. Thank you so much. John Bart for $2 said, should get you 10km or so. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Soldier Troy for $5 says, Aircraftsparky do tone jumping jacks, which he did. He did. Good for him. Soldier Troy, $10 says, get closer to the camera and do the soy face for 2 minutes, Sparky. I didn't see if he did that or not. John Barrett for $2 says, I support reparations for Rob. Thank you so much. Yeah, Richie's a cool guy, a little more extreme than me, but one of my absolute favorite people to talk to. I could just tell that like Richie's the exact type of guy that if I knew him in real life, we'd be like best friends. I just know that. I really always enjoy talking to Richie. When I used to do the arena show, he would always be around and chatting with me. Good guy, smart guy too. Really enjoy talking to him. Grid Motorsports, that was you for the $400. Thanks so much, man. Incredibly generous. That's really above and beyond. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. I really do. Hutch, yeah, the debate with Hutch, I haven't had a chance to talk about it, right? Look, I know it's coming off as abrasive, but obviously it's a topic that's a little heated. I only had like 20 minutes to talk about it. I think that the important part is what I got out there, right? Let's steelman Hutch's position and say the best position he has. Position he's trying to make is that Trump somehow did something negative because these rules are in place for a reason. I don't disagree with that. I think obviously these rules would exist for a reason, and I could understand if it was my family. For example, let's say that I have a brother that dies fighting in Afghanistan, and all of a sudden Joe Biden's taking a photo in front of my brother's grave, and that's being used in a press ad for politics. Yeah, I'd be upset about it. Ultimately, on the scale of how grievous is that, things like that could have happened all the time. I would understand being pissed, though, and I'd understand if, in my position, I might go to social media and say, F this guy. He sucks, and my brother hated him. Could totally be true. It's fair. But on the grand scale, how egregious is that? Not very. It's just not. It doesn't mean that those people, it's not a big deal to them. Of course it would be. And they have the right to be pissed. And I understand why a rule like that would exist. Totally cool. So Hutch is right on that point. Now, specifically, how was the rule violated, whatever? Remains to be seen. Was someone pushed? Things like that. But that's the only point Hutch gets, and it's very weak. It's a point that I would admit in the first place. My entire argument of Hutch is that he, Kamala Harris, and the Democrats in general want to deflect to this point of violating the rules to cover up from the fact that the Goldstar family members themselves are talking about far more egregious behavior from both Harris and Biden. Thank you, Legends Reign, for the sub. I appreciate it. And they're ignoring what these Goldstar families are talking about, and instead using this very incident to say, our side supports these families and Trump doesn't. He disparages them. To the point where the family members themselves had to come out and say, this is grotesque. We've never been contacted. The Biden-Harris administration is using this for political purposes, directly saying this. And people like Hutch, the Democrats, Kamala Harris, they don't give a shit what these Goldstar families have to say. Now, they might in general care what Goldstar families have to say, but they don't care to the point where it hurts them electorally. And that's the truth of Hutch. He cares about the rules issue only insofar as it could be used to attack Donald Trump. He will ignore the claims that Harris has been so terrible to these Goldstar families because it might hurt Harris's chances to win the election. And that's who they are. And that example is far more egregious than Trump taking, I mean, just think of it. Who do you think would be more upset? Would you be more upset if you were the person whose family member's gravestone was in behind a picture of a political candidate that you don't like? Or if your family member that died was willfully ignored by the sitting administration and then wanted to talk when another politician showed up to actually pay respects and wanted to say that shows that they disparaged him? Rob, I sent a 30-second clip on X of a survivor of that bomb that killed 13 service members meeting Biden in the hospital trying to get a photo up. Oh, okay. Thanks, Glenn. I'll check that out. Now, the problem, and the fact that Hutch came in, and seriously, like, Hutch is literally performative. He's so predictable. He performatively does exactly what I'm criticizing. So he comes in, and I start right off the gate. I'm like, oh, you're concerned about Goldstar families? So can you show me your post or your videos talking about what these Goldstar families have said? No, I haven't done that. Oh, so you don't give a shit? Sure, I'll concede I don't give a shit. Because the entire point is, as I was talking about in the lead up to that, what these people want to do is ignore the actual bigger story to focus on the little story because they're so used to controlling the narrative. And that's why Hutch is so frustrated with me, right? And because he's immediately trying to, yeah, fine, whatever, I'll concede for this, because they're trying to control the narrative. Sure, you have things to say, I'll concede it. Yeah, I don't want to talk about that. Let's talk about what I want for 30 minutes. Because he knows I'll have a good faith back and forth about the things he wants to talk about. He won't do the same to me. So then when I'm just like, he keeps accusing me of pivoting when I'm not. I'm answering his question and then talking about other issues that go along with that. So when I ask him, yes or no, did you concede that you don't give a shit about these families? And what's he say? I did it, but just sort of as a joke so I could talk about what I wanted. Right. That's how little he gives a shit about those families. As he's watching my stream, watching these family members saying, this is how devastating what the Biden-Harris administration has done. How they've besmirched our family, how they led to these deaths, how they won't talk to us, how they're standing on the grave to go after Trump because they're making this politically. When I say they don't care about this, they're unwilling to talk about it. Hutch comes in and is so callous, he pretends, yeah, whatever, I concede, I don't give a shit about them, because that's how little he cares about what they're talking about. That's the whole point. No, Hutch is going to clip that and say, oh, here's Rob saying that he understands the point of why a law like this, a rule like this would exist. That's true. It's no big gotcha. I would have said that. I said the whole time, yeah, I can see how they'd be pissed. I don't think it's a big issue. I think the issue that these Goldstar families are talking about is much worse. But I understand for him and his low IQ fan base that are just interested in repeating the things that he says, like, Rob uses ChatGPT. Yeah, they're going to be impressed by that gotcha of me. Fine, they could be impressed. But anyone who watches the whole thing could see just how callous and uncaring Hutch and the people like him are for these actual Goldstar families. And I think the people that matter, those that haven't made up their mind yet who they're going to vote for, hopefully they see how callous and uncaring and political in nature these sorts of attacks are from people like Kamala Harris. One thing that's worth mentioning is I was then talking specifically about the reason for this rule, because the rule itself existing seems to be less important than the reasoning for the rule, which is exactly the point that I was trying to get with Hutch from the get-go. Why does this rule matter? Well, he admits, he concedes right out of the gate. It matters because it means that Trump would be disparaging fallen soldiers and their families. Right, okay. So then now we're in who's disparaging the soldiers worse? Trump because he broke this rule and there was a gravestone in the back? Or what Kamala Harris has done according to these very Goldstar families? He doesn't want to talk about that. But he makes that concession right out of the gate, which is why it's important to talk about this specific issue. He says, just because I haven't talked about it doesn't mean that I care. I also didn't talk about someone who died in 2017. That might work in general, saying because I didn't talk about something doesn't mean I don't care about it, except when you're hyper-focused on this specific issue, and we're literally talking about this specific incident with these particular Goldstar families that are weighing in. You don't care what the families that are affected the most have to say about it? You didn't care to read what they said or watch what they said and comment on it? Of course not. Didn't care at all. But the reason for the rule, then, if it's about disparaging family, he says, well, the rule's hyper-specific only to Section 30 of Arlington, because these are recently buried people, which is why I'm like, well, why does it have to be just Section 60? For example, if I have a family member who was buried in Arlington in 1960, and it's not in, or 1950, we'll say, and it's not in Section 60, but I know they would have hated Joe Biden, and I hate Joe Biden, and Joe Biden takes a picture next to it, isn't that, in effect, doing the same thing? How long does your family member have to be dead before you think that it's politicizing their death to stand in front of their grave and take a picture against your will? And of course, Hutch doesn't have a good answer for this. He tries to hem and haw. Why does it matter? What does the rule say? Well, the rule is less important than the reason for the rule. That's what he said. It's about disparaging troops. So why wouldn't it also be disparaging for Joe Biden to have pictures in front of different troops? He says, that's because when Joe Biden did it, they had an official Arlington cameraman that took that photo, and so therefore he would have blurred out all of the graves from graves that didn't support Joe Biden. I call bullshit. I think that is laughable, the idea that that would happen. And Hutch doesn't really have a good argument. What's this? What is this? What am I looking for here? Oh, yeah. He doesn't really have a good argument. So then he thinks so then the last thing to say about this is he actually put a post up on X, which I think is laughable, which he thinks is a big gotcha, like after our interaction there. I think. Here. Oh boy, he says at Rob Noor. Let's see what the little screenshots. Circumstances surrounding the events are different. The photo of Biden at section 60, so it was in the actual section, so he was wrong about that, was taken while he was performing his duties as vice president, not part of a campaign. The public can take photos at Arlington National Cemetery without a release from Arlington or the Army Department. So it's not even from an official Arlington person. But Arlington National Cemetery's media policy prohibits filming or photographing if it conveys the impression that the cemetery officials or any visitor or family member is endorsing any product or service of any organization. On May 30th, 2010, the date of the photo of the feature in the ad, Biden was vice president. He participated in a wreath-laying ceremony, and he delivered a speech as part of his duties. PolitiFact couldn't find the photo's source online, but similar photos show him meeting with families in Section 60. The Defense Department also uploaded a photo of Biden speaking with the families in Section 60. At the time, Biden was not running for office. He was sworn in as vice president in January 2009. Former President Barack Obama launched his re-election bid with Biden on April 4, 2011. So at the time that he took these photos, it wasn't political, yet he later used it in his campaign ad. So he ended up using this photo from Section 60 in a campaign ad. And, cool, when he was there, it wasn't political. He used it for political purposes. And Hutch is like, oh boy, that devastates your arguments. How so? Hutch's argument was, clearly those were taken by official Arlington photographers. Not according to his article that he puts there. They don't have proof of that. They don't know that. He says they would have blurred out, so it would be okay. Not according to his article. Doesn't mention any of that. He says it probably wasn't in Section 60. It could have been elsewhere. Not according to his article. It was directly in Section 60. His article's just trying to make excuses by saying, well, when he took the photo, it wasn't political. And he used it for political reasons. So? And that's his, oh boy, I got you, Rob, I got you. How's that proof of anything? If anything, that article helps me. I don't know. I look forward to him selectively. He can get together with Pisco and with Pondering, and he can get together with Econoboy, and they can all have their little powwow and be like, Rob used ChatGPT in that debate with Destiny. He used it. And here's the selective clip. No, look at my audience. All clap like seals. He got devastated. He proved not just by his argumentation, but by the tricks that he tried to employ, by callously trying to get away from talking about what these Goldstar families are talking about, even after he watched the video, by pretending to concede to not give a shit about them, because he wanted to just talk about those rules. He literally performatively showed exactly what my criticism was, and he has no idea. Because they don't give a shit. Doesn't give a shit at all. So I'm hoping my editor, Black Elk, clips that out and we put it up for the whole world to see how people like Hutch and the other lefties that want to talk about the rules of Arlington, we can see exactly how much they care about them. Notice, when he even if it wasn't against the rules, Hutch seems to imply it's egregious to post photos of gravestones because there could be families there that were disaffected and maybe not like that. But he has no such criticism even after looking into the story of Biden of that. He doesn't say, wow, even if it technically wasn't against the rules, the fact he eventually used this for politics, that's really bad. There could be someone whose gravestone was there that he feels aggrieved by. He don't give a shit. Like I said before Hutch called in, none of them give a shit about the rules. They don't care. They're pretending to care about the rules because they see an opportunity to attack Donald Trump. They would not give a shit if Kamala Harris directly did exactly what Donald Trump did. They wouldn't care at all. In fact, the shoe would be on the other foot and they would say, how dare you complain about the rules when the Goldstar families themselves invited her? That's what they would be saying. You know it, and I know it. It's constantly what they do. Stop letting them control the narrative. And even though I may have been too brusque or too abrupt with my dealings with Hutch tonight, though I don't think so, I thought that he warranted that sort of energy that I was giving. Given the, oh yeah, I just concede. I concede what you want to talk about. Can we talk about what I want now? Given that, I think that at least that my behavior was well-deserved on his part. And I also hope that I showed at least a little bit about how not to allow the other side to control the narrative. So, last thing. Tomorrow at, I believe, 8 p.m. Eastern. Gosh, don't quote me on that. Let's see if I can get you a quote. 7 p.m. Central. That's 8 p.m. Eastern, right? Yes. 8 p.m. Eastern. I will be talking to Sitch about the alternate electors business. Hopefully I have some time. I should have prepared more tonight, but thank you so much, Lisa Pisa, for the follow. I appreciate it. Hopefully I have some time to get some of the sources that I wanted. Yeah, there was one more. I know, but I got to go to bed, man. It's almost... fuck it. Let's play it. One more. They deserve to be heard. This is Darren Hoover. Remember, this is what Hutch wants to ignore and say, yeah, I concede, I don't give a shit. Now can we talk about what I want?
My name is Darren Hoover, and I'm the Goldstar father of United States Marine Corps Staff Sergeant Taylor Hoover. Kamala, I want you to understand, and I know it will be difficult for you because you lack empathy and basic understanding. The events that happened on August 26, 2024, with President Trump at Arlington National Cemetery were solemn and in keeping with the reverence and respect that is given to all members of our military that are buried there. We invited President Trump. We are the ones that asked for the video and the pictures to be taken at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. This was a very solemn wreath laying in our son's name, along with the Sergeant Nicole G family, as well as two of our catastrophically injured military members that were there on that horrific day in the honor of our Abbey Gate 13. We then moved to the gravesite where our children are buried. Again, we asked the Trump team to take the videos, take the pictures of our time there. President Trump then laid a wreath at the graveside of Army Staff Sergeant Ryan Christian Knaus. There he talked to both his mother and father. President Trump then moved to our son's grave, where we were surrounded by our family and friends, where we talked about Taylor and his sacrifice to this country. Let me be clear. There was no politics discussed, none whatsoever. There was also not an assault that we observed take place, or did we hear it? I don't know where this is coming from, but it's disgusting and gross. President Trump has been there for us from the very beginning, when our son and the other 12 of his brothers and sisters in arms were murdered due to your negligence and uncaring attitude towards our military. Don't forget, Kamala, you were the last one in the room. You and Joe Biden made the final decision on how to pull out of Afghanistan. You created the chaos and mayhem for the military to accomplish their goals. Our sons and daughters made the best of a difficult situation, as they had been trained to do. They adapted and overcame all of that and came out as heroes, something that you will never know or understand. Kamala, we have been treated with the utmost respect, compassion, and understanding by President Trump, something you and Joe Biden have refused to do since August 26, 2021. where were you and Joe Biden on August 26, 2024? Nowhere near Arlington Cemetery. You couldn't be bothered to be with us or even say our kids' names, just as you have done for the last 3 years. Neither one of you have called to speak with us or share in our grief. I wonder, Kamala, do you sleep at night securely in your bed, or do you have nightmares of our kids because it was your incompetence and negligence that got our kids murdered? It is you who sends out messages on social media that are outright lies. It is you that has disrespected our families. It is you who knows nothing about service and sacrifice. It is you that has divided this country, and it is you who is unfit to be the commander-in-chief. These are the only memories we get to make with our son, and it is you who is playing politics and trying to detract from our memories made that day. You should be ashamed and embarrassed at your lack of empathy and decency as a human being. You are only in this for the power and prestige. You don't care for our military or the citizens of this country. You should hang your head in shame at your actions or lack thereof. You need to move aside, get out of the way, and stop hindering the progress, growth, and independence of this great nation.
Terrible. Remember, what's Hutch is saying to that? Do you have anything to say about that, Hutch? Do you have anything? Yeah, I don't give a shit about them. I'll say that just so we can don't have to talk about what they said. That's Hutch's take. That's the Democrat take right there. Yeah, whatever. You can think what we want about them as long as we don't have to talk about what they're saying. Trump disrespected the soldiers, though. Not them. Not these Goldstar families. We're not talking about them. Whatever. Yeah, they're grieving. Whatever. Yeah, Damien totally nails it there. This would have been a nothing burger. It would have been gone and done. The media doesn't give a shit about these Goldstar families. They were never going to pick up their story. The story would have went to the next news cycle that the media was covering. But they decided to weaponize this to say, oh, Trump broke the rule at Arlington. There's a gravestone that maybe the family didn't consent to being filmed there. Oh, boy, he doesn't respect the troops. Then Kamala Harris herself's Twitter account has to weigh in. Well, there we go. Now the families are weighing in. And where did the same people that all week told you about Trump disrespected Goldstar families? Trump disrespected the families of people that died in the line of duty. Where are they? Well, people like Hutch saying, whatever I have to say, whatever bullshit I have to say to not talk about what these families are saying. I don't want to talk about that. Yeah, I'll pretend I don't give a shit about them. Understand the importance of what Hutch is trying to do there. He doesn't give a shit. He's trying to get a soundbite. He wants to talk about the thing he wants to. This happens all the time with me. Yeah, whatever. I'll concede what you're saying. And then later when I say you conceded it, I didn't really concede it. I didn't really mean it. I just didn't want to talk about what you wanted to talk about. Now let's talk about what I want to talk about. Notice how that occurs all the time. One of the things I need to get better, I still think I do pretty good most of the time, but I need to get better and not leaving them change the subject and force the narrative like that. For example, I talked to Destiny for 5 hours about the subject he wanted, the semantic definition of insurrection. Remember, half the time we're supposed to be talking about the double standard of how it's applied, including by people like Destiny. We didn't really get to that, did we? Oh, he rage quit and then blackballed me. On the blacklist. So I'm not falling for this shit. Yeah, I'll concede just for the sake. You ain't conceding. Bullshit. You're playing a game, which further illustrates how little you give a shit about these people. That's right, okay? That's what Hutch said. I'll concede whatever. Can we now talk about him breaking the rule? That's right. It's exactly what he says. It's disgusting. It's despicable. So, all right. Tomorrow, conversation with Sitch. I got to find a couple articles. Hopefully I'll get to on this conversation of alternate electors tomorrow night. Should be fun. Hatchet buried with Sitch and Adam. So I didn't really have that much of a grudge anyways against them. But Adam reached out to me, said no hard feelings. Great. Good to go. Not going to be talking about that tomorrow. Should be fine. Next Thursday, I'll be debating with JimBob on the 19th Amendment, whether or not women should have the right to vote. That'll be on the Crucible, I think around 8 o'clock next Thursday. Then around 8 o'clock next Friday, I'll be on Dylan Burns' panel show. It'll be me, Andrew Wilson, Gibbs, and maybe a fourth person we don't know yet. The people on the other side will be I'm Really Important, Pisco, who is the other? There's one other that's confirmed. Erudite. So it'll just be me and Andrew arguing against Pisco. But no, it should be fun. So let's find someone to raid real quick. I still got to learn how to raid people on YouTube, which I don't know at this point. We'll raid someone on Twitch. We'll pay it forward. Oh, my brother's on. We'll raid him. Now listen, this is my real life brother. He doesn't really do politics. He does game, but he's a good guy. So check him out. We'll raid him. And you guys could all talk about what a crappy brother I am or something. So thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. Hope you enjoyed the show tonight. Thank you to everyone who donated. Thank you to Aircraftsparky, River, and the British guy. He changes his name he used to be Batman. Now he changes his name every time I see him. I don't know his real name. He was Hydra today. So thanks to all of them. And thanks to all of you and the people that donated. I really appreciate it. So you should see me tomorrow night around 8 p.m. barring anything going. And as always, have a good one.